1,000 years ago, there were elves who watched over the world and were God's helpers. And at that time, dragons lived with them, keeping the balance in the world. They all lived in harmony with spirits and various magical creatures. But one day, countless different races disappeared, and no one could explain why. A large clock that had been in the dark all along suddenly stopped after 1,000 years. And in a miraculous way, a guy appeared and was lying on the ground who disappeared along with the other races. He was the magician who managed to conquer the world and rule it for a whole millennium. Ryan Miller is back. He appeared in the mirror, and the strange creature was happy and pleased with these events. It began to laugh evilly and rejoiced that the king had finally returned. But Ryan was unhappy with this noisy behavior. He clamped his ears to muffle the sound and asked to be quiet. He stood next to the mirror and addressed the king, saying that he had been preparing for this moment and was looking forward to his return. His laughter and happiness could be heard by everyone because the echo spread across the planet, and even in space you could hear it. A magical ball appeared in space, which approached the ground and shone very brightly. It grew bigger and formed a big portal in which another blob of energy appeared. A hand came out of the portal and tried to catch this energy, and it succeeded. After that, the energy started spinning faster and in different directions. It hit the ground, and someone started coughing from the dust that was created after the impact. He was dissatisfied because he realized that he had made a mistake and mixed up something in spatial magic, but he wanted to fix it. Ryan was serious and was convinced that one particle would be enough to fix everything and it would fall into place. But I was so surprised to see a large sinkhole under my feet that I was speechless. He looked at his hands and grabbed his head when he saw that his tower was gone. He was furious and did not understand what had happened and where she had gone. Ryan was baffled and could not believe that all this had happened because of his experiment. Later, he thought that maybe he had moved it to another location and decided to check it out. The guy checked the coordinates and was shocked that he was right there in the same place. He looked around and saw that his innocent experiment had turned the world into a desert. Ryan was disappointed because it was the end of his hopes and dreams, because now he was homeless. But even they had clothes. He was sorry for all his treasures and gold, and that he had lost his magic books and artifacts. The guy started pounding the ground, realizing that it was a failure and calling himself a fool. I immediately decided to check the time to find out how much time had passed and was very surprised by the result. He could not believe that a millennium had already passed since then and continued to stand in front of the screen with the numbers. He thought about his cold tea, but immediately lost track of it, realizing that he had turned the world into a desert. Ryan sat down on the sand and bowed his head, convincing himself that it was just a mistake. Ryan Miller was one of the 24 great magicians in that world. He was proficient in 12 different types of magic, as well as most legendary artifacts. He was the only one who possessed legendary magical artifacts, such as the Dream Cloak or the Nightmare Cloak. The most important thing was that he could control the magic of dreams and was a pro at it, and his magic was called the Abyss of Dreams. He ducked down and grabbed his head. He used his dreams for an experiment, so now he doesn't have one. The guy flew up the mountain, and now this magic is weak because he became a homeless man. Ryan was thinking about why the demo level was collapsing and suggested that it was because of his experiment, and that's why everything became a wasteland. He stopped abruptly and looked down because he heard a strange sound. Under him, something began to emerge from the sand with a wild roar, silhouettes that looked like some kind of monster. The guy started shouting to people that they needed to change the route quickly because a sandworm was appearing in front of them. When the young man turned around, he was frightened because the beast's mouth was open and it roared loudly. The worm swallowed the captain, and his men stood in a stupor watching. The sandworm began to rage, and people were panicking and shouting for someone to call the mercenaries because they would all die. The young man was confused because they had spent a lot of money on them and they were gone. But they were in no hurry to do anything because they were not strong enough to fight the beast, so they only advised them to run away quickly. The sandworm loomed over the columns where people were running in panic, and Ryan stood back and watched. He had the idea of saving these people and would have received a couple of gold pieces as a token of gratitude, but he did not know if they would be frightened by his appearance. Ryan created the illusion that he was wearing golden armor and quickly headed toward the monster. He was confident in his abilities because a great magician can use not only magic but also fight like a warrior. He recalled that last time he had instilled fear by causing an earthquake, so now he needed to be careful not to overdo it. He used a heavenly strike and hit the worm, which burned a big hole in his body. and half of the body fell to the ground and the other half was still dangling from the top. Ryan landed and was happy, so he used the technique of many ice blades for the other one. Forming a sphere of blades, he pointed it at the sandworm, some of which fell right into its mouth. The ice blades began to stick to the monster's body, covering its entire body. A moment later, the large sandworm froze in an ice cocoon. The boy began to call upon the runes of strength and stability and said that the lightning would merge and become a force that would strike the heavens. Having formed a spell of lightning devastation in his hands, he became quite serious. He directed a jet of powerful energy toward the terrible sandworm, and he completely destroyed him by burning part of his body. The people were very surprised and at the same time happy to have defeated the monster that threatened their lives. Ryan walked up to the bloodstains of the beast and was pleased with this superior victory. Then the guy came a little closer to the people and addressed them, and then one of them came closer to the winner. He asked if they had any money, trying not to be intrusive, but the young man was a little scared and asked if he was a thief. The guy was surprised when he saw the caterpillar and assumed that they were very successful commercially. He began to examine the car, asking if it was for attacking buildings and what his legs were for. For him, it looked like a simple bug, and it didn't matter how long he looked at it, it didn't change shape. Ryan suggested that it looked like a Titan, and the young man said that it was a 6th-generation model that was named after a Titan. The first were the Ghouls that replaced the Mages and could only use physical force. But later, through many attempts and discoveries, they created Titans. And because of these leaps, they decided to divide them into generations by putting magical devices in them to make them move like humans. Titans were indispensable in war, but to lead them, you had to have a lot of experience or extraordinary skills. They were looking at the car, and the young man added that the 6th generation was created specifically for the war and that anyone could drive it. Ryan crossed his arms. He had never seen the 4th generation before and was surprised. Chris happily added that this machine was then introduced as the 7th generation. Although the hero listened attentively, he was upset. But after he learned what he had heard, he thought about it. The young man asked whether his listener was interested, but the man replied rather sharply that it was not his business, and thus embarrassed the boy. Then Ryan Miller asked where the nearest town was, and Chris kindly replied that it was in the south, called Haladon. The warriors gathered nearby and began to discuss the hero and mock his clothes. But they noticed that his magic was amazing. One of the soldiers noticed that he looked like a mercenary, but could not understand why he was dressed like that and looked like a homeless man. Ryan was excited that he had lived to see the time when they call a great master a bum, and could not understand what had happened in these 1,000 years. Rain was called out and was surprised when he was handed a bag of money and asked to take it. He opened the bag and saw gold coins and realized that not everything had changed. The boy was happy, and because he had no money now, he was happy to spend it. But the young man said that it was better not to do it in a hurry. Chris sweated a little and thanked the magician for saving them, but I hope he leaves, because he brings trouble. Ryan decided to take a vacation and put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he would take care of the path they were taking. Ryan quickly ducked and disappeared from sight, and the other boys were surprised that he was a real magician and regretted not taking a selfie with him. While the boy was flying, he was angry at the world and did not understand what was wrong with him. The magician hovered over the city. He was angry, but when he concentrated on it, he looked a little scared. He sensed a large concentration of magic in the city and assumed that the dragon must have left from here. The city was quite large, and he remembered what his captors had told him about the new world, and he began to do it. He washed the dishes and tried to convince himself that he loved doing them, but there were too many, and he was a great wizard, not a dishwasher. A girl approached Rain, calling him a dishwasher, and told him to go to lunch, and he smilingly agreed. Washing his hands, the hero explained that it all happened 6 months ago deep in the desert. And now he's a researcher who wants to stay and explore a new culture because he destroyed his own, so he's a dishwasher. This feeling was unfamiliar to him, and on the way, he met 2 people who offered to have lunch with him. The boys enthusiastically told stories from their lives, and Ryan listened attentively and smiled. They both shared their hopes and disappointments, but he did not understand this, because it was important to him that his friends and students were in the past. One of the boys asked what they were having for dinner tonight, but Rain was already tired of eating bite-sized packets, so he hoped for something else. Although this place was known for its beach packages, he hoped they would have something different. But the miracle did not happen, and the magician was disappointed that he would eat them again. The city was beautiful where the main character lived, and the question is how he managed to buy a house while working as a dishwasher. But in the big house, he only rented the basement because he promised not to use magic. The boy was sitting in a simple room at a table, looking at a book that was supposed to be magical. In the book, he found a spell that allowed him to turn into metal, and this was the basis of magic. Ryan closed the book because he was not interested in it the way a professor is when he takes a children's book to read. He had a couple of books in front of him and was amazed that the quality of magic had dropped so much because it hadn't happened before. He went to the coat rack and took his cloak, and he noticed that they were studying ways to use it effectively, but they didn't want to understand the point. When he went outside, he thought that someone might be doing this deliberately. A magician of his level could easily do it, and he encouraged himself with that. He was sewing along the street, there were not very many people, and if his opinion was correct, he would just watch it all. There have been many changes in the world over the past 1,000 years, especially the increase in population, with about 1 million people living in Hadalon alone. In the past, only kingdoms could have a population of 3 or 4 million and more than 10 in an empire. And now it's normal for big cities. The guy was amazed at how fast civilization is developing here. Although Chaparan is at war with the northern empire of Garud, since Hadalon is on the opposite side of the world, this war does not affect it much. As Ryan walked down the street, he noticed the seller's hand and drew attention to it. Ryan wanted to buy an apple, and because of the war, prices had risen, so the seller wanted 2 coins for the product. This was something that really pissed him off. He was upset looking at an apple that the prices were so high because of the war. He took a bite of the apple, realizing that technology had advanced far, but magical creatures still remained. As he walked down the street, he noticed some dwarves and dwarfs still left, but there were no elves or dragons, and he had to find them. Ryan went to the library, and there were various book plates, and he noticed the Tower of Magic, which was quite famous. He was thinking about what else he needed to take and was satisfied with this library because it was really good. The magician threatened the boy that he would beat him to death if he didn't give him something, and now 1 book can replace the beating of others. The boy was delighted that nowadays it is so easy for anyone to learn magic, and that in this world all information is available for free. Ryan looked up at the mountain in the blinding sun on his way home from work, and now all he had in mind was reading books. The hero was in the mood, and today he made some conclusions about this time so he can go have fun. He approached the water, wondering what he could do to have fun, because he had done something fun in a previous life. He felt like an abused child, and how he lost his parents at a young age and grew up as an orphan, and so this life has always been cruel to him. When he was a teenager, he met his master, who saw his potential, and that's when he learned magic. He began to think about what he should do, because it had to be fun and he had to get paid. Because he would do anything for this, but he was upset about what they call the price. He walked confidently down the street, holding the books he had bought and thinking about what he needed to do, because he was bored without magic. The boy learned a lot after his experiments, and now he can use the books he bought to study. He was a little scared when he heard a loud explosion behind him and wondered what it was this time. Ryan thought that Geradom had attacked from the south, but he suddenly didn't care. The boy came home and was going to put the magic stones together to activate the magic. The principle of the technique is to refract light and turn it into fire, which is what the fire of the call is. He sat at his devices and worked on this technique, which is different from his dream, but it works. He lay down on his bed as everything started to work. Ryan was serious, but he realized how much the magic had changed over the years, but he believed that there was still something to be done. And now he needs to be optimistic to study everything and get his tower back. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, because everyone dreams, and even the gods are no exception. In that world, an infinite number of beings dream when they sleep, even stones and the smallest life forms. But Ryan was special because he had the ability to travel through dreams, and such people are called travelers. But it affects others, because in their dreams he can eat, drink, and walk. With such power, you can create a new world, and even this horse is the result of a human dream. Ryan stretched. He felt good after a long rest here, and it made him happy. He turned around and noticed that the sound he was hearing was not from sleep and that someone was wandering around. And he remembered the first rule of the traveler. Whoever has such abilities should be accepted as a disciple. The boy sat down on the ground and waited, hoping that it would be a worthwhile meeting and that maybe he would be a worthy disciple after 1,000 years. Ryan walked along the empty streets of the city, looking around. He was interested in the sign of a non-free market run by the mayor and the mercenary guild. The guy was surprised because it was cruel to sell people as things, and people enjoyed the war and did not refuse the slave trade. It depressed him to see people divided into classes, especially when he heard that children were still being sold, and he was even more against slavery. Ryan came to a warehouse realizing that he had come to the right place and felt the power of the traveler somewhere nearby. Some guy was locked in a cage. He tried to growl and was very unhappy about it, and the girl kept asking what happened. When the magician found them, he realized that it was the same guy and that his instinct for self-preservation had kicked in. The boy tried to chase him away so he wouldn't look at them, but Ryan was persistent. When he analyzed their condition, he realized that it was not very good, and the guy had lost his leg. Ryan froze looking at the girl, but her evil brother stood in front of him and ordered him not to look at his sister. The boy realized that they were brother and sister and noticed that Emily was blind, so it was not a problem for him. The owner approached the magician and greeted him. Then the guy asked how much he wanted for them. The trader said it was defective and wanted gold for the siblings, and Ryan was outraged. The guy turned around at the sounds from the cage. Since he's a great master, he doesn't have to follow the rules, and it's not right to buy an apprentice. The owner kept asking if he would buy the goods or if the price was too high for him. Ryan turned around, and as he was leaving, he explained that the guy just caught his eye and nothing else, and the man was annoyed that the deal had fallen through. When night fell, Ryan arrived on the scene, and it was the perfect time for him to perform the disciples' rescue operation. He was a little bored because, in his opinion, there was no point in buying apprenticeships in such a place. He was hovering over the city and was already starting his rescue operation by activating his invisibility. The guy landed at the market and noticed two guards talking to each other. They passed by the invisible master, discussing their plans after work. The master stopped at Emily and Ilya's cage and explained that one could become an apprentice only at the age of 18, but he could make an exception for the young lady. He looked at the children, and another rule for becoming a disciple was the consent of the disciple. The children were sleeping, and he assumed that they were having good dreams, although Ilya was a weak master of feeling the wanderer's unawakened power in him. It was not a problem for him to take them both. Besides, this place is not a gift, and I wanted to give him a choice. The district bent over and flew for him. It was not easy to help others, but if it was for a good cause, you could use your strength. Freedom was important, but it could also turn into death, and they did not know who could take such responsibility for their lives. He thought it was bad to give a choice, but it was better than not giving it at all, so he decided to start. The great master began to activate his runes and call upon the king who rules this world, calling himself the Keeper of Dreams. Ryan stood concentrating over the portal of runes, calling out the 8 apostles by name, such as truth, control, power. When they arrived, he asked them to give him the power of the King of Dreams, calling himself one of the great apostles, a dream. He ordered to show the most hidden dreams, and a strong energy hit the clouds, electrifying them and filling them with power. When the clouds absorbed the energy, they began to radiate trunks of energy to the city, penetrating every dream. He wanted to see their futures so that the energy could penetrate their dreams to the depths of their hearts, because the future he sees is different depending on their choices. The guy was not sure that magic would allow him to see the future, but it is closely related to fate and violates the commandment of God. He became curious about the potential of his student and decided to move to his cage. When he landed near the children's cage, he became interested in the situation. The power of the traveler Elijah resisted his magic, and he was completely relaxed. When it was all over, the guy didn't know where to start the conversation and was a little overwhelmed by it. Behind him, he heard strange sounds coming from the boy. He noticed drops of tears on Ilya's face and sounds like crying. At first, the guy started sweating under his breath, asking them not to do it, and then he woke up screaming. When the guy recovered a bit, Ryan asked if he had a good dream. The master tried to behave kindly, leaning over to the boy to see him closer, but Ilya threw himself into the cage, screaming. He was hostile, but Ryan was quite calm, saying that first he needed to know the person he hated so much. The guy was shocked after the blow and did not understand how this man managed to do it. The master explained that he did not know how to use his abilities as a traveler and that he would die if he continued to waste his energy like that. Ilya asked who he was, and the master introduced himself as a dream keeper and a great dishwasher. He added that his journey should never end, but the guy sat there shocked and could not understand what he was talking about. Ryan explained that his power leads to travelers like him as he sat down across from the boy. There was a lot of noise in the marketplace, with critics calling for them to be released and given freedom. All those who wake up from their dreams face a choice on their life path. The man who broke out of the cage began to raise a riot among the people, directing them to follow their dreams. For Elijah, it was time to make a choice, but he did not believe Ryan. And so the master did not understand whether he was so evil only with people or with all intelligent beings. The guy got up and held the cage with his hands, saying that he did not believe people. The magician drew the boy's attention to the fact that only a person like him could save him. Then he decided to ask what he was going to do with his sister and whether he would be able to protect her with his abilities. Ilya started crying after such provocations and saw only what was in front of him. The guy started shouting at the master for what he was saying, but Ryan only wanted to say that he had talent. After all this, Ryan decided to offer him to become his apprentice. If he agrees, the master will cure his leg and his sister's eyes, and the boy was quite surprised by this offer. The boy was shocked when the master called him a traveler, and therefore he could become his apprentice. In his mind, he saw images of violence against his sister and himself by the guards. The master asked him if he would come with him to the mysteries on the path of truth, but the boy was terrified by a terrible dream he had. He explained that this was one of those dreams that could become a reality if he did not go with him, so the boy asked what would happen if he did. The magician was calm and said that he would find himself and become something completely different, to the point that disciples are not limited by fate or destiny. Ilya was shocked that he could change his fate, but wondered why he should believe him. Then Ryan approached the boy and ruffled his hair, asking why he was so nervous. The guy was surprised. It was easy for him when he touched it. The master realized that it was difficult for the boy to believe him, but asked him to listen carefully. He explained that he did not want to make him unhappy, but wanted to give him the right to choose so that he could gain freedom for himself and his sister. Ilya was shocked to hear the word magic, and that it would not be used on him if he decided to leave. Now he had to make a choice of what he really wanted, and if he wanted to become his disciple, he had to take his hand. Ryan extended his hand to the guy, and now nothing depends on him. He did everything he could. The boy grabbed the master's hand with both of his hands, saying that he would go with him. Ryan Miller was pleased and asked that from that day on he would call him Master. After Ilya agreed to their location, a power trunk appeared. When they moved to the master's house, the boy was surprised because it was a miserable place for a great master and asked to explain why. The mentor was in his element, and to silence the student a bit, he asked him if he was hungry and shoved a whole piece of bread into his mouth. Later, he decided to ask the boy's name, and he introduced himself as Ilya from the Red Mountain. Ryan understood that the guy had a lot of questions, but he asked to treat them first and asked him to undress. When his mentor asked him to undress and take off his clothes, he was confused because he did not understand why. Ilya began to run away from the master and say that he was cursed, but the master caught up with him and asked him if he needed a second leg. Finally, the guy took off all his clothes and the master began to assess how bad his leg was. The boy was very shy and asked the master to take care of him, and it was not a problem for Ryan to cure him and his sister's eyes. He tried to calm the guy down and said that he would cure his leg, but that he needed to remove all the pus that was there. The boy started yelling at the master why he couldn't explain everything from the beginning, but the mentor just laughed at him and asked why he was so angry. Ryan washed the boy and asked him if he really wanted to know his story, but assured him that he could believe him because if the great master kept his soul and his shoulder sealed. He began his story by asking if he knew that he was one of the 24 great magicians. After that, Ilya asked the master what he planned to do now. Ryan Miller already had a plan. First, he wanted to rebuild his tower and then call the whole world he had sealed off earlier back. When the mentor told him to get out, he started to shake and feel ashamed. The magician laughed and asked him if he was ashamed of his master, but the student said no, that he didn't care at all. The man threw a towel at Ilya and told him to wipe himself and get out of the bath. The next step was to cure his leg, which required putting him to sleep because recovery is very painful, and the student understood that. He touched his hand to the boy's forehead and he immediately fell asleep, and then the mentor was able to move him. The magic he used was similar to Oriental medicine, allowing the body to enter a trance and open the flows of mana that were sealed inside it. At first, the master wanted to cure his leg, and for this he had to relax his body. The stimulation was through the brain, and now, since his body can regenerate the lost limb, it will become younger and more beautiful. Raymond Miller was pleased with his work because it turned out perfectly, but he was pissed that he had to wash it again. Emily woke up to strange noises outside the door and was a little scared. The master was happy that the girl woke up holding her brother in her arms, but she did not know who he was. She touched the boy and realized that he was her brother. So Ryan put him down next to her and said that she was quite calm. The girl began to ask who he was and where they were, and the man replied that he was her brother's master and they were now in his house. She was scared and assumed that he had bought them, but the mentor said that was not the case. The girl got up and started mumbling about mana and magic, and Ryan said that he was a great magician. After that, she was even more frightened because she thought he had bought them to experiment on them. But the mentor said that he did not buy them and repeated that he was her brother's master. Emily began to ask why, and I explained to her that he had talent. She was confused and didn't understand how he could leave them here because she and her brother are not human and were sold on the market looking for somewhere else. Ryan interrupted her and asked her to believe him that they were both no longer for sale. He stood before her and told her that they were now his disciples and no longer slaves, but free. The guy was kind enough to say that they were free to leave because trust cannot be earned overnight. Then he asked what she wanted, assuming that her brother could protect her, and asked if she knew what it meant to become a disciple. She was shocked, and the master explained that being an apprentice means being part of a family and said that she also has talent and can become a strong, great master. She lowered her head a little and asked if they wanted to become part of a family. Then the mentor hugged her backside to reassure her that the girl was a little scared. He asked me not to be so hard on myself and that everything would fall into place in the process because even family can be the worst enemy. Ryan hoped that she understood what it meant to be part of a family, and that sometimes she shared her love with her and asked her to tell him her name. The girl calmed down and gave her name as Amelia Varia. The master immediately picked her up and ran out of the room like a madman. He explained that he was going to fix her eyes because he had promised her brother that he would, and the girl was shocked. From the other room came the voices of the mentor and the student, asking her to undress, which was stunning. Emily was just as nervous as her brother, so he tried to calm her down by telling her that today she would finally be able to see. Rain told her everything, and the girl calmed down listening to him, so he asked if she could trust him, but she didn't know yet. The student tried to change the subject and asked if he was really her brother's master, to which she received confirmation. Emily wanted to believe him, so she took his hand and felt how warm it was. She closed her eyes and said she believed him, so she asked him to take care of her eyes. A small portal of energy formed in his hand, and then he directed it at the girl's eyes. Ryan looked at her kindly and asked her to believe him that he would not betray her and that he promised her that. It's been a month since Emily and Ilya became the master's apprentices. Ryan asked the student if he saw food in front of him, and the boy explained that he said he didn't know how to cook. The tutor was upset and put his hands on Emily's head and said that he was always unhappy about something and that made him unhappy. But the boy asked him to take his hands off his sister's head. While the boy was eating, he was given a task because it would be too late to clean up afterwards. He hugged Emily because it calmed him down and told her to clean up with her brother. The mentor laughed a little at the guy's disgruntled look because he was given physical activity and needed time to rehabilitate. The great master saw the potential in the children. Ilya was a good warrior, and Emily was just a phenomenal magician. The most important thing for him was to lay the foundations for them, and he decided to start with that. Ryan made special bracelets for his students that will allow them to transform. The children will be able to turn into humans for a while, because he won't be able to teach them in the basement all the time. In addition, with these bracelets, they will not attract the attention of slave traders, and he praised them for their good work. The children were a bit shocked at their transformation and asked the master what it was and where their clothes were. Ryan explained that they had changed their clothes and asked them to calm down, because after the transformation, everything would be back to normal. He became more serious and decided to clean up the place, even though it was fun. But it was time to say goodbye to this house. When my brother and sister were running down the street, they heard a guard talking to a townsman who told them that the slaves had escaped and were hiding somewhere. One of them assured that it was a matter of time and they would be caught soon. Ilya was a little worried and asked his sister if they would cause the master any problems because the city was filled with many guards. Emily tried to reassure her older brother because she believed that the master had another plan. So the boy wanted to ask the master about it when he returned, but his sister distracted him by saying that he looked cute and laughed lightly. The children immediately ran home and informed the master that they had already come while he was busy with something. From the doorway, the boy immediately asked the magician what they were going to do next, but he did not fully understand them. The room became empty, and Ryan said that they were moving out because they would not stay here any longer. Ilya was immediately angry with the master for not telling him about it earlier, and his sister tried to restrain him. Ryan turned to them and said in a calm voice that this place had become too small for them because there were already 3 of them, and to the fact that search teams are going around the city looking for those who surprised the children, and they had nothing to say to him. The brother and sister were a little embarrassed, and the mentor immediately said that he was not going to sell them, that the boy was angry with him again. Then, the mentor approached the boy with a serious expression and put his hand on his shoulder, explaining that they were sending him to a better place and that he should not worry. Ilya was a little uncomfortable because it all happened so suddenly and quickly. He turned around and felt confident in saying that it was not his fault, and now it was all he could do as a great magician. Then, the master turned to the children and said that everything needed to be washed and it had to be done quickly. The children looked at the master and had a bewildered expression on their faces, not understanding what it was. Ryan Miller explained that they were sending on a trip, and in their old clothes they would hit his style, so he prepared new clothes for them. He gave everyone a new outfit, and the children were happy about it, and the student asked where they were going. While the children were trying on their new clothes, Ryan told them about his plans to go with a group of mercenaries to earn some money. The mentor was confused by Emily's voice and asked what had happened, and she asked him to do without hired help. The man looked at the children. They were sad, and he assumed that the mercenaries were connected to a bad past because they did not want to talk about it. He understands that they need to overcome their traumas, but they could not do it now. He stroked Emily's streak and agreed to do without them, and the girl was surprised by this. The master understood that they are still children, but now from this moment they begin to grow up, and his work will help them in this. Ryan hugged the children and told them that they were going on an adventure, and the children blushed at the master's concession. The mentor heard some strange, unintelligible words and began to ask the children what they meant, but they did not want to tell. Their adventures began after they left Hadalon and travelled to the east. For Ryan Miller, the primary task was to restore the tower, so he trained his students along the way. The master wanted to go through the whole of Chaparin, but after they left the town, they met only unpleasant people. A terrible creature appeared behind the travelers and threatened them with their lives if they did not give up all their belongings. The mentor behaved calmly. He was a little surprised to see them standing in their way. The children tried to stay close to the master. The guy was confident in his abilities, so he asked them to come closer and get it, because it would probably be the first time they would fight against a great magician. A bloody battle broke out, with blood splattering in all directions and swords clashing. The children were delighted when the battle was over, and there were no scary creatures nearby, and they were standing in the middle of a sinkhole. The fist of the mentor was still glowing with blue energy, and the boy was surprised to ask what had just happened. Ryan didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at his student, asking if he hadn't shit his pants, but Ilya didn't react to this provocation. The great magician became more serious and explained that what they were seeing was called the aura technique, and that the traveler must train his body and mind to use it. He said that starting today they would train their bodies and learn how to materialize their aura, but the boy just sweated, hoping that his mentor was joking. The master explained that he had to learn to use aura because he had no talent in magic, unlike his sister. Ryan said that he will be able to learn magic after he has his own body on the trainer and learns martial arts. In conclusion, he has a talent for magic. Then he turned to Emily and explained that she could get into trouble with her mother if she didn't use it for a long time, and that she needed to have a clean aura to use magic effectively. He leaned over to the girl and told her that being a traveler was a gift, and he assured her that she should not be disappointed in him because with her talent she could become a better magician than her brother. After their conversation, Ryan hugged her and was happy that she was so kind, and they started laughing. The master asked Ilya where he was going and assured him that they would both become strong if he trained them, and stopped the student. The mentor tried to calm them down and asked them to just trust him, so the children got a little tired and said that no one refuses to do this. They looked around at the corpses of the monsters, and Emily noticed that he had overdone it a bit, but that was normal for a master. He assured them that they would not attack again and that they would probably be deprived of their ranks, so they decided to spend the night in the open air. They approached the tent camp and were stopped by a guard who asked who they were. The children were a little scared when they realized it was a mercenary, but the master tried to calm them down and said he was nearby. He also added that they should be brave instead of running away and turning tail. The district began to explain that they were just travelers and that they were his students, and they came here because they saw someone fighting. He explained that they had recently fought a dangerous monster and asked if they knew anything about it. The master did not show that he knew anything about monsters and said that he had not seen anyone or anything like that. He noticed that the mercenary had magical armor and was surprised because he seemed to be of low rank, but he looked experienced and seemed to be sniffing around. The man began to look at them with steely eyes because he was sure that several had escaped and asked if they had weapons. He didn't believe them that they hadn't met, and again asked if they had anything to defend themselves. The travelers continued to hear about the distrust of them and that they were not travelers. So Ryan offered to take him to their boss to talk to him. The guy offered to fix his wagon if he paid and admitted that he was a magician. The mercenary ordered the other to call the boss and tell him that there was a magician here who could fix their wagon. The man stood up and asked if Ryan could charge his armor, and he agreed, but only if he paid well. Then the mercenary offered him 5 silver pieces for the armor, and the master was pleased with the deal. He explained that he had been paid 2 silver pieces for a whole day as a dishwasher, but a guy interrupted him and called him over. The man approached the cart and began to analyze it. It looked deplorable. Then a boy ran up to him and asked him to help them. A lot of people gathered near the cart, and no one believed that he was a real magician because he did not have any magic items. People were shocked to see the magician using magic combinations, and even Emily was surprised, but her brother asked her to just watch. He combined different magic to repair it, and a great powerful energy hit the place where the cart was located. When the smoke cleared, the car appeared intact and looked as good as new. People began to call him a great magician, and they liked it. It was his work that gave him 40 gold pieces, and he admitted that he was worried about how they would travel without money. But now they could get rich. The children hadn't seen their mentor yet, so Ilya decided to ask if he was really having fun. When Ryan calmed down, he asked them what they were thinking and suggested what they would do next. The student thought that he wanted to restore his tower, but now the mentor thinks that he can do more. My mentor had an idea after he repaired the wax. After some time, the master never found a place to restore his tower because he spent a lot of time training children. Ilya looks like he's sleeping, but he's actually been training hard. At the same time, Emily was fighting her magical double while her mentor was watching. It was actually a little boring, and he thought it would be better for Emily to train in magic. The girl was a little annoyed that the master had not yet found a place for her bazooka because I continued to train them. Her struggle was interrupted by her mentor, who told her to finish for the day, and she obeyed. She still could not believe that she could see again and felt like she was in heaven because she could see her brother's face and the sky again. Behind her, the foreman came up quietly and asked what she was thinking about, but she said that it was nothing important. He gave her a handkerchief and told her that flying in the clouds was good, but she shouldn't get carried away. He didn't think it was the right place because there were so many factories here, and there were no rules in his time. The only thing was the delight of the magic tree, but the student did not understand it. This tree used to keep the balance and harmony that preserves the natural order of things in the world. He asked her to remember this and promised to teach her everything about magic a little later. Unfortunately, they could not find a place in Chaperin, and the girl asked him if he needed a good place to build his tower, and he agreed that he did. The answer is that it is time for them to leave this place, and they are going to go to a neighboring state. But first, they had to wake the boy up, and the mentor thought he was hopeless, so he entrusted this task to his sister. Somewhere in the desert, there was a struggle between people and terrible monsters, and there were a lot of them. The guards guarding the girls were already preparing for battle, and one of the leaders ordered them to protect the young lady. The girls were shocked because they were just servants, but they were protected by knights. The master and his disciples watched from above and said that these are hexes. They move in groups and destroy everything in their path like locusts. He had a bad feeling about the people below and realized that there were no mages there, so he assumed that no one would come out alive. After the analysis, Ryan turned around and told his students to leave, but they were surprised by his behavior. They asked him if he would help them, but the man was a bit annoyed because he did not understand why he should help them. Ilya drew attention to his strength, and the man confirmed that it was nothing for him, but he did not want to draw too much attention to it. The boy did not understand his mentor. He believed that the strong should protect the weak, so he wanted to try to protect them if he could. Ryan began to explain that with great power comes responsibility, and they call it cause and effect. It was difficult for him to explain this to his students, but it was one of the rules of this world, and Ilya believed it was wrong. The master explained that he was not responsible for them and that he did not see the point in helping them. They watched the battle, because if he helped this time, it would not be enough because he might get killed by other monsters and have to save them again. The district realized that its power balanced on the edge of good and evil, and if it was responsible for one more life, it would be problematic and not always possible for it. The mentor hoped that he understood him, but Ilya stood his ground because, knowing all this, he could not help them. The guy didn't care about all the rules his mentor told him because he just didn't want to take any risks. The master was surprised that after all his sad experiences, he had not yet lost the youthful maximalism in his heart. Ryan tried to support the guy, realizing that it is difficult to pass by when someone is in danger, but the guy said he did not mean it. After this conversation, the poppy allowed him to do whatever he wanted, and the guy was surprised by this decision. Finally, he asked him to memorize everything he said, calling him a stupid student and adding that of all the races, humans are known for one, that they quickly forget the kindness towards them and that some fireballs were swirling around the master. And then he sent them all to the side of the terrible monsters, and there was a loud explosion. The girls who had been written off by the knights were delighted. They believed that heaven itself had saved them. The master was irritated and asked if his student was now happy with this because they would now be interfering with them. Amelia was surprised by the master's behavior and realized that this was his dark side, and it was different from his everyday behavior. The girl was very upset because on the one hand he cared about them, but on the other hand he looked very cold and callous and scared her a little bit. The great master quickly changed his mood and asked her what she was thinking about, and she was slightly frightened by this surprise. The neighborhood looked happy. He liked this feeling, and his brother was watching his actions and was angry. Ilya started yelling at the foreman, asking what he was doing and asking him to let his sister go. To smooth things over, the master hugged him as well, so that he wouldn't be jealous. But the boy didn't like it much, and the girl was embarrassed. The girl thought that it was a dream and got a little sad, wishing it would never end. The next city they were to go to was Hyrden, located on the border of Germany. The mentor explained that the two countries had signed a non-aggression treaty and he wanted to check it out. But the children were concerned and asked if he really wanted to cross the entire war zone. He was not very worried because for him, it was like going to the store, and the children were surprised by this comparison. And he asked him not to cause him much trouble by putting his hand on the student's hair, even though he thought that Ryan was the only one causing him problems. The children hastily agreed not to make any trouble, and Ilya asked him not to touch his hair. He said that they had already passed through Chararin, and if they didn't like it at the border, they could go north or south, and the situation would be better there. Emily suggested going south, and her brother agreed because he hated the cold. They walked through the desert and reached the border where they could see some water, although it was quiet but not calm. The master said that even with a non-aggression agreement, it was difficult to clean up the place, and the children agreed with him. On their way, they saw a lot of dead bodies because of the war, they were everywhere, and there were even whole mountains of them. Since they had gone too far, they could not go back, and the magician had an idea that it was time to make some money. He was so encouraged by this idea that he decided to start doing it, and Ilya did not understand what exactly he wanted to do. There were red portals near them, and some bloody clots started falling out of them. Ilya stood up and came closer to look at them and said that they were the corpses of the same monsters. Ryan explained that if they sold all those bodies, they could make more money, and Emily wanted to know what their master was up to. He started pointing in the sand, showing that people like him don't need to draw runes, and it saves him time and allows him to make several at once. The students were shocked. Some of them had goosebumps, and some wondered who he was. His mentor had already prepared everything and was ready to start. But Ilya could not understand what was happening and what he was doing. Ryan was going to create golems, and the student was surprised by this and did not believe it. Because they disappeared many years ago, he changed his mood. Now he is delighted and believes how strong the master is. He began to call for souls to come through runes and appear before the great magician. He was concentrated and commanded them to do his will as those who were faithful to his hearing and called the golems. Something began to come out of the ground, and the children began to scream and be frightened by it. The master asked them to shout like that while turning around and looking at them. The students quickly fell silent. They were scared, but they still could not believe that this was happening in reality. Ryan liked it, and various silhouettes of golems appeared behind him. He started shouting orders to collect the corpses of the monsters and the metal that was around. He showed them the direction to go, and they decided to follow his orders. The boy was delighted with what he saw and asked the master to teach him how to do the same. Ryan thought about it and said that he would not teach him this because he had no talent for magic. The boy stood there in shock and had nothing to say when the master called him stupid and too weak. The student could not believe that he was so stupid and was disappointed, and his sister was angry with the master for saying that. Then the mentor came up and said that he had the ability of a traveler, but he was still offended by him. He explained that if the boy tries hard, he can do amazing things, so it will be a hard job for him. Finally, he asked if he wanted to change, and Ilya's tears started to fall. I asked him what he should do as a master, because he wouldn't be able to do these things without talent, but he would try to discover the potential in him. The boy burst into tears after his mentor called him a precious master. Ryan hugged the boy and did not let him go, even though he tried to pull away, and the girl stood next to him and was happy for her brother. The whole valley heard the boy's screams, begging to be released and calling for help from his sister. When they turned around and were about to walk behind them, they heard a rumble and it scared them a little bit. The boy suggested that it could have been a Bunkai Ichigo, but his mentor did not know, although he closely followed the events. They watched something fall in the desert and began to wonder if there was still a non-aggression treaty in effect. The children were confused and did not understand what was happening, asking their mentor every minute. The master said it was war and that his golems had been destroyed. One of the knights wondered who was leading them because, judging by the number of golems, it was an impressive army. He looked at the car and assumed that it was from the 5th generation and was already calculating how much money they would give for it. Ilya wanted to know what the master was planning to do, but he didn't tell him anything, so the boy felt like his tame dog. A lot of golems gathered around them and the children were a little afraid of them. He was serious and was about to start when a drop of blood fell down his palm. He ordered his blood to give them more mana to make his dream come true, and he ordered the dream to become real. Ilya was a little scared because something started to come out of the ground, and his sister grabbed his arm. The master did not mind. He continued to practice magic, blurring the line between dream and reality and merging the 6 types of magic together. For a minute, everything was quiet, with some smoke from the cars visible. Then, Ryan Miller shouted at the top of his voice for the creatures of darkness to appear. The children were confused. They did not understand what was happening as they watched these events. The mentor told them to stand next to him if they didn't want to fall down, and they immediately got scared and started asking him what he said. The teacher and his students began to climb on the head of his creation. The magical creature was so big that we could hear cries for help from above. At one of the polling stations, there were black and white letters that were hostile to each other. One of the whites said that they had almost no mana left and asked the Lord for advice from everyone who believed in them to come back alive. And then, the leader of the White Knights decided to release all the mana they had. He ordered all his men to run as fast as they could and leave the place as soon as possible, and he went to the Blacks. He fought him bravely, and when he landed on the ground, he noticed that there was no one else and asked where they all went. One of his men asked the Lord to leave the place while he had the chance. Then he asked them if they had won, and people began to cheer him on. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a dark knight in front of him who was convinced that they would not be able to escape. This voice seemed familiar to him, and some bowed their heads, calling him a Titan. The Titan was very big and asked if the Lord had forgotten him, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He told me that he spent a lot of time trying to get revenge after losing him and started buying all the information he could find about him. He assumed that it had been sold, but the Titan didn't want to tell him anything else. The knight said that he had already spent all his mana and asked if this was the end of him. Then the Titan shouted for him to die and raised his sword to strike his opponent. The Lord did not like that he could die like that, because then his comrades would not be proud of him and his pride would be trampled. Then the man started to fuss and think about what he could do, but stopped for a moment because he did not understand why the Titan had stopped talking. He looked ahead and could not believe his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Ilya asked what it was. It was several times bigger than a Titan, and Raim explained that it was the golem of the 28th number. Even the Titan himself could not explain what was happening and why this creature was here. Everyone began to fuss and order to attack it, and the question of what it was raised. Titan began to summon his magic, directing it at the enemy. Ryan liked the picture and thought it was a beautiful view, but his student would argue that it made him feel sick. The master watched and saw that they combined 4 types of magic, but it was not enough for the golems. He behaved abruptly, ordering them to attack him because he could renew it an infinite number of times. The master explained that their combinations were very weak and that the magicians had a very low level, but the children were not interested in that because they were stewing. He mocked them because he felt that they were using magical things and not magic itself, and he wanted them to be fools. Guided by his homeland, he decided to simply take the magical artifact from them. The Titan was shocked at how easily the giant managed to take his thing. So the enemy struck the monster's arms so hard that its parts flew apart. The giant looked calm, even though he had a burnt body. Ryan was pleased that they used a Titan in the battle against him. He appreciated the titanium because its qualities were excellent, and he only wanted to collect scrap metal, not hit the jackpot. The great magician has already decided that he will take it and sell it on AliExpress, counting the money he will receive. But first he had to take the magic item from me, so he reached for it. After he moved it, he turned to the enemy, threatening that he was next. The giant hit the Titan, and a lot of dust was raised afterwards. And Ryan was very happy that he managed to move it. He raised his hands and declared that he had taken everything, and then there was a commotion downstairs. Everyone started shouting that they were running away. The master was satisfied with his work, but Ilya was convinced that he was not all right. But the man just laughed at him, saying that this was the best compliment he had ever heard. He added that the crazier a great magician is, the better he is, and laughed ominously. In the desert, here and there you could see flashes of smoke still standing after the battle, and the Gamelians were collecting trophies. Then the mentor approached the students and asked if they believed him now. The guy looked scared, but he denied that he had never said such a thing, and the master assured him that they had not yet seen his full power. He asked them how they were doing and said that although they were children, they were already learning from him. Emily was delighted with her mentor and said it was amazing, and I tried to motivate her, saying that if she trained, she would be able to do the same. The Gommels brought the trophies to the owner, and he was pleased because they had hit the jackpot with one shot. Ilya noticed something and called his master to ask what it was. He spotted the knight Herodomus under the rubble and asked if he was still alive. He tilted his head to the mask and felt the man's heavy breathing. Ryan was not very happy to find the children, and they kept asking what they should do with him, whether they should take off his armor. He was touched by the fact that even though they were in slavery, they had not lost the kindness in their hearts and that they were his disciples. So the mentor decided to help them and asked them to split up to check everything for himself. He saw that the process of self-healing was underway, so he assured the children that he would be as good as new. The mage looked at the armor and thought it was high-level magic, and when the recovery process started, it closed. He wanted to study it, and then he could open this armor because it was a real lucky thing to find it. But he couldn't take it away while this guy was alive. The emblem began to glow on the knight's armor, and the boy decided to touch it. When Ilya touched the knight, the armor opened, and he called the master to take a look. He was surprised to see a girl under the armor. Emily was a little angry because it was not so important now. They sat down in some cave and trained, and the mentor praised them for their good workout today. Ryan told them not to be surprised because he was a descendant of elves, and the disciples were surprised by this information. Ilya asked the master again because he thought they were just a legend and couldn't accept it yet. The mentor was stubbornly reading and studying something because the armor was really good for him, and added that he hadn't said anything about this warrior being an elf. And he asked me not to wake him up for now, because then he would interfere with his research. The boy was irritated by his mentor's behavior, but his sister asked him not to talk about the master in such a way. Ryan didn't care what his student said about him, because he thought he had to grow up first, but he knew he would never be like his master. He checked the shields and their regeneration was at a high level, and it was actually healing him. The man was a little upset because he had seen this in the past, but he was curious about how it was happening now. He realized that hard times grow fast, so he asked Emily if he should check his condition. But before that, I asked the girl how she was training and if everything was going well. She said that the training went well, and her mentor praised her by patting her head. They were interrupted by a strange sound and saw that the stranger was about to wake up. He opened his eyes and began to assess the situation and find out where he was and was quite calm. He got out of bed and thanked them for saving him. But he suggested that if they had taken him prisoner, he had nothing more to say and was convincing. The master calmed the boy down, explaining that they had saved him and that he should not be angry with them, and offered to introduce himself to each other. He said that he was the son of Earl Shaylin, Liam Grand Shaylin, and thanked them again for saving him. The girl was standing next to her mentor, and they were glad that the young man had manners. Ryan said that there was no need to thank him, because he was older than him and thus hurt him. He bowed his head slightly, understanding the situation, and asked how long he had slept. Liam was amazed that he was offline for 3 days and asked what happened. He was told that Gerudom's army had come to investigate the area, but they never found anything. Then the young man switched gears and asked about the giant monster, and the master explained that it was his creation, and he casually added that he had decided to take that titan for himself. The mentor noticed that he was soberly considering whether he was born this way or had to become this way. Liam became serious and asked what happened to Gerudom's army. The master liked that he wanted to know what happened there because he could become a good strategist. The young man noticed what was coming and did not answer his question, and he agreed. The magician became curious and wanted to test him, saying that even if he told everything, he still wouldn't be able to prove his case. The guy became curious about what he wanted to do with it, and Ryan kept joking that it was not very funny. The guy was starting to get angry that he kept repeating that he was a great magician and that no one could cope with his magic. Liam started shouting at the master, calling him arrogant, but for Ryan, it was like a challenge because he was telling the truth. He was tired of arguing and decided to leave if they helped him for nothing, but the master did not understand why he did not want to ask for help. The guy was touched. He wanted to ask for help, but did not know if he could help him. The mentor tried to stop him by luring him with information about Gerudom that he could get, but the boy tried to ignore him because he thought he was crazy. The young man stopped and looked at the master with him and threatened that if he lied to him, he would never forgive him. He explained that he was still young if he thought he would be deceived, but asked if his pride was more important than the lives of his people. His mentor wanted to make it clear to him that he should know why his subordinates risked their lives for him, which surprised him. He was a little embarrassed because he realized that the man had seen everything because he had watched them risk their lives for him. The master was very serious and explained that he does not help those who do not ask him to. And the boy was surprised when the mentor told him that he had saved him only because his students asked him to do so. Then Liam went to Emily and knelt down to thank her for saving him. The girl was embarrassed by this concession and a little angry with her mentor for what he had done and said. The great master was very surprised because the boy had the real qualities of a king. Continuing on his knee, the boy officially asked the great magician for help on behalf of his house. He was a little uncomfortable, and I asked if they could take him to Chaperone's military camp. The master already had an idea, because the boy was too valuable to leave him behind. With a slight smile, the district agreed to take him personally to a military camp. While they were accompanying the boy, he did not believe to the last that he was a great magician, at best only a high-class one, because the aura of a master did not come through. The young man was annoyed that the magician did not know such things and called him a deluded liar. He explained that this aura appears when you train your body and concentrate energy in it and then release it. As soon as the boy finished saying that he would be able to break stones as a result, he heard a loud rumble behind him and was a little scared. The boy was surprised to see the master chopping wood and his students asking if he was going to use the move. Liam stood in a stupor, not believing his eyes that it was really a master and that he did not have to release the energy. The mentor can laugh a little and ask what happened to the boy and ask if he still doesn't believe that he is a great magician. The guy was embarrassed that he was using magic without reading and connecting 4 types without magic items. He kept looking at him and could not believe that such a powerful man was standing in front of him. Ryan began to boast that he could combine 12 types of magic, and this was beyond the young man's capabilities. While they were arguing, they had already reached the border of the city of Jungard, and the students really liked the way it looked. Liam saw a man he had never seen before. He looked like an Eri duke from the Zoroaster Empire. They were already on the threshold to the entrance to the city and entered the big gate. The students were very surprised to see that the food was right on the street, and Ryan decided to call out to the young man, but he didn't seem to hear him. When the master came closer, he asked what the warrior was looking at, and he seemed to come out of a trance. Liam didn't know if it was normal to leave the great wizard alone in the city, but the master had already done everything he asked, and now it was up to him. The man turned around and went to the children, who had already bought a treat for themselves, and said that they were leaving because he didn't like this place very much. The young man looked after him and was a little surprised because he didn't even ask for anything in return. He felt uncomfortable and could not let them leave so easily, so he caught up with them, and the master was shocked that he had not left yet. Then the boy thanked the mentor for his help and asked them to come to their house more often when he had the opportunity. Then Ryan asked if there were any forests or mountains near their territory, and if so, he would definitely visit them. After that, the master and her students turned around and were walking back, and they could hear the young man shouting how he would be waiting for them. The guy didn't know what to do because he wanted to go with them, but we also had to go back. Thumping his chest, he decided to return to where he was supposed to be and meet with the Marquis of Giralta. While Ryan was doing his own thing, Emily managed to summon magic and surprise her mentor. A small light appeared in the girl's palms and she was extremely happy. A magician approached her and began to praise her for her good work and how it was her first spell, which made her very embarrassed. He began to deliberately provoke his student by saying that his sister was more talented than him. The boy was so angry that he struck a fierce blow, and the girl and the master were surprised by this. The boy was a little embarrassed because he did not expect that he could hit the stone so hard, unlike his mentor who seemed to be pleased with his work. Ryan approached Ilya and patted him on the head because he has a talent for martial arts. The student was surprised when the master congratulated him and told him that he had finally learned to use aura. Then he leaned over and asked the boy if he needed magic now, but he didn't know what to say yet. The girl began to ask if they would stay here, while her brother was infinitely happy that they had learned to use aura. The master said that they would go to Liam because they were invited, and that they would take some money from him and look at their land. Ryan Miller said that he felt that something interesting was about to happen, and the children were surprised by it. They did not understand what it was, and they were curious. The man realized that the child was in a rather difficult situation. During their last meeting, the mage had given him a magic mark, and his words were not just an excuse to get him interested. He looked after him all the time, and the reason he came back was because of his father's poor condition. The most interesting thing was that when he was sent to the war, they did not count on him, but he came back and brought them victory. After that, members of the royal family were jealous of him and tried to kill him. And this is how greed and ignorance of people manifest themselves. But they failed because his contribution to the war was too high, so they couldn't accuse him of anything. But the guy took the chance and hid. Then the students wondered what the master thought about whether the royal family would leave the boy alone. They were looking down from above, and Ryan thought they were there at the right time. But the children did not understand what was going to happen now. He explained that even now there are those among the royal family who have heads not just for beauty. A special group of titans was moving in on them because they realized that it would not be enough to kill a genius like Liam and sent them in at this time. Ilya started shouting at the master to do something, but he just smiled because he had foreseen it. After that, he became more serious and touched his forehead, and magical runes appeared around it. And he sent a whirlwind of them toward the titans, shouting for them to accept their death. The tornado was strong, and it was taking the titans into itself, even though they tried to resist it. The two titans conspired and activated their magic crystals, turning into red balls and moving behind the tornado. They were very surprised because she had hired them to kill, and they could not explain what was happening now. Ryan Miller was disappointed in them because they wanted to go behind his back. They were shocked to be noticed, and an icon appeared in front of them, and something started to come out of it. A terrible and large creature came out of the magic circle. It was several times bigger than the titans. The master turned around and was calm while there was a struggle between them. He called it suppression of magic, and the children stood there in shock. The mentor and his students were watching the battle, and something surprised them so much that Ilya started asking what happened. Ryan was a little embarrassed because he seemed to have forgotten how to cancel prizes from the monster. He was a little unhappy because it seemed like he would have to help again and break his rule again. Ilya was confused that his mentor could break his rule if he helped them. It was strange to him. The master explained that it was like a promise he made to himself, but the guy said that he was just stingy with his good deeds. Ryan Miller was going to send Sigurgard back, which surprised the children. The rest of the titans began to fuss and get confused in their speculations about whether it was a demon or a monster and ordered everyone to retreat. The monster continued to kill people with its tentacles piercing through their bodies. Not far away, an army of white knights with Liam at its head was watching the battle, and no one understood where this demon came from or what was going on. The master was a little annoyed that his creatures didn't burn like that instead of calmly killing them all, and the children asked him not to summon monsters anymore. Liam was looking at something intently, and behind him we could hear gossip and speculation about what he saw. The master jokingly asked if he had good dreams while he was away. One of his men wanted to attack him, saying that the Marquis had sent him, but the Lord stopped him. The guy greeted the master and said that he was glad to see him again. Ryan said he was walking around, smiling slightly, but the Lord didn't really believe it. He said in my ear that coincidences do not happen twice and suggested that this was the second time he had saved him. The man asked if he was willing to pay for saving his life, and Liam thought about it. The guy lifted his mask and said that if he was trying him again, he should stop, and the man should realize that he was onto him. The master didn't like the atmosphere there, as many warriors gathered around them and watched him. Then the mentor asked him if he was going home and offered to walk together, to which the boy was surprised how he knew. The mentor explained that he used a magic tag to keep track of him. Some soldiers started shouting that they had to search and check the master because such a person could not just approach the Lord. Leon tried to leave his subordinates alone, assuring them that everything was fine, while Ryan thought they were stupid knights. After that, the boy approached his mentor and asked if he had seen it, and he assured him that he had certainly followed him. He explained that he had come just in time because the one he calls Geralta had arrived. He put his hand on the knight's shoulder and assured him that everything was fine as long as he lived, and the knight agreed. Then the master asked if they could go to him together, and for the young man it was very noble of him. But first, Liam had something to do and got down on one knee before Ryan, calling him his lord, and had one more request. The soldiers were confused by this behavior of their lord and began to rage. The man was a little angry, and I don't understand why he put him in such an awkward situation. But the young man explained that earlier he had said that if he did not ask for help, he would not get it. So he asked for help right now. His voice became even more pleading and again asked him to help him so that he would not let his people die. Then the master thought about it and realized that he had finally changed because he understood what he was telling him. He explained that the Marquis would not leave him alone and that he would not be able to guarantee the safety of his people, and asked the master to help him with this. The children stood next to the master and watched the Lord ask for help, and then the mentor agreed to help him. But Ilya was a little surprised because Liam was very timid when he was around the master. But the magician had one condition that made this situation different from what it was before. He said that upon his return, the Lord would do whatever he wanted, no matter what, and his subjects were shocked by this. One of his subordinates took up his sword and started shouting that he should not listen to this abuse and that at the cost of their lives they would give him the opportunity to escape. He raised his hand to stop the soldier and asked if he understood everything correctly. Ryan started to give examples of what he could ask for. It could even be a desire to take his place, and the guy had nothing to say to that. The warrior was furious at this behavior, and the master said that his impudence had no boundaries. In a furious state, he rushed at the magician with his sword, who was standing next to his lord. His students were frightened when they saw that the warrior wanted to attack their teacher. But Ryan was ready for this and was calm. So when the sword was near him, he grabbed it with one hand and held it. When the knight saw this, he was amazed that the man could draw his sword with his bare hands. While the master was holding the sword, he said that for a knight like him, this was a rash act. He threw the military back a moment and made a remark that it could not even detect the level of the enemy's strength. The warrior hit a pile of stones, creating a lot of dust and smoke and forming a fault in the shape of his body. Then, Ryan asked him with an angry voice if he was thinking with his head about whom he was pointing his sword at, even though he was sympathetic to such loyalty to the Lord. Then, the subordinates began whispering behind them, saying that the master had defeated the Supreme Knight with a single blow. Then, the master turned to the lemma and realized that his proposal might not be profitable for him, so he asked if he was ready for it. Ryan began to shout at him to reach him, and then the knight lifted his mask and said that his heart had long since made up its mind. Then the mentor gave him his hand and said that he was grabbing it, which surprised the guy a little. He did not expect such a gesture. He fought for her and said that he was ready for anything and would do whatever he asked. The man bowed his head slightly and said that he would return him home safe and sound, as he had asked him to do. But I decided to ask him again if he agreed that if I asked him for anything he wanted, it wouldn't matter. Then the man stood up and turned around, saying that the deal was done, and now none of them had the right to back out. In the place where they were, a large and powerful energy was formed and disappeared somewhere in the sky. And the boy asked if this was all there was to it, and his mentor confirmed his thoughts. Then the boy asked his mentor what they would do now, even though it was obvious to him. He explained that he was isolating Geralta because no one asked him to kill him. At the time, this man was sleeping with a woman, and he was a problem for them. So the master decided to put him to sleep until the Lord was safe. The young man realized that there would be confusion in that army because they would lose their commander. It was a little annoying that he was behaving like that, and I didn't know if he had really foreseen everything, but the mentor had already chosen a course to the north, and the students were wondering if it was cold there. Their journey was long, but in the north of these vast lordly lands, the climate was mild, and there were mountains and forests. He looked at his map and noticed that there was a lot of mana, which was a good sign, and asked if there were any factories nearby. Ryan believed that the more factories the better, but the problem was that they pollute the environment, and the Lord agreed and immediately thanked him again for helping him in such a difficult time. Then the master turned to his students and asked what they thought of this place. The brother and sister were happy with this place because they could not imagine that it would be so good and it was not as cold as Emily thought. After listening to their opinions, he decided that this place was right for them. Liam interrupted them, telling them to go to the city, but the mentor said that they had already come to the village. Everyone was delighted to see the pride of Shalian, a wooden church that stood in the center of the city. The guy invited them to welcome them to his country, and the children were shocked and did not know if he was really that rich. The great wizard had some suspicion that these were not just trees. He thought it was because he was a descendant of elves. When the man called this tree piece, everyone was surprised and began to ask if they heard it correctly. Liam immediately began to ask the magician what he knew about this tree. He looked at it seriously and said that it was still alive, but it was slowly dying. The magician explained that only elves are able to manage the Tree of Peace, but since they are not there, it begins to die. The boy had many questions and wanted to know how to save him and hoped for a great magician. The only thing he could do now was to make the tree 50 years younger, and the young man began to ask him to do it. The master was angry with the boy, who thought he was a florist or someone else, but the young man kept asking him to do something. He went a little further and said that they would discuss this a little later because he had to deal with the tower first. The mentor examined the area and decided that it was the most suitable place for the tower. He checked that this place has a lot of life force and the magical density is high, so it is perfect for him. After checking the Shelian's family history, he learned that the tree was about 400 years old. As a result, Ryan thought that the last elves had died out a quarter of a century ago. Now this is the best place for a mentor. It's like it was made for him. The master thought that wood could serve him as a good material for creating a tower. So he decided to ask for these lands as a reward for his help. The magician was pleased with himself because real estate is the best investment, and there were plenty of materials for his experiments. After all the thinking and analysis about the area, he decided that enough was enough for today and thought about going shopping. Late in the evening, he returned with bags of food and heard strange accounts. It was Ilya who was trying to lift a barbell with discs, and he had already done it 97 times, and it was clear that it was already very difficult for him. Then his mentor decided to tell him to do 30 more because he needed to develop his muscles. Since it was already quite difficult for him, he was surprised at what else he had to do and was angry with his master. Then Emily ran up to Ryan and started asking him how everything went, taking his coat. He asked her how her training was going, and she told him that she had mastered the magic of ice and wind, and he praised her for it by patting her on the head. He was a little surprised that she was learning so quickly and asked if she already knew the magic of water and lightning. The magician was happy for his student and suggested that she move on to the next stage of creation magic since she had already learned the magic of the elements. The girl was a little unsure, but the master explained that although it was a bit complicated, it would be just right for her. Ryan said they were going to have steaks for the evening, and the guy's eyes lit up when he lifted the bar. Ilya didn't care how hard it was for him anymore because his thoughts were filled with steaks because he loved them so much. Later, his mentor said that if he washed up, he could sit down at the table, and he was excited to eat steak. The girl was a little upset, and the nail technician asked what was wrong with her, but she said she was fine. Emily explained that she still thought it was all unreal and that she was just dreaming. The mentor asked her not to think about such trifles, and the girl said that she enjoyed spending every moment with them. He asked me to feel everything that was happening as if it were the first time they met because he and everything else is real. The girl smiled slightly and agreed with her mentor and asked him for forgiveness, thanking him for everything. Ryan was so happy that he hugged Emily, and her brother was already standing behind him, yelling at the master for starting up again. In the evening, when he had cleaned up and changed his clothes, he decided to go up to his students. He saw that they were already sleeping, but they looked like they were not having a restful sleep. He came closer to Ilya and noticed that the boy had forgiven him somewhere. With the help of magic, he realized that tomorrow he would already have inflammation and decided to cure it with the help of the traveler's magic. Ilya achieved all this through hard work, and his mentor was calm. He had seen everything, and that much had changed in 1,000 years. He was sitting next to the boy and thinking that maybe it was too much for them, but they were his students, and Emily was listening in. Her mentor's words touched her, and he thought he should cut her brother's training short. Terrible monsters appeared and were breathing very hard and very hungry. The mentor looked at the monsters and hoped that they would behave well, so he asked them to come closer. He called Emily and Elijah and told them to prepare to fight these creatures. Ilya was the first to go into battle and saw a group of several creatures flying at him. They were very angry and shouted that they would have meat for dinner tonight, showing their big teeth. One of them swung his sword and hit the boy's bracelet, but it withstood the blow and stopped him. The guy tried to kick the enemy and did a somersault in the air. The master was not pleased with the boy's antics. For him, it was childhood. Ilya was a little surprised and scared at the same time when he saw that he was surrounded by monsters. He couldn't stand to see it any longer, so he asked Emily to help her brother. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate, while her mentor gave her some suggestions. When she opened her eyes, she looked serious and turned her magic into fire. When the creature took a swing at the boy, he saw something coming at him. The girl formed a large fireball, exploded in flames, and pointed it at the enemy. Ilya was very happy that she had saved him, and thanked her for it. The monsters began to make noise when they realized that he was a magician and became even angrier. So they quickly began to attack the girl, and she was so frightened that she was stunned. Her brother reacted quickly and stood in front of his sister, asking her not to overexert herself. He released his energy and directed it at the enemy, striking with his hand. At that time, the girl began to recite a spell, ordering the moisture in the air to gather and become like a blade. And with the help of her stick, she pointed the icy blades toward the monsters, bypassing her brother. The students were satisfied with their work and the way they worked as a team. Their joy was interrupted by the master asking if they felt stronger. The boy was not happy and started asking why he didn't help them fight the monsters. Ryan was a little surprised and explained that it was their training, because if he had helped, there would have been no point. But the guy continued to say that he was a bad craftsman, even though the girl tried to stop him. Then the master reproached him and asked why he had attacked in such a way and had gotten bloodied by attacking with the help of aura instead of using the techniques he had taught him. The mentor reminded him that his power comes from his body and that he should not forget the nature of his aura. So the boy realized that he had made a mistake this time. But the man praised his students for trying because it really wasn't that easy. He asked them to go wash up while he set up camp and prepared lunch. In the evening, the magician told us that development bypasses the tribes of demons, and that even after 1,000 years, nothing has changed. They were sitting around a fire, and he told them that it took him 60 years to become a great magician, and his students wanted to know more about everything. The man treated them with contempt, considering them a bunch of lazy psychos who live in the Central Plains and turn everything into chaos. He added that among them there is someone he calls a king, who does all the extra work and came down to earth about a century ago. The students listened so attentively to their mentor that they forgot to eat because they were interested in learning more about them. He recalled the times that were difficult, but they managed to stop him, and he promised to tell the rest next time. The children were impressed and wanted to continue, but the mentor told them to eat and rest well. He smiled slightly and explained that tomorrow there would be more training, so he needed a good rest. The disciples obeyed the master and wished him to sleep as well. They exchanged wishes and went to their tents. Ryan was wary because he felt that someone was watching them and wanted to know what they were up to. There was a creature in the bushes, and it was very hostile to the person it was watching. The master understood that she had found him, but I don't understand how it happened or who he is. He crouched down on the ground and wanted to find out everything soon, but he heard a rustle behind him. Behind him, he saw 2 large gommels standing next to him. The creature was furious and called them selfish pieces of land. The giants began to attack the creature, and he barely managed to dodge them. The man was surprised because he saw that they were not a simple piece of land. Without stopping, they continued to attack the creature, and one of them punched it in the ground, hoping to crush it. Although it was hard for the man, he realized that it was a golem and that it was glued to the ground. He stood up and mocked them, saying that they would do nothing for him, so they would have to bring their own master here. The golems were stubborn, and only one man who wanted to touch him released some fragments. He was amazed because he had never seen such golems before, and fragments of earth fell on him. The creature hoped that everything was over, but behind him, the golems were rebuilding piece by piece, and he could not understand what was happening. So he got up without waiting and went at them, trying to destroy them completely. He was furious because he didn't understand what kind of golem it was, because he couldn't kill it. And because he was distracted, one of the giants struck him, and he flew away and hit the ground. He was the king of demons and could not accept such a disgrace, so he promised to destroy each of them because he considered them useless pieces of land. While he was lying there, A giant came up to him and stood in front of him, and he realized that things were about to get bad. The creature was cursing them and threatening them with more to come. But we stood there and did not understand where it had gone. The master expected that the king would come and defeat him, or he would escape, so he assumed that he was already far away at a safe distance. He was glad he didn't have to take the first step, and now they are not a threat. Ryan opened his windows and began to look at what they had to do today. He concentrated on one slide and thought that this space should be enough for them, since they had a lot of money saved up. He looked at the map and saw that they had cleared almost everything and that all they had to do was to return. The children finished packing the luggage and reported to their master, who in turn praised them for their good work. The students were surprised and asked where they were going because they did not believe that there were still places they had not been. The mentor suggested that they return to the Great Tree of Peace, and the disciples were very happy to hear this news. Ryan waited a bit because he felt something strange in the air and the students were a little scared. He became more serious because he felt the magic in the air, though it was weak, not the kind of magic that people use. The master changed his mind and told his students that they would have to change direction. He could see from his screens that something interesting was happening there, and Ilya was getting nervous because he didn't know what the master was up to again. They looked at the screen and saw something terrible and equated it with a giant orc. Ryan said that it was a very strong monster that could not be compared to anyone else and called it an orc ogre. The master took his disciples by the hand and began to move them quickly around the area. It was obvious that Ilya didn't like it, but his sister was delighted. She thought it was fun. The mentor was very serious and addressed his students. He said that they seemed to have arrived, and the student was surprised because it was really fast. They saw a taller orc from behind the forest, and the mage asked his students to look at his forehead. They thought it was a precious stone, but he corrected them by calling it magical. Such stones endow the owner with magical powers, and this monster mutated because he ate a magic stone. The orc growled. He was given the title of the highest because he not only differs from his brothers in strength, but also in the fact that he resists magic. The girl was looking at something intently and did not look away, so she asked the master to look at it. There was a tribe of tapestry men standing there saying something in their language. The magician explained that they were goblins and began to wonder what they were doing, and Emily asked if he was summoning dead spirits. Ilya thought of a magical cast, and the master liked this idea. The girl was alarmed to realize that he drew power from the spirits around him to use his spells, so she did not understand how he was different from a magician. Then the mentor suggested going somewhere where the battlefield would be better visible and he would explain everything there. They moved to the rock and the master drew their attention to the field. He began his explanation with the salamander, which was a spirit and needed magic to control it. And so they grew into spirits, and the fireball burned through the cannibal's body, creating a hole in it. The difference from this spiritual goblin was that most people use their income to do some work. The ogre began to concentrate his attention, and Ryan added that if the spirit and the human work together inefficiently, the spirit weakens. And then, when the enemy takes damage, the spirit is destroyed, and the orc strikes the salamander. They watched the battlefield, and the master added that if this happened, they could not get a spirit that would take revenge on them in the future, and it seemed scary to the children. He noticed that for a goblin, he was outstanding, but the lack of training was affecting him greatly. The master felt sorry for the goblin because he tried hard to fight, but the forces were unequal. The ogre lifted a large tree and threw it towards the goblins, knocking them out of the way. He was ruthless. He threw trees and smashed everything in his path and then crushed the tapestries with his feet while lying down. He was roaring terribly. His anger knew no bounds, and a spiritual goblin was watching. The disciples were annoyed and angry with the monster because it was too cruel. Ilya started screaming and begging the master to hurry up and help them, which shocked him. The mentor casually asked why he should care about their lives. His student was very angry at the master's response and called him a cold-blooded man. This attitude angered the master because he had no right to speak to him like that, and then he decided to ask him a question. He explained that the same thing was happening in the kingdom and wanted to know why he wanted to help some stranger, which put the guy in a daze. He explained that those who have strength do not look at the weak in trouble, because even when they asked for help from someone with strength, everyone turned them away. Ilya looked down and said he didn't want to become like that. At first, the mentor was surprised, but then he became curious because he never thought he thought like that. Then, Ryan told them that he was their master and that his task was to help them, and the children were surprised to hear that. The students were very happy that they managed to convince the master, and he recognized that the boy had won. He told us that since ancient times, it was very difficult for anyone to defeat a high orc. It took an army or a veteran mercenary to kill him. The master thought about it. Although he could have ended it with just one blow, it made no sense for him to do it here. The master decided to make this their training and asked them to listen carefully because they had to absorb this experience with their bodies. He explained that they needed to change their tactics to keep things simple because it was foolish to attack head-on. Ryan was convinced that this was possible even for Emily, even though she had a low level of magic, and he surprised his students. Ilya started to laugh at his sister because he didn't believe that she could add such a strong monster on her own and thought that the master's jokes had gone too far. The master assured them that they would soon see everything and looked at the orc, who began to growl in fear. Around the monster, some families began to appear, and he screamed furiously, sinking somewhere underground. The great magician stood and was pleased with what was happening on the battlefield. The disciples stood there in amazement, unable to believe their eyes what had happened to the monster. The master explained that if a magician is a low-level magician, he can simply destroy the ground beneath him. But Ilya could not believe that it was so simple. After that, he told them to leave, and the children, still impressed, agreed with him. The spiritual goblin noticed the mentor and the disciples and could not believe that they were human. He came up to them and bowed his head in front of him, greeting him and calling him great. Ryan noticed that he knew their language, and he explained that he had already dealt with the people and learned their language. He watched him closely and asked him not to call him great because it was not the time. When the magician wanted to say that he did not think he was a dragon, he interrupted him and believed that they had not completely disappeared from this world, but then asked who he was. The master said that he was one of the strongest people and lived in the time of dragons, which surprised his students because they thought he was joking. The spiritual goblin could not believe it. He thought it was impossible. Then the goblin had an idea and began to bow to him, thanking him for saving them. But Ryan could not understand why he was doing it. The mentor admitted that he helped them only because their students asked him to, and the goblin thought about it. Then he decided to thank his disciples, and Elijah was happy for himself because he had done it. Then he turned to the magician again because he had a suggestion for him. He stood up and began to explain that they had been living here for a very long time, and recently they had been attacked by ancient orcs. He decided to ask if he could protect them, and if he did, they would be able to sign a contract with him. The children were surprised at the word guard, and Ryan realized that it was already very shabby, but he agreed to the deal and promised to protect the clan. He activated his magic and wanted to start the contracts, so he asked for the goblin's name and clan, and he introduced himself as Yaoki, the leader of the Sharp Clicks tribe. He was serious in such matters, and they concluded a contract according to their agreements, and the details of the contract will be sent later. And as a bonus to the contract, the mentor decided to give him the body of that orc. The goblin began to bow to him and thank him for his kindness. He started something called Simple, or with the motives of magic and creation to unite to summon power from dreams. Then he looked at the goblin, who was still kneeling, and the children were very surprised. He was concentrated and ordered the formed force to look after this clan. The chief screamed, and a giant gomel appeared behind the master. Nastanit and his students moved everything to the top. He liked such a beautiful view, but his students were scared because of the height. Ilya was so afraid of heights that he didn't understand why they were there again. Then, with a displeased expression, he asked if he had summoned the same golem again. The master turned around and smilingly explained that he wanted you to not know what he was capable of. He said that the towers now recognize his power, but he heard only a heartless response from his disciple. Although it will take some time, they have now cleared the site and are now building the tower. Ryan ordered the construction from the construction guild, and soon everything was going to start. He was sure that the members of that guild knew their job perfectly well, and he helped them with spells. He mentioned that he had to ask to exclude the design from the cost because if their estimate increased, it would be problematic for him. The children were constantly in the house and waited by the window to see when they would see their master. There were a lot of people in uniform outside, and the children started to worry because they didn't know what to do in such a situation, so they asked the master to come back as soon as possible. Ilya was the first to see his mentor outside the window, talking to the guards, and immediately called his sister. The guards stopped the wizard to explain that this was Shillian's territory, and they were outraged when he called the Lord by name. This behavior angered Ryan. He said that he was the owner of this house and they had no right to talk to him like that. Then the guards felt incredible pressure. They could not understand what was happening. A man started shouting at them, asking what they were doing or if they had nothing better to do. The master noticed the voice, and it seemed quite familiar. At once, the guard stood at attention and came up with some excuses for the captain, and Ryan just laughed that he was alone. The captain came closer to the magician and said that he had been waiting for him, but he was a little annoyed and didn't like his tone. The master behaved a bit arrogantly, asking him if he had lost his fear and reproached him for his manners and asked where the other one was. The captain had already started to sweat and began to get angry with the great wizard. Raim continues to provoke the boy, asking him what he will do if he wants to fight, because he thinks he did not learn his lesson earlier. The captain was getting angrier and angrier at the master. He could not forget what had happened then. The last time they fought, he did not have the strength to defeat him. He gritted his teeth and said that the Lord was watching him then, and Ryan agreed with him and added that he should show more respect for others. The master decided to go inside and thanked him for his concern. Finally, he advised the guy to think the next time he thought of rushing into battle, and this made him very angry. Ryan Miller was very serious and added that if he wants to be respected, he must respect others. His students ran out into the yard, and he was surprised to see what had happened to them. You could see teary eyes on their faces, and they asked why he came back so late. He hugged them. You know, they were nervous while he was gone. He explained that he was busy, so he was a little late. The captain noticed that the master and his students were completely different, and he wondered if Liam was here, who was already waiting for him. The master was a little sad. He did not understand why he came to him. Emily explained that he was waiting for him. Liam was all dressed up and drinking his tea with a sad expression. The master thought it was a joke, but the students were surprised because he was getting better every time. Upon entering the room, His Highness saw that Lord Rhyme had already returned. The master jokingly said that if someone saw it, they would definitely think it was his house. The boy smiled a little at his mentor's joke and did not believe him. For some reason, the master was not very happy about this meeting and asked why he had come. He put his hands together and said that it was about the tower he was talking about earlier. The man explained that this was not something that needed to be done in a hurry, so he asked me to just say that everything was ready. Liam tensed up a bit and asked what kind of training the Lord was referring to. The master was alarmed and asked if he wanted to know all the details, which was answered positively. He agreed to tell me, as he would soon find out everything, and showed me where he wanted to build the tower. Showing all his plans, he wanted to build a factory for easy understanding. The boy associated the factory with pollution, and he thought about it. The mentor noticed that he was anxious because he was against all kinds of factories, so he needed to explain everything again because he had misunderstood. The magician turned to his disciples and asked them to make tea and wait for them outside. Emily agreed without any questions, but Eli didn't like it because for him it was like working as a maid again. When the students came out, the master was ready to tell him everything, but the boy pissed him off. He explained that in the past there were no factories. Instead, there were schools of magic. And I asked him to listen carefully because he would not repeat himself. Such schools were called towers of magic, and they were simply large. He explained that those towers were used to create weapons and titans that played a major role in wars and were indispensable in battles. They were of great importance to the country as a military power, and the countries that possessed them treated them with respect. But they constantly had conflicts with the magicians. Therefore, an order was created to protect the rights and interests of magicians. Ryan was tense because now the Order of Mages is no different from a mercenary guild. Liam asked me to explain to him what he meant because he believed that it was impossible to compare mages with mercenaries. He explained that now everyone calls themselves a magician, although they are not as good as in the past, and there are only 2 or 3 good magicians left. He tried to tell Liam that the quality of the product had dropped, but the guy couldn't believe it. Even though he said that the Tower of Magic and the factory are similar, they are different because the factory creates many things, but they are created in an artificial way. He was saddened by the truth that the magic tower conserves resources and creates new ones because it looks at the life cycle and focuses on their transformation. His look became more confident. He wanted to make it and show me how it would be and said that he could even help him. The guy asked if there was anything he couldn't do, but he was still wondering how long it would take. The master was very thoughtful, saying that he could not raise the dead or fix things in the past, but he could restore lost arms and legs, any body parts, and sustain life. He could also create very powerful magical tools, which impressed the boy very much. Ryan did not forget to mention that his services are not cheap, and since their conversation had come to this, he reminded him of their contract and wanted him to fulfill his part of the agreement now. The guy understood everything and asked how much money he needed. He was ready for this time to come. He didn't need money, so he took it and approached the guy, who was a little scared because he didn't understand what he was doing. Liam didn't feel very comfortable when Lord Ryan approached him and began to whisper in his ear. My lord's shouts were heard from the house, and people on the street immediately looked at him. The students were serving tea to the guards, and everyone wondered what was going on inside. This reaction was strange to the master, and he did not understand why. The young man was a little alarmed and gathered his strength and asked what he meant when he said that he had everything to offer. Liam tried to understand the master and asked him what he meant, but he did not fully understand what his young friend was talking about. The guy blushed and looked down, because he wasn't ready for this, but he agreed to do it. His mentor was furious. He explained that he was talking about part of his land and asked what the boy was thinking. He immediately revived and was surprised that all this time he had only wanted land from him. Ryan was already in a bad mood and explained that he needed land to build the tower. That's why he wanted to ask for a part of his territory to be his own, and the guy realized that this was the price for the contract with him. Then the master began to mock him for thinking he wanted him or something like that, but he no longer responded to these provocations. The man assumed that he must have gone crazy, but the boy looked him in the eye and asked if something was wrong. He said he would leave the part under his control, and the young man agreed and said he would give the land back as soon as possible. The master ordered him to prepare the tree of peace as soon as possible, and he understood. Liam lowered his head a little and said that when he was done, he would send him a message and asked him to leave. Finally, I would like to remind him that if he has any problems, he should find it and not be ashamed of it. He was a little nervous because I didn't know if he was serious, so I asked him again to leave. The master looked after him and barely restrained himself from laughing because the guy was even funnier than before. My brother and sister were standing next to each other waiting for their friend to come out, so they saw him right away when he appeared outside. The boy was serious because he could not guess when the master was joking and when he was serious, no matter how hard he tried. The students started asking if it was over and what had happened. The young man smiled at them and said that it was over and asked what had happened. The children screamed in surprise when they saw their master at the door. The Lord blushed a little and immediately said that he was leaving, so Ilya wished him that Allah would protect him. Ilya noticed that something was wrong with Liam, and Emily confirmed it as well. For the mentor, this way of building was quite old and tiring. He was talking to a construction worker and was not satisfied with asking if he could do it. Then they started a business conversation, and in order to give a price, the man needed to know all the details. They were looking at the construction plan in consultation with each other, and the worker pointed out one place where there would be no magic streams and no water supply. The master understood that this structure was different from the usual one, and he had his own methods of obtaining mana and water. The man explained that the price would go down and that he had seen the blueprints and didn't need water pipes and mana paths. He agreed to take 1,000 gold pieces for it because the construction of the two buildings required materials from different regions. It was too much for the master, and he told his husband about it. The master apologized that he did not have much money after selling all the goods he had during the journey. He was dismayed that in just a month he had earned only 30 silver pieces, and a normal building cost 100 gold pieces. 100 silver pieces was equal to 1 gold piece, and if a building was constructed on the main streets, it would cost approximately 400 and 600 gold pieces. He was desperate because I don't know that he would have gotten into this situation because you would have asked Liam for money, and now I don't know how he could have earned so much gold. He fully realized that the world tree was very important for the future, and he had no money at all. The foreman turned to the worker and said that he would still order the construction from him, but that he would ask about the price. The man explained that he would pay everything in one payment because he knew the Lord well, so he reassured the worker. The man was shocked that the magician knew the Lord, so he said that in this case he would make a discount for him. His mentor smiled at him and said that he was leaving everything to him. He expected this, that the Lord's name would lend him authority, and asked me to bring him the contract. Late in the evening, the mentor said that they had already set a date for the construction and was wondering what he needed to do now. The master realizes that they have a tree of peace, and it was a great treasure, and he did not know what they would do if someone found out about it. The children thought about what they would do next, and the magician handed them this thing and asked them to put it on. They thought it was glasses, but it was not really the man who wanted to show them the fire he created with the help of power. He put on some kind of glasses and began to conjure something. Thin threads of energy appeared from his hands. The students were amazed when they saw a large fire circle. Later, a black spot appeared in the middle of a large circle and turned into a ball. The children watched with open mouths. They saw that the master had created a metal sphere, and Emily asked what he was going to do with it. He wanted to create a magic stone, explaining that if he pumped mana into it, he would get an artificial magic stone. Energy circles appeared on the metal sphere, and the master was satisfied because it seemed to him that everything was ready. Ilya did not expect it to happen so soon, and the girl asked what would happen next. The stone fell into the ground, and they could not understand why they had just created it and buried it right away. But they had to have a little patience. It seemed familiar to the student, as if he had heard about it before and had some assumptions. Something began to crawl out of the ground, and the boy asked if it was a golem, and his mentor confirmed his assumption. The young man did not understand why he was constantly creating golems, even though he had other magic, so the girl suggested that it must be a golem factory. Then they went back to the golem, and the mentor explained that thanks to the stones inside it, it could work autonomously. While the giant was becoming a master, he added that he also heard and understood speech. His student was surprised and did not understand why he decided to create this golem right now. Ryan explained that he would send it to the goblins as promised, and we did not ask if it was to protect them. Because he already has so many things to do and cannot be with the goblins all the time and protect them, their thoughts were right. Unlike the mentor, who was happy and did not tell them to go ahead, his students were not very happy about it. Emily decided to shout at the giant one last time that everything is left to him. Because Ilya wasn't paying attention, he thought they could speak, but in fact, he could only hear and understand their language. The master stood behind Emily and said that the giant thanked them and asked them to pass this on. The children didn't believe the teacher very much because I think he made it all up, so they laughed a little. The worker asked everyone to leave the construction to them, as the ruler of these lands personally supervised the construction. After a reminder, the man confirmed that Mr. Count had already confirmed everything. The mentor asked his students to look at it and tell him what they thought, and for them, it looked like a house, not a tower. The master was a little confused because it was a tower, but the children didn't see it anyway. It looked like a house to them. He became more severe and said that as soon as the construction was finished, they would see what a real tower was like. The students began to mock their teacher a little, hoping that it would be really amazing and he would create another golem. The master was angry with himself because he realized that he had fallen in the eyes of his students because he created only golems, so he wanted to show them what a great magician he really was. Then he had something in mind and called his students and said that now they would move to a different level of training because they had matured in recent days. Ilya was shocked when he heard that he needed to improve his aura skills and that he was in for hellish training because he wanted to become a specialist. And since Emily is going to be a magician, she will now move from training to real practice and begin to combine different magics. The children started to get very worried and asked if the teacher was sick because she didn't want such hard training. He folded his arms over his chest and said with a satisfied face that as soon as he returned, they would start right away. Since the master had some work to do, he had to leave. But the children did not like him leaving them again. The children were shocked by what had just happened, and Ilya started calling his teacher names again. My Lord Liam was very pleased to see Mr. Ryan again. The man asked him how he was doing and if he had any good dreams, even though he knew he was having a good time. The young man thanked me for my concern and said that as far as he knew, the construction of the tower was going smoothly. The master thanked him for this and said that he had heard that his father had died, so the Count apologized for not telling him earlier. Then the magician realized why he was in such a hurry to get home and asked if he had finished cooking. The guy immediately said that they brought everything he asked for. He thought that the master had put him back on the track because of his praise, but asked him to follow him. 2 guards stood at the entrance and greeted the Count as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. The master asked if it was a dungeon, and the young man explained that they used castle casemates. They went downstairs and entered the spacious hall, and the master was curious to see what they had. A few people stood near him and started whispering about him, telling him some facts they had learned. Ryan Miller was pleased to hear them call him a great magician, and that he even existed. The master liked the place and thought it was an excellent choice of the Count. Then he turned his gaze to something inanimate, calling it a victim. There were some circles drawn on the ground and dead bodies inside them, and he was glad that his friend hadn't made any mistakes. He looked more closely at the corpses, and they were the dead bodies of Hisaks and some orc remains. The way they tried to get such ingredients was a great job, and then the guy asked what they would do now. Ryan thought about it because there were so many extra eyes in the room, so he didn't rush to answer. He asked the Count to order everyone to leave the city, and the Count was surprised. The man was serious because no one was supposed to see what was going to happen today, and it was in Liam's best interest for everyone to leave. He was already tired of this conversation, so if he wanted to know the secret, he had to kick everyone out. And we thought he understood what we were talking about, so he decided to do as the master asked. Then he turned to his subordinates and thanked them for their hard work, but asked them to leave immediately and would tell them all the details after the ritual. The man allowed them to stay here, but only if they did not value their lives, because he was not obliged to protect them. There was anxiety among the people. They were not ready for such a danger, so I thought it was a good idea to leave. Then the player asked what he had said was true, but it was okay, because the master only had to guide them. He realized that if someone had stayed, he would have had to kill him, but then he would have had problems. Then the boy began to ask why he was not told about the secret and what it was. Ma started by asking him if he knew his origin and if he knew he was an elf. The guy was seriously impressed. He could not believe the words of the master and wanted to know what he meant by the word elf. The master realized that he really did not know about his origin. He could not understand why they did not record their family history, but realized that such memories had been erased on purpose because Liam had heard about such connections. The guy realized that he was not a quarter elf, that it turned out that he was mixed right. Ryan noticed that he was a little disappointed, but began to reassure him and tell him that it was a great gift and quite rare. For him, this meant that he was only a half-breed elf, and now he was interested in what would happen to the Tree of Peace. Then the master asked him why he was not interested in why the tree was dying if he was an elf. He looked at it and explained that it was a living tree and at the same time a sacred temple for elves. The boy was shocked that elves are supposed to protect and restore the tree, but they don't do it, and there are many factories around that pollute the environment. For the boy, the master looked completely different when he explained that elves and dragons had disappeared several centuries ago. He thought for a while because he didn't know why the tree didn't react to him, but he would soon find out. The Count agreed with him and decided to leave everything in his hands. The guy was a little scared when the mentor asked him to take off all his clothes and be the way his mother gave birth to him. He thought he was teasing him again. He explained that it was a sacred ritual, so no matter how it looked, he had to do it. He was a little confused by the fact that he had to take care of the world tree. The mentor looked pleased. He twisted all the corpses into minced meat and let the boys stand in the center of the magic circle. The guy thought that they were not starting so well, but the magician tried to calm him down, saying he looked great. It seemed as if Ryan was mocking him, asking him to thank him for his forgiveness. Before he started, he warned him not to overdo it when he became a tree protector and not to forget his goal. The boy was irritated because the magician was talking about such serious things with such a face. He felt that the young man had released some tension and decided to start. He began to say spells to return life, and new runes were created near him, and a magical sphere was in his hands. The lines of the magic circle began to rise and rotate, which frightened the boy a little more, and he also felt a piercing wind. Everything began to rage in the room. A very strong wind was blowing, and the magic circle was spinning at high speed. The great magician was quite serious. He ordered the gate to be opened and this young man to be allowed to pass on his land. In a moment, a magical gate appeared in this vortex, opening the way to another world. The mentor looked there and was satisfied that everything had worked out, and now everything depended on the boy. The mage was watching the gate when Liam had already passed through it. At first he was calm, but then he felt as if he was in an ocean of life because he had heard stories describing something similar. He felt that the life inside the tree was waking up again, and it was beyond words. He completely merged with the tree and became one with it, because he felt it with his whole body. He saw the little creatures of the world tree. They looked like fairies, and he wondered where they were going. He was calm and thought that they probably wanted him to follow them. He thought they might be able to help save the tree. He felt the energy that was flying around, and it seemed to him that he began to understand the words of the master and wanted to learn more about it. The boy realized that the knowledge in the Tree of Peace was being revealed to him, and it was very extensive. He came to something great, and looking at it, he realized that he did not know such runes. He wanted to examine them more, but I don't know if they have any knowledge or can control the tree. Liam suggested that if he understood these runes, he might be able to control the tree. As soon as he touched the barrier, he was slightly thrown back and immediately heard the voice of the master warning him not to overdo it. The mentor began to guide him, explaining that he had already established a connection with the Tree of Peace, and now he just needed to concentrate on what he had to do and come back. The information that if he stayed too long, he would not be able to leave the tree stunned him. He thought about becoming part of the tree and staying. He liked the idea of being the one who could protect the tree. He also wanted to understand what was calling him and tried to touch the barrier again. As soon as he tried to do this, dark clots began to appear on his body. The magician stood outside the portal and saw that the boy could only create problems and not listen to his elders. He was upset because he didn't understand why no one listened to him except Emily, and those two guys were too stubborn. The guy was amazed by this knowledge. There were a lot of them, and they were being cleaned up on his body. He recalled the words of the master who asked him not to overdo it and not to forget his goal. He gathered all his strength. It was hard for him, but he wanted to become a tree protector, so he had to endure because he had a lot on his plate. The Count began to scream because something began to pull him and began to approach the exit of the portal where the master was waiting for him. After leaving, the guy was unconscious, and only now he started to wake up. Ryan Miller was glad that his friend had finally woken up. The guy was still a little disoriented, so he asked how much time had passed. Smiling slightly, the mentor said that it had been about a month, which surprised the guy. He was proud of Liam because he managed to become a defender of the tree, because he felt a connection between them. As soon as his mentor greeted him, the boy immediately began to thank him. The young man surprised the master when he said that it was the last snowshoe, so he asked how he knew about it. He lowered his eyes and explained that he had the memories of the world tree with him, and that these were the memories of the elves' ancestors. Ryan realized that these were the memories of his ancestors and asked how he felt. Liam started to get angry with his mentor because he didn't understand what he was talking about, so the master decided to show him everything himself if he couldn't see it. The magician came closer to the boy and, pulling back some of his hair, he said that he looked like an elf because his ears had changed. At first, Liam thought his mentor was joking, but later he tried his own ears. The guy blushed and did not understand why he felt so strange. The magician explained that the ears are very sensitive, but that most of them did not feel anything because their hearts were empty and cold. The guy still could not believe it, even though he was assured that he was human, even though he had elven features. Ryan was getting more and more interested, but Liam didn't like it much because he thought he was starting over. My mentor's eyes were full of madness because he was interested in everything. The boy was a little embarrassed and asked why the master was looking at him like that. He did not understand where his strict manner of behavior had disappeared or whether it was due to the complete change of body. The boy didn't like the fact that the master wanted to examine him. He wanted to look at his whole body. When he wanted to do it, Liam slapped him, and the man did not think he was so violent. The master had not yet fully come to himself. He thought the boy was quite funny, but it was all for a reason. In his hand, he held a magic ball. It was the last part to complete the tower. It was better than he expected. He was pleased with the work. With this, he will be able to create things that he did 1,000 years ago. The day of the vision's completion came, so the mentor and his students went there. The children were a little surprised and could not understand whether it was real, and their teacher asked them what was wrong. They could not believe that this was the same tower about which there had been so much talk because for them, it was just a house. Ilya started shouting at the master very loudly because he didn't understand what the tower was, but the master asked him to be less loud. He calmly explained that there was a beautiful tower right in front of him. The guy could not calm down because no one in the world had built such towers. When the student calmed down a bit, the master explained that what they were seeing was only the foundation. Now Ilya could not understand what was being said and what his teacher meant. Ryan asked us to listen carefully and explained that the Tower of the Great Wizard is being built step by step gradually. Amelia gently interrupted her teacher and wanted to know what it all meant. He patted the student's head, saying that she had asked him a good question and said that everything starts small. They looked at the big house because the Mage's tower itself is a powerful magical tool and not easy to create. The children finally understood their teacher that the foundation is built first and then everything else is added. After they cleared everything up, the magician wanted to move on to the next step of creating the foundation. Ilya began to fuss again, pointing to the house as if it were already a foundation, and Emily could not understand what they were saying. The master was completely confident and asked me to just look at them because he had everything under control. The sister lightly hit her brother after he started mocking their mentor for not knowing what a foundation is. The magician was calm, a magical seed appeared in his hands and he sent it into the ground. As soon as the students wanted to ask him a question, he asked them to wait and say some words. As soon as he finished his spell, the ground began to shake and something began to sprout from under it. Ilya was not worried at all. He thought that the master would summon the golem again and believed that he could not be surprised by anything. But some sprouts began to grow out of the ground and scared the students so much that they began to scream loudly. They started asking the teacher what it was, and he explained that it was the world tree. The student was very surprised and asked if this was the same tree from Count Charlian's castle. He confirmed his guess. It was the seed he got when he returned the tree. The magician was a little embarrassed because he got a slap on the wrist for that, but his students didn't need to know that. They continued to watch the tree grow and were delighted with this action. The students were not expecting to see this and only now realized how he wanted to make his tower, and the boy wondered why it was growing so fast. It was like magic, and the brother and sister were delighted not only with how it was getting bigger, but also with their teacher. The magician decided that it had grown enough and a small amount of energy appeared in his hand. He applied a little bit of met and stopped the growth of the tree, evoking emotions in his students again. Ryan was pleased because everything had fallen into place and now he could consider the second step complete. It was still hard for Ilya to call it a foundation, but his mentor said that it was now a magician's tower. He was pleased with himself because his students seemed to be speechless. The master had already gone ahead and called his disciples, saying that if they did not speed up, he would leave them here. They went upstairs and sat on the boxes, watching other people who were curious about the place. Ryan Miller thought about it. He wanted to put training and research equipment underground. Once again, Ilya did not understand his teacher's explanation of why it was necessary to put research equipment underground if it was dark. The master explained that magical experiments can be dangerous, so they are kept underground, and every great magician used to own a dungeon. The guy was annoyed because he thought it was nonsense and that it was just an old millennial fashion. Emily came a little closer, thinking that the teacher and her brother looked like children when they were having fun like this. The girl was a little shocked when a worker came up to her asking where to put it. Then she realized that she needed to deal with such things when no one was around. The teacher noticed that Emily still has difficulty communicating with other people, explaining that no one is around. He realized that it would be hard for her, so he asked her brother to help her. Ilya called out to his sister asking what was going on and offered to help her. The magician saw the aura of his student, but it was still at a low level, but he knew that martial arts were perfect for him. Although he does not realize that it suits him, he quickly grows into you in mastering them. Ilya often complains about training, but he does his best and the results show. And Emily has made great progress in her studies. It was really sad because he was done, and this couple was also growing very fast in strength, so he decided to test them and raise the level of difficulty in training. Near the tower, an argument broke out again between the apprentice and the master. He was not happy that instead of studying magic, he was working as a loader. He immediately regretted his words when the master started talking about the correct use of magic and that he was only training aura and nothing else. He thought it was enough, so his mentor called him a cunning child. Then the girl asked what she should do, and the mentor advised her to accept and store all the materials they would bring here. She was very excited when she was allowed to use only magic and said she would do her best. Then he turned to his disciple and told him the same thing, that he should use only his aura. Ilya asked how deep they were going to dig and was very surprised that today they were to dig 40 meters. They began their work, and the boy again started yelling at his mentor about being careful when using magic. The guy was surprised when his mentor told him that this was his workout just by working. He didn't understand why he had to dig if his teacher could do it in a second, but it was hard to maintain the aura all the time, and it was a training session. The mentor explained that this was his training to maintain his aura, and that he should start working already. Ryan thought that now he had to go about his business. Using his magic, he began to develop the stones in the dungeon. The mentor was a little surprised when his student brought the cart with the soil so soon. Then the mentor opened his screen and began to call Emily to answer him. The girl explained that she spent a lot of time using only magic, but she had already finished sorting. The master told her that he had sent more materials and that she should continue to store them, remembering that this is her training. So the mentor decided to make a transportation portal on each floor, and the student really liked the idea. The guy was a little hesitant and asked if they would harm the world tree at this rate. The master assured me that nothing of the sort would happen because it was all about magic, which protects the tree from damage. In addition, the tree itself has a mind, so he asked me not to think of the tree as an ordinary one, and that its main task now is to train in magic. The mentor pointed out that wood is a good magical material because it is hard and perfect as a regent. The guy was surprised that it was hard, so he was serious and decided to try something without the aura. He decided to cut through the stones using only his strength. But after the blow, his hand immediately turned red and started to hurt a lot. The mentor smiled, explaining that only strong magic or aura can destroy a tree. The master noticed that this was one of the reasons for choosing such training, and the other was that ordinary aura could not break him. Ilya understood what the teacher meant and repeated the same words. But a moment later, he started shouting at the master because he kept thinking that he had ordinary magic, but he was destroying and digging up the tree. So he said that the guy had recently risen to the level of an expert, thanks to his excellent training. The student was delighted that he was now an expert in aura control, but he didn't want to listen to the master anymore. He didn't care about his words. So his mentor decided to make a master out of him and threatened him not to even think about leaving until he became one. Something exploded in the mage's tower, and grey smoke was coming out of the windows. While the magician was confidently investigating something, Emily continued to look out the window because she was worried about her brother, since not everyone could become an aura master. He tried to reassure her, assuring her that he would be fine, and asked how she was doing. With a serious face, he asked if she had discovered the second part of the path of magic. Emily was frustrated because it was beyond her understanding, and so she couldn't move forward. She felt like she was hitting a wall. The master began to think about her words and believed that the reason was something else entirely. The girl wondered what the reason was, and the mentor realized that she was not only talented, but had tried very hard from the beginning of her journey. He said that it was all about her heart, and it surprised her a lot. She did not expect it. She had to give herself completely to the magic, but if she didn't have the motivation, it would have been all for nothing, and asked what she thought of Ilya. Emily was surprised when her mentor mentioned her brother because he had the gift of the snowshoe. He and the doctor explained that it was just a supplement and that it was all in his heart, which is very important. Ryan came closer to the girl and said that his heart became stronger to protect his little sister because that was his reason for growing up. She felt sad that her only brother was becoming stronger because of her. Then he told me that they had made a deal back in the slave prison that they would save her, and then asked if she could understand his heart as a sister. The girl was shocked that her brother was jealous of her getting stronger because he thought he should do it first to better protect her. Although the boy was still dissatisfied with the teacher, this was his incentive to become stronger. The cave began to shine with a bright blue glow, and the guy was already prepared for what was to come. But I don't know who this time. He was very serious and asked if he hadn't mastered his aura enough yet, waiting for an answer from somewhere. Red and terrible monsters appeared from that self, and he called them astral monsters. The disciple was a little worried because he did not understand whether the master really intended to kill him. The monsters growled at the boy, but he ignored them and headed straight for them. He really wanted to deal with them with one blow. He hit the ground running. He had a goal to accomplish as a teacher, so he wanted to do very well. The girl was watching him and was very worried when she saw a lot of smoke and no one was visible. Tears flowed from her eyes because her heart told her that she also wanted to protect him. She remembered all her brother's happy moments and she wanted to keep him happy. The girl became more confident and realized that she had to become stronger in order to preserve what she cared about. The mentor was shocked to see that a strong magic began to glow in the students' movements. The girl began to glow brightly, and a large trunk of energy appeared from her, which will go to the dungeon to her brother. The guy was very surprised when he saw the light, and it was very warm. He realized that it was a strong healing magic. Ryan was calm. He realized that Emily had made her decision, and he praised her for her good work. Now she was a full-fledged magician. He was already preparing for the next plan, holding a small test tube, because now he would become a great magician. The master was a little sorry because time was passing quickly, and this is something he has no control over. The boy was unhappy because he had just left the dungeon and winter had just started outside. Behind him stood a master who said that he needed to speed up the auras set by the master, even though he had already learned 70% of the martial art. The student feels that he is missing something, but he had to find the answer himself. Emily looked very happy because she was finally able to see the snow because she thought she would never see it again. The mentor was a little happy because now she could admire as much as she wanted. Then he came up to her and patted her head, asking her not to worry about such nonsense anymore. Ilya was disappointed that they came here because he already had little time to train. His sister tried to calm him down, explaining that they were almost there, and then he would know everything. She looked happy because they were almost there, and she had been preparing it with the teacher for a long time. The mentor thanked him for the work he had done and asked for his opinion, but he understood what it meant. They stood right in front of the great magician's shop, and the mentor was very touched by this. Emily said that they would open it soon. The guy read the leaflet and was shocked by it because it talked about the skin of a newborn, and this language seemed like a scam. The master explained that there was no lie there, and my sister also confirmed the master's words. Ilya felt a little uncomfortable because his sister was also with the teacher and asked what they were up to. Then a girl came into the store and interrupted their argument. Emily was very excited and greeted the customer in the great wizard's shop, but their mentor had disappeared. He quickly moved to the girl and began to shower her with beautiful words and asked what the dear client wanted. The girl explained, holding her hand to her nose, that she had come here because of a leaflet. She handed it to the master, and he became a little more serious. He showed her a small jar with a golden liquid and asked if she was looking for it. The girl was amazed. I could not believe that she could restore beauty to her skin. He asked her if she had heard of a great magician who had built a tower on the Count's land. The client had heard about him and the tower, so the master said with a confident face that it was him. And he explained that to thank the people of Shalian, he used his skills and created this magical essence that would do wonders for the skin. Then he touched her and told her that, as a result, her skin would be healthy and bright, which surprised her, and all for 50 silver pieces. Ilya laughed at his mentor, thinking that he would never sell anything that way. Emily was a little disturbed by this behavior. The client decided to buy this product, and everyone was very happy with their first earnings since opening the store. Ilya was annoyed that the master sold the goods in such a way, but for him, it was just one of the basic sales techniques. He asked them reproachfully if they had seen how 10 silver pieces turned into 50 and that it was all just business. The student did not expect anything more from the mentor, that he would reduce everything to money. The teacher came up with another way to train his body, throwing leaflets around the city, and Ilya agrees to do it. Then the guy sarcastically asked if there was anything else he needed to do, and there was one thing that was a little difficult for the mentor to say. Then the mentor ordered Ilya to look after the store and protect Emily, and she would become the manager, which shocked her. The girl quickly stood up because she had forgotten something and started shouting loudly, which scared the mentor and the student a little. She was very angry with him and shouted, asking what it meant. Ryan and the boyfriend stood there shocked by the girl's scream. They could not understand what was happening. She was outraged by what they did to the client, but the teacher still couldn't understand what she was talking about. At first, she was silent, showing that she was having lunch, but then she shouted at the whole store that he was a womanizer. The teacher was confused by what was happening and asked her brother if she was going through puberty, but he was wrong. Then the student explained that he was a bit stupid in such matters and that it was completely unexpected. Outside the store, we heard some shouts about discrimination and that men had no place there. A rally of angry women gathered, shouting that this place was only for them and that men should leave. Opposite them was a small group of men explaining that a real man should take care of his skin. They got into a fight because some of them let everything pass between their ears, while others were forbidden to buy it. Inside the store, the shocked owners were sitting, not realizing what was happening outside and what all the screaming was about. Emily explained that at this rate they would not be able to open a store, and her brother still could not understand why they were so worried about their skin. The district was pleased that the potion had gained such popularity and wondered if they would become rich at this rate. The children were a little worried, so they asked the mentor what they should do, assuming that they had to stop the people. The master thought about it and realized that his disciples were right. They had to be stopped. Then he said that he would be back soon, and Ilya realized that he was up to something. At the very peak of the quarrel, the foreman came out of the shop and shouted at everyone to stop. Surprisingly, he stopped them in time, and they looked in his direction with confusion. Then the master asked if they had finished praising them for it, but the women were very hostile to the men and asked who he was. The big magician calmly introduced himself and thanked them for using their product, but asked them to stop making noise in front of the store. His face immediately became sterner, and he said that there was a limited amount of this potion for sale, so he decided to give them the fairest possible way. People did not understand how he wanted to do justice, but the master had already begun to work his magic. A bright sphere of energy appeared in his hands, and he explained that he would create a box in it. People were very surprised to realize that he was a great magician and remembered that he owned the store. He exhaled slightly to explain what and how he does it, and he would not be able to do more than 100 in a day, and people were stunned as there were many more. So he decided to hand out blank cards to have a name written on them and tossed into a box. They will use a lottery to select people who will buy a bottle of the potion. The master promised them in his good name that the lottery would be fair, and people were happy about it. The magician was salivating, realizing that with this money he would be able to continue his experiments. They stood in front of the store, satisfied that the master had sold out. But Emily was surprised because she thought the teacher hadn't sold everything. She pointed to other things in the store that had not been touched. But the mentor was not worried about this, as the store's reputation had already spread and he was confident. The master was very happy because it was only a matter of time before they sold out, and they still had the main product, so he suggested that his students go out for a bite to eat. While they were discussing today and plans for the future, someone was watching them. As soon as he wanted to explain his future plans to the children, someone interrupted him asking if he was the owner of the store. Ryan's lack of manners made him very angry, and he turned around to see who it was. Some men appeared in front of him, telling him that he was supposed to show them how to start a business, and that years passed because they saw that they had raised money. The man was brazen and said that on the first day he would give them 90% of the proceeds, and the next time they would cut him down to 50%. Ryan couldn't understand who they were or if the children were a little nervous. At first he laughed a little at them, but then asked what would happen if he didn't give them back. The man started to get angry at them, calling them names, saying they were too bold and probably wanted some kind of fight. The master was not frightened at all, so he pointed out to his students that their enemy was not going to be easy to get away from, so they had to try harder. Ilya was angry with the teacher and did not understand why. So the master asked when he would be able to check the results of his training because he now had the opportunity to show what he had learned. His mentor gave him a little hint, pointing to a man in a robe who also used aura, and if he was knocked down with one blow, the others would run away. Then Ryan leaned over to his student and explained that such opponents were not for him, and added that this time he would help him with magic so that he would not worry. The guy was happy when it was time to endow him with the Mage, and the energy glowed around him. The guy started smiling because he felt confident in his abilities now. Ryan explained that now, even with such a boost, it would be difficult for the Aura Master to defeat him. After the teacher told him that he believed in his victory, he ran straight for the enemy. The man was furious, saying that they all use aura and they should know their place, threatening to beat them up and sell them into slavery. The enemy began to provoke the guy to come up and try to defeat him. Then Ilya directly attacked him, asking him to repeat what he had said. He began to hit him, explaining that after such words, he would not be able to even say such words. The rest of his partners stood by and watched, wondering how their leader was being beaten. The mentor also began to add fuel to the fire, saying that they were arrogant in calling themselves aura users. Then another man in armor began to threaten that it was time to shut his mouth. He was furious, screaming and threatening, and rushed into the fight, swinging his stick. The great wizard was not happy that I was sending him such weaklings and wondered why, because he thought that his name was not yet so well known. Ilya looked very angry, and I wanted to wipe the smile off his face. The master watched the battlefield and thought that even without magic, his student would have been able to cope. But he did not understand why such people were in these lands. It was still a little difficult for the guys, although he got the strength, but the reason was that he lacked real experience. He hits the enemy hard in the head, but this force was not the answer he was looking for. The last blow he made completely put the enemy on the ground. Then he turned to the rest of the gang and asked if anyone else wanted to try it. They looked frightened, so we quickly ran away from there, threatening him that he would regret it. Then the master of the box came up to him and put his hand on his head, assured him that he could calm down now, and asked if it was his first real fight. Now the guy realized what he was lacking, and his mentor assured him that he would gradually gain experience. The master watched Emily grab her brother, and Ilya assumed that he was now stronger. Ryan thought about the fact that such people do not stop at the first attempt and will try to rob him again. Late in the evening, his balloon began to glow red, and he realized that he had guests. I saw a group of angry men who wanted to kill them. They stood right in front of the entrance, saying that he would never be able to open his business again. There was a strong wind where they were standing, and a lot of dust and smoke rose. Some people from that group could not get up and dropped down in pain. The man was confused and sweating a little, and he could not understand what had just happened. One of them concluded that it was not a castle wall, but did not understand why it did not collapse. They continued to stand in front of the store's entrance, trying to break through the ground. The master watched them, realizing how stupid they were, since the walls were reinforced with magic. They could have fiddled for days, but still would not have broken anything. The men were furious. They didn't know that until the magic of the magician dissipated, the defense would not fall. While he was contemplating, he came up with an idea to teach them a lesson about this. Then he came right down on one of them, and the others were surprised and started asking who he was. He was confident, and as he had already introduced himself, he wanted to know what they were doing in front of his store. The men were furious when they knew he was the owner, and were already thinking what they would do to him. The man in the hat took out some kind of weapon and started shooting at the master, firing some needles. He didn't like it very much, calling it a gathering of fools. Others began to mock him, explaining that these were explosive shells, but the magician did not care and activated his energy shield. The men were amazed because it was impossible for them, and they did not understand how he did it. With contempt, the mentor explained that it was a martial art called Tai Chi Chuan. He wanted them to feel the difference between their skills and how he was a man who valued his time. He looked at them with a smile and asked them to stop bothering him with their presence. Ryan stood in front of them, explaining that if they did not listen to him, he would kill them all. They started to feel dizzy, and in their heads they heard that they were being beaten and could hardly scream. Their leader realized that he was a master of aura and that he was stronger than they were. The great magician continued to charm them, and the other members of the group could not stand it and grabbed their heads. One man was able to survive thanks to his enchanted armor, so the master decided to ask him something. He was very persistent and looked him straight in the eye, but the man clamped his mouth shut and would not say anything. So the master knocked him out with a crazy look on his face and asked who was next and who was now their boss. Ryan was not at all intimidated by their attack, so he ordered them to respond quickly before he could take them on. The foreman was already getting nervous, so he threateningly asked them to deliver a message to the boss. The people begged him to let them go and promised to tell him that if they came back here again, they would all be beaten. The master was surprised that they were able to escape so quickly. He was pleased, but it was easier than he thought, so he opened his screen. But as he used horror, he put a tracking magic on them, so I think they will see each other again soon. Finally, late at night, he returned to his magic tower. The master looked in on his students and first praised Emily for her good work today and gave her good dreams. During her sleep, the girl started talking about how the teacher was playing games. He turned with surprise and looked around the room and realized that the wine you said you kept in your head all the time. He felt that his student was already under the influence of the magic of sleep and thought about whether he should visit Ilya. Ryan was still worried about those bandits and wondered if he should check them out. Before his eyes, he saw some incomprehensible images. He frowned a little because it felt like a snowmobile. The magician realized that Ilya had to train in the dream he created, so it was not him. The master was happy to see another snowshoer and a potential new student. He was surprised when he heard a strange noise behind him and something was quickly approaching him. He was amazed that the girl had found him and was able to move to him. But the master did not expect someone from the magical tribe to appear like that and assumed that the gates of the magical world had opened. The girl was impressed and was happy to meet Rain, asking if he was the one. She frowned a bit because she had been told that he was cruel, but she saw something else. The magician was standing calmly when a girl leaned over to him and asked if he was a snowshoer. He confirmed her guesses and suggested that she was a gentle witch, even though she was a man. He was surprised because he didn't understand how he guessed, because no one had ever guessed the correct gender before. Rain explained that he had been waiting to meet him for a long time, so he asked what business he had with him. She mentioned and explained that she had just received an order to kill him. At first he was a little embarrassed, but then he asked if she really thought she could kill him. She laughed a little because she was called the killer of spring, and someone like him was a piece of cake she could eat. After saying that, he asked me if I thought she would not be able to handle such a piece. She wagged her finger at him because she wanted to tell him the same thing and also to show him that he was wrong. He started laughing out loud because she didn't understand who she was dealing with, and he surprised her with the same. He was amazed that he started to change himself and thought that it must be his skill. She became sterner and angrier, and red energy formed in her hand because his laughter irritated her. She was seeing blobs of energy around her and said she would kill him little by little. She created some demons and didn't tell you about them. He realized that it was indeed a night witch and quite stronger than Emily, but he did not understand why it was a night witch. She licked her fingers and explained that she was one of his last children. After that, she told her demon to go and kill this sleepy vagrant. The wizard thought about it, because if he was talking about the king of the night witches, then his other children were also missing. He wanted to know more about it, but first he had to deal with these two demons. So he quickly rushed to fight them and struck them with ease. The witch stood amazed as he dealt with her subordinates with his bare hands, for the skills of a snowshoer were clearly not enough for this. Then he turned to her and asked if that was all she had because it was too easy for him. This insolence made her very angry, so she asked to wait a little longer. The witch was furious and began to cast magic again, threatening that the real nightmare was just beginning. The master was already there and told her that she was too slow. He explained that what she was using were not the techniques of night witches. As long ago, after a long battle, the king of night witches ate the king of nightmares. He added that he had mastered a second ability to become the most powerful demon, and standing before him, he told him that the king had been defeated by a great magician and had learned both of his abilities. And touching his face, he wanted to show him a real nightmare so that he could look into the true abyss. The night witch was terrified and plunged into a magical portal. She was in some kind of space and was sleeping, even though she knew she had to wake up. She was shocked and realized that it seemed to be a dream he had created. She heard some noise, but realized that it was a dream, trying to convince herself that she could not be tricked by such a trick because she was a night witch. She got up and started using her magic, shouting that it was a dream. She went forward confidently, believing that she had destroyed this dream. It was boring for Ryan to see how easily the witch fell for it because it was this nightmare that was a real experience. After her attempts, she realized that she would not be able to break this dream. He was wondering how to get out of here and could not figure out what noise he was hearing. At some point, he realized that it was Ryan who did it, and he needed to know who he was. Suddenly, spears began to pierce his body from different directions. He was shocked by this terrible picture because it was he who was depicted there. Then this pierced man started calling him and saying that he was waiting for him. They began to soak the various protests against the body, leaving bloody marks on it. The witch was hurt when they hit her body, but then she calmed down and asked if Aaron was having fun. At first, she thought it was what she needed, but then she immediately covered her mouth with her hands because she was surprised at what she had said. Her double was angry, asking what was wrong or if she just couldn't stand to look at herself like that. She was shocked by this and asked who he was because she did not understand the situation. He looked at her with hatred and explained that he was her, one of his inner selves. She thought it was impossible, and then she felt someone grabbing her legs. He started screaming wildly, asking what it was because it was already grabbing his whole body, and thoughts of dream eaters were in his head. She tried to unhook them, ordering them to let her go out of their good graces. A figure appeared in front of her, explaining that it was all her, and she could not believe that he was doing all this, because it was impossible for her. Pictures began to change in front of him, sometimes her double, sometimes some bells. Then the double offered to evict her, reminding her that she was a snowmobiler. He began to remind her of her pain, her joy, her desire for revenge, and her entire past, and Aaron stood there shocked, unable to respond. It began to mock her, telling her that it would exploit all her deep and hidden desires because it knew everything about her. And in a quieter voice, he added that he would do this until he was full and would cut him to pieces. Then he stood right in front of him, threatening to tear out the eyes of those who looked at her with lust. Aaron asked her to stop, but the double continued to talk to him, explaining that she wanted to do so. She started screaming loudly, asking for it to stop. After that, a fault appeared in the dream right next to her. The master came out of there and looked at what was happening and said that he had come just in time. He ordered them to stop and stay where they were, and he approached Aaron. Ryan thought he had a hard life and felt a little sorry for him. She was still holding her head and grinding her teeth, and the mentor asked how she was doing in the abyss. She looked very frightened and begged for it to stop. Afterward, the master ordered the demons to leave and asked her if she had enjoyed her sleep. In fact, dreams could show the real you and reveal all your hidden emotions. A group of knights appeared and were ordered to kill everyone and destroy them. At that time, he was just a child, whose parents had disappeared somewhere and he was afraid to be there. He was sitting near the destroyed house and crying when a man appeared. Then he bent down to him, because until then he did not believe that there was a path between the magical and the real world, so he asked him to raise his head if he wanted to live. He looked up in surprise at the strange man who wanted to keep him. After that, an energy circle lit up around his neck, which frightened the child, and he fell to the ground helplessly, and the man in the cloak just laughed. He lifted him from the ground and wanted to make him his slave and opened a portal. Then, Ryan started talking to him, saying that the man had been abusing him even before he became a snowshoer. Although that person had already died, he realized that Aaron still behaved like a pet, following all the orders of his owner. He began to cry when his mentor explained to him his actions, all because he wanted to subdue these desires. And so, as a result, he wounded himself even in his sleep, and the latter began to shout at the master, asking why he was here. He looked at her sternly and explained to stop her. She was very angry with him because he had chosen a replacement for her, but Ryan did not understand what she was talking about. The master explained that he was just curious, because he could see for himself that when he was taken away, he became a child. Although he came to kill him, the magician is responsible for the night witches. But Aaron could not accept this and accepted the decision of the Lord. She wanted the keeper of all dreams to choose her over him. The Lord was very angry with Aaron for what right she had to insult him like that. It was as if she was ordering him to answer her questions the more she made him angry. He knew this look in her eyes. He was completely crazy and saw what she was up to. She swung at him, ordering him to answer her. Arson looked him straight in the eye and asked him if he wanted to leave her. She wanted to prove him wrong about his decision. The Lord caught him by the arm and asked him menacingly if he had forgotten who he was talking to. He was angry because he didn't understand what kind of response he was expecting after his action. Aaron was furious after the Lord said that he was only a part of his shadow because he had done this to Aaron. He leaned over and held his head, saying that he was just a dream and had already played his role. And he began to scream in pain when his master embraced him and threw him out of his sleep. Aaron could not believe it, because it was impossible since the king was gone. He coughed a little and it tasted good even though it was a nightmare. He changed his demeanor and smiled at him, seeing that he had already come to his senses but was still crying. The master approached the night witch and became curious because she did not recognize him when she met him. Aaron could not believe his eyes that he was a lord because he was human. Though he is a man, thousands of years ago he was the one who conquered and agreed with his king. He was shocked when Rain told him that he was one of the bishops who ruled the world at that time. He started shouting that none of them were left and that it was just a legend. The master thought about what the witch had said. It was very interesting information for him, but decided to leave it for later. He got down on one knee and asked if he still understood that he had seen his memories and asked if he was still in the shackles of magic. The witch was surprised that the Lord could free her from them, but he could not understand why he was doing it, what his reason was. The mentor explained that when he absorbed their king long ago, his duties became his, and that her clan was under his rule, which surprised the witch. He also decided to ask him if he wanted to become his apprentice, but Aaron didn't understand what that meant. So he explained that he wanted to become someone who could take his place. Ryan didn't know if he had come to the right place because, according to Aaron's memories, it was a dark guild. He opened a screen to check out this place of a sad band of murderers in hats and rotten-toothed sixes beside them. And then he realized that they had run away from him and turned to the dark guild, and they had already sent Aaron to him. He was a little surprised by the guild because it had its own locks, but he didn't care if they wanted to do it that way. He did not like the feeling because he felt their presence and their black magic. The great magician wondered if he should start first. Then he began to use his magic, raising his hand upward to form an energy pentagram. He was pleased that the area was cleared of vegetation and now he could move on to the next surprise. He was determined, and the next thing he wanted to do was to make this golem. He began to go on with his plan that the earth began to shake. The man wondered who had come to see them because it was an uninvited guest, and instead he was waiting for Aaron. But she did not come. While he was here, he analyzed what they had done to their castle and thought about their defense. So while they are all there, he has to act immediately to defeat the first strike will be key. He began to develop monsters and portals began to appear around him. Different scary monsters came out of them one after another, and Ryan ordered them to attack them head-on. And they immediately went to fulfill the order, and panic among the inhabitants of the castle began. The whole castle was announced that they were under attack and ordered to open the gates. But they did not understand what was happening outside. Gommel came inside, paying attention to him, and he explained that they had dared to send an assassin to him, so this was the last day for their existence. But people could not understand anything because of the fog. They could not see anything and did not know who it was. The master was in a good mood, so he decided to proceed and ordered the golem to act. The giant began to destroy everything in its path and walk straight ahead. People began to run around the square, not understanding what was happening, but they saw someone approaching them from a distance. In the morning, there was a lot of smoke and dust from the giant, and because it was moving the towers, the guild members did not understand where it came from. Since this was not the end, he ordered his magical beasts to attack. The man was serious and could not understand where this ominous feeling came from. A subordinate broke out to the owner and reported that they had been attacked. He was told that the enemy was already here and that the man had been confused. He did not believe the words of his subordinate because he did not feel any extraneous energy, only a deathly silence. The warrior assumed that it was all because of the fog, because they could not even see who attacked them, and then he began to beg the owner to activate the tower. He was furious because he did not understand how the fog could have such a great power of detachment that even he did not feel anything. Then he quickly stood up and said that he would activate the tower as the warrior had asked. Something began to glow and light up a little bit of the area. The warriors of the Dark Guild could not believe their eyes because it was impossible. Finally, they saw a giant golem and realized that they were attacked by magical monsters. The master noticed the red lights and realized that it was night eyelash technology, so he could no longer use the magic mist. He watched the attack closely, and he realized that he didn't need to do anything else since he had already attacked the castle. The only thing left for him to do was to find their boss. Ryan thought that he might be in the central tower, so he decided to leave the magical beasts here and send the golem to the tower. He ordered him to strike down, and he did not wait a minute to strike. The owner came out and looked at the giant, thinking that he was the owner of the magic power. They stood opposite each other and watched each other's actions. Then the boss asked him which clan he was from and asked if he wanted to destroy the agreement between the clans. The master explained that he was the only one to blame, but in truth, he was interested in something else. He went down to him and called him Ragnar from the magical tribe of Dicaris and asked what he was doing in the middle world. But the boss didn't take him seriously because he thought he was a simple man and called him stupid and asked where he came from. Ryan made fun of him a little bit about how he sent assassins to him and didn't know who he was because he had to know what his target looked like. He explained that the night witch Aaron had come to kill him, and then the boss guessed that he was a magician who had settled in Shalian, but this information was not complete. At first, he decided to introduce himself, but he didn't tell his story because he knew it wouldn't be interesting. The man was a little confused when his opponent explained that his information should be a little more. He did not attach much importance to the fact that the man called himself a great magician. Over time, he realized that he was one of those who did not understand because 1,000 years had passed. When the master finished his presentation, he wanted to show him which of them had cancer, but he was already waving his hands and begging him to wait. He wanted to ask him a question that interested him very much, and his mentor listened to him attentively. The man asked if he was an all-devouring devil of a liar who had disappeared thousands of years ago, which shocked the master a bit. They continued to stand amidst the smoke and dust, and the boss wanted to know if he was right about him after all. He explained that he hadn't heard this name for a long time because it was the name of creatures from magical tribes and asked if he knew about it even then. He became very nervous because, although he knew about him, he did not know that he was still alive. So he said that somehow it happened, and the man felt that things were bad for him. With horror on his face, the owner asked if he would kill him now. The master mocked him because he asked him obvious questions, because he had sent Aaron to kill him. The man began to get very nervous and made excuses that he didn't know that he was the target of the great magician. Ryan was very calm and explained that everyone was saying that. But it was too late to change anything, so he was going to die today. He looked at him with pitiful eyes, and the magician decided to ask him if he had anything to say. The boss asked the devil for a sincere apology for what happened today and asked for an opportunity to make amends, and he would do everything. His mentor was a little unhappy that the warrior had surrendered so quickly. He could not believe that he was from the most rebellious magical tribe because he would never have thought that he would see such a thing, and the man bowed to him. He was a little glad that the voice of reason had awakened in him and asked what he could offer him in return for his life. He humbly offered to do whatever he could, and he would do it. And the mentor already had one idea of what he could help with: the history of the last 1,000 years. The man was shocked that he needed all the materials and records and still had to tell everything. The master was curious to know why the elves and the dragon had disappeared, but the man explained that no one from the magical tribe knew. All he knew was that everything had changed 1,000 years ago, and that's what he wanted to ask him. The mentor explained that he had just recently woken up and had no time to learn anything. So I ended the conversation and told him to bring him everything he asked for. He turned around and walked away, leaving the man confused. But once he stopped and the boss got a little tense, but he said that he was taking Aaron. But the warrior began to panic and begged the great magician not to do it. He grabbed the owner by the throat and squeezed him, ordering him to know his place, explaining that he knew what they were doing to Aaron. Instilling fear in him, he reminded him whether he had eaten the king and said that from that time on, Aaron belonged to him. Finally, he warned him that next time there would be no negotiations and wished him good dreams. After devouring everything or wherever I went, the man could finally exhale and calm down. At first we heard snoring, but it stopped and something started to wake up. The creature began to call to Peyton, looking for him with its eyes everywhere. The boy quickly went to him and bowed to the Lord, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The great golden dragon asked how long he had been asleep, and it had been 1,000 years. He was amazed by this and thought that he seemed to be getting old if he slept for so long. But the dragon was happy with his long sleep. He felt great. Someone started ringing the bell, and Ryan appeared in front of the entrance to his tower. He was very exhausted from inspecting the territory and even gathered some information. He realized that other regions are very polluted because of factories, or this area is directly flattered by the cleanup, and thought that they would soon have problems. He was greeted by a happy Emily who asked him how everything went and if anything had happened during his absence. She remembered and shouted that they had guests, which surprised her husband. He wondered who it was and was not very happy when he saw Liam in front of him. He looked happy and was very happy to see Mr. Ryan Miller. He looked at him and seemed to know why he was here, thinking that the Chitki was quickly spreading into other lands. So he turned to Emily and asked her to help his brother with his training. He was glad that the girl began to understand such things quickly. So after that, he approached the guy and offered him a walk and discussed everything at once. The guy didn't understand a bit what he was talking about, but the mentor added that he was here to discuss something. He was shocked when I told him about the war because he didn't understand how he knew. But it shouldn't have been surprising considering how much they had been through. They moved a little to the side of the house and sat down to drink tea. The boy did not understand why his mentor was silent. Without hesitation, the master asked what exactly he needed his help with. Liam explained that at the moment his family is in a difficult financial situation, and if the war drags on, they will quickly become weaker. The master understood that this meant it was difficult to organize military aid, military equipment, or training for his army. He added about the descendants of the elves, who were very few in all from his family, and, moreover, the responsibility for the family and lands increased as he became a count. He felt bad, because everything the master said was true and confirmed that there were only 4 elves in his family. So the master asked him to explain what he wanted from him and how he was not aware of everything that was happening. The count looked at him and asked for help until they could get back on their feet to deal with their financial and military problems. He got up and offered as compensation if he wanted this body as payment. The master was very interested because he didn't understand what had gotten into this guy. He asked if he wanted the master to fix everything and if he was really offering only himself in return. He asked that his family not be harmed and that he would give even his soul if necessary. He asked him sarcastically if he thought he was the devil and explained that he was honest during the deal. Then he stuck his finger in and said that now it belonged to him and that with blood they would squeak out their agreement. He explained that his blood contained his dreams, and if he took his blood, his dreams would become the dreams of the master. Liam realized what he was doing and had already grabbed his hand, hoping that he would not regret his actions. Then he took his finger in his mouth and licked the blood off, and his mentor was happy because everything went as he wanted. The guy blushed and felt strange, asking if it was normal. The mentor stepped away and advised him to rest because his body was trying to accept his magic. His mentor was a little surprised, even though it was expected that Liam would fall asleep. Because it was connected to the world tree, the master had something to do. And it was time for a couple of experiments in the most environmentally friendly way because this was the basis of magic, and the effect of the world tree was unique. He could not even imagine what he could do with the full authority of the protector of the world tree. He started to look at all his screens and realized that he didn't even need a factory and how he could make everything naturally. He looked at all his open screens and was happy that everything was going so smoothly. Emily explained that she had heard some strange noises and came to check on him and immediately asked why his hands were raised. He quickly gave up and said that nothing of the sort was happening. She remembered and reminded the teacher that they needed to make more skin potion. It was a little bit unexpected that he had to do it again, because he didn't know when he would finally be able to rest. The master and Liam met in one of the rooms, and the man asked if he had been out. The mentor asked me not to be so formal because people might misunderstand him. The guy understood him and offered to continue. The Count was a little embarrassed when his mentor said that thanks to him, he had a brilliant idea and would soon see everything. The boy did not look very happy and did not understand what was being shown to him. At that time, one of the guards came into their room. He immediately went to his lord and asked him what had happened. Grav asked if it was his brilliant idea and the thing in his hand. The man became more serious and explained that the reason for this state of his land was that there were industrial complexes, and they exhausted all natural resources, which did not surprise the Count because he knew about it. He came closer to him and explained that it was not a problem for him to create more factories, but it was not what he needed. Like he explained that he would not have asked for such a thing because he was against pollution, and the residents were of the same opinion, believing it to be due to the influence of the elves. He thought about it and completely agreed with the conservationist, as he needed a clean and healthy environment for his experiments. I showed him what I had created and asked him to feel its greatness. The guy began to laugh slightly, not understanding why he was dragging his feet to show this thing. When he pulled off the protective cape, it began to shine brightly, and the guy was speechless. The master explained with a serious face that this was his creation and his pride. It looked like a small flower pot with a tree that was created as a result of ecological experiments, and the fruits of the tree are mineral raw materials. The boy was surprised that the tree could produce mineral raw materials, and his mentor allowed him to go closer and see. The guy plucked one of them from a tree and brought it a little closer to his face and said it was a little heavy. I took my dagger out of my pocket and tried to walk on it, surprised that it sounded like metal, but I didn't understand how the tree could give it to me. The master came closer to him and asked if he was interested, but the boy was still surprised and asked how he had done it. He started by telling us that he had changed the world tree, but that was not all he did. He explained that such methods can be used to create food and even leaves can be used in business. He reiterated that the tree was a real natural composite, and the boy was delighted with the great magician. He thought a little and looked at the boy because only he was capable of doing this, and so he had already prepared a couple more experiments. The guy picked up a stone and asked how long it would take to grow something like it. Ryan explained that it would take 3 months for a 50-year-old to grow into a tree using magic. He became a little more serious and said that it was impossible to make it in a month because, in general, the time varies depending on the raw material, as the metal fruit takes a year. The guy was upset because he didn't have that much time and it was too late for him. The Count explained that when the winter is over, they should be ready for war. Then he decided to offer him another way, but he needed money. The young man knew that although raw materials were needed, they needed more money and human resources that they could use. The Count picked up the metal and explained that this is a big problem if it takes up to a year to grow such minerals. So the master wanted to occupy the northern forest for a while and informed the owner about it. But he asked the young man if they were using it, and the answer was yes. Ryan approached him and explained that he was planting it with his animals and that eventually they would make a big score from the northern forest. But the young man was angry because he didn't have time for that. He repeated the other way again, and the boy decided to find out what he was up to. He explained that something grows faster than the fruit, which they will use. The master held the sheet in his hand so that he could set up mass production in the shortest possible time. Liam was shocked, and his mentor repeated that it would take less time for the leaves to grow. The guy was still in shock and asked what exactly he wanted to create, possibly using the magic leaves in medicine. He told us that it is better to use it as an additive for cosmetic products as it is the best selling. Then the mentor asks if he knows what he sells in the shop and that there is a very popular potion. He still didn't understand what the master was getting at, but he knew that he was focused on the interests of the customers. But the foreman explained that he would not be able to ensure the transportation of the cargo, even though he had a contract. He jokingly explained that he would not be able to leave the lands unattended, which were bearing them gold. The mentor said that he would handle transportation and sales after they set up production, and the guy will have the exclusive right to sell, and even if someone wants to copy the master's product, he won't be able to do it. He was a little surprised when Ryan said to find a way to export the product to other countries. Then the Count called him out and thanked him for it, thinking that it should have been enough to help his family. It was a little touching, but he thought about it and said that he had to do something else. The overlord became more serious and waved his hand. That part of their agreement had already been fulfilled. And he added that he would soon figure out how to embroider the rest of the things, and the guy was pleased to hear that and was waiting for it. The market heard voices about the unique milk from Shalian's property. Its uniqueness was that it was extracted from a tree. People would come up to the seller and ask for at least one bottle. They were pleased that they could buy such a drink for breakfast and that the price was good and the milk was quite satisfying. The boy was surprised that people were already talking about their ruler and the fact that he used the northern forest for this purpose. He realized that all these rumors were part of his teacher's game. He was angry with him because he hadn't seen him for a month after he started making money, while his own student was fighting in his shadow. But he wondered if he was following him because he had once come to save him when he was on the verge of death. The guy started telling himself to pull himself together because he wasn't thinking about you at all and started trying to concentrate on something. Something started to chime and he took out his magic watch and was alarmed because it was already time and he started to move quickly. Ilya began to roll his cart quickly because he had to finish everything today, no matter how. Running to the Mage's tower, he returned to the dungeon where the magic circles were ready and everything else was in place. He started to concentrate on something important. Today was his 8th attempt. The guy looked very serious and was always pushing for time because it was time for a new battle. A big giant appeared in front of the boy who was eating something, and the boy was a little worried. Bringing a large bone with meat to his mouth, the giant made a noisy sound as he chewed off a piece. So when he heard someone stomping, he became very angry and broke away from his meal. He noticed that a guy was standing below him and smiling at him, which made him even angrier. He raised his hand and struck the spot where the young man was standing, causing a lot of dust to rise. Between his fingers, he saw that the boy continued to stand. The guy was laughing as the day went on, because even though they hadn't seen each other for a month, he seemed happy to see him. The giant was furious and started waving his arms and growling. He began to strike at the guys, who managed to dodge them in time. Ilya became more serious. Clenching his fists, he realized that he preferred brute force in conversation. He jumped on his arm and ran straight to his head and mocked that they hadn't had so much fun seeing him in a long time. The guy was serious. An aura had already been formed in his hand, and now he wanted to say hello to the giant after a month's separation. He tried to strike the giant's head, and a lot of smoke was generated. But he didn't succeed. He only managed to tear his arm apart, leaving a big hole in it. The guy was very impressed that he immediately began to heal his wound, and he suspected that he would not be able to cope without magic. So he immediately raised his hands closer to his face, and the guy barely managed to jump away. The guy was a little scared because the giant took the same stance he had been standing in before. And while the boy was hesitating, the giant was already trying to attack him, and he had no choice but to block his blow. Ilya was angry at himself for making a mistake because he did not expect his attack to fail. The ogre threw him into the wall, creating a lot of debris that flew at him, but he immediately bent the rock himself to crush the guy. He made a lot of effort to withstand it because the enemy had defeated him with such attacks before. And then the teacher would appear and reproach him, telling him about his shortcomings. The guy was lying motionless in a pool of blood when the master approached him to listen to him. Rem was annoyed and explained that the aura's abilities can be changed depending on the use, because brute force and attempts to destroy everything are not an option. Then the guy remembered that choosing the path his aura would take would lead him into the abyss of dreams, so now his body was harder than steel, and he used aura control. They watched him from the screen and realized what Ilya was really like. Even though he knew everything, he had a hard time putting his knowledge into practice. His mentor observed him and realized that his skills did not reach his physical growth, and that perhaps a battle on the verge of life and death could help him. But he didn't know whether his student would be able to overcome his boundaries, whether he would be able to correct his expectations, and whether he would see the Master of Aura soon. Valentin was furious. He was screaming loudly and shouting some sounds. Ilya wasn't worried. He just asked sarcastically if he had warmed up enough. From his hand, he sent a jet of energy toward the giant's head, but the giant managed to dodge it. He was a little worried when he missed and didn't know what was happening to him today. This made the monster even more angry, and it opened itself up to attack for no reason. The guy noticed this, and now it was impossible to give him any slack because it was necessary to strike him as hard as possible. Therefore, he bent the enemy's side, but did not know where best to strike him. Having concluded that he did not hit the head, he decided to try to hit the body. He needed to examine his body because he had to attack where the internal organs were located. When he found such a place, he immediately started attacking it. Seeing the blood splatter from his powerful blow, he realized that he had finally done it. The giant screamed in pain and tried to grab the boy with his hand, but he threw out the guy, who flew to the opposite side of the clearing. While the cannibal was cleaning himself up, the boy lay motionless on the ground. The master was very interested in this because it was something new, and he thought that Orc was probably studying. He began to worry that he might have broken something because of the last attack, which was becoming more and more dangerous, and he thought about intervening. The master began to think, because if the student was developing his magic correctly, everything would be fine. But his thoughts were interrupted. He saw on his screens that the boy had woken up and thought that he should continue to observe and not interfere now. Ilya felt a sharp pain in his arm and realized that it was broken. While he was thinking about whether to use the magic of restoration, the giant was already approaching him. He looked alarmed when he turned around and saw the orc above him. He raised his foot and decided to step on him, but the guy sensed the danger in time and managed to make a sideways move. Ilya was a little tired and decided to use this time to recover. But the giant didn't give him that much time and kicked him so hard that he flew back into the rock. He got tired of it because he thought it was too much, so he decided to steal the aura, hoping it wouldn't be too hard for him. Images of his sister and their entire life flashed before his eyes, how they had settled down and what mountain they were in together, and he made a promise to protect her. The master praised him for wanting to protect everyone, not just Emily. Ilya thought the teacher was a weirdo when he asked him if he remembered who he was and what he was. The master smiled slightly and said that he was a snowshoe who was following in his footsteps to become a great magician and rule the abyss of dreams. The disciple was surprised because he was born in the Miao tribe and lived as a slave, but now he is not only his disciple, but also his descendant as a snowshoe. While the giant's fist was moving directly toward him, he realized that he had to reach his maximum to overcome himself to achieve the goal. He was extremely serious because he had to survive to protect everyone he loved. And when the giant wanted to strike, he was amazed to see a blue glow coming from the boy. Ilya easily blocked the enemy's blow, realizing that he was a student and who he was, and now he was fine because he remembered everything. He shouted to the giant that he was a future snowshoer and an apprentice of the strongest great magician. The guy was disgusted with the enemy's attack and ordered me to remember his name. And with a powerful jet of magic, he burned through his hand, seeing the bloodstains from it. He looked at his hand with surprise and wondered if he had become a master of aura and a magician because it was different from Liam's. The boy thought that this was the same ability of a snowshoer that his teacher had told him about, but decided to deal with it later because he had to finish with the giant first and unleashed the magic. Ilya began to wonder if he had any other vulnerability, because last time he failed to win knowing his weakness. He analyzed the enemy from head to toe, and it seems that stone was his only weak point. He was extremely serious as he watched the monster screaming in anger, and then he started running right at the guy and waving his arms to attack him. But Ilya was no longer afraid of him. He did not look so scary and threatening to him. Concentrating on his aura and magic, he blocked the enemy's blow and tried to strike it himself. The guy was at his feet, trying to bind his legs with his aura. The boy looked happy with his work because the giant fell to the ground as a result. Then he jumped to him and struck him on the jaw with a poker, and the giant slammed his head down again, unable to even close his mouth. Ilya waited a moment for the dust to settle and noticed a bright red stone on his forehead. Suddenly he became enraged and wasted no time in rushing out screaming that he was finished. He exemplified the effort to destroy this stone when the orc raised his displeased face. Elijah wished him to live forever, and a big explosion occurred, raising a lot of smoke. The guy was thrown back and was a little scared because he did not understand what happened to his strength. He felt that his eyelids became heavy and began to close. Someone caught him in time and explained that his condition was due to the fact that he had used all his mana without thinking about the consequences. The guy did not understand who was going to catch him and who was telling him all this, saying that he had gone too far. He was a little surprised to see a teacher next to him who was reproaching him for constantly having to interfere. But he immediately praised him and allowed him to rest, which the boy did instantly and was happy to do, thanking the teacher. The master was a little scared at first that the boy didn't answer his call, but he realized that he quickly switched off as usual. But he was not angry with him and wished him good dreams and congratulated him. The coach sat and was sad that the next season had come. He looked at his student, who was completely immersed in the study of magic because the battle with the orc had helped him to grow up. And Emily looked happy because she got rid of the problem of communicating with people because she runs a shop. And because she trains hard at night, she keeps up with her brother. While he was in the house, it seemed to him that it seemed empty without them. Even before that, Liam was busy preparing for the war, and the master was devastated inside. The goblin appeared on the screen and reported that they had finished the collection. But the master didn't trust him very much, so he decided to check everything himself, and he wasn't very happy to see him either. The leader was already waiting for him and was glad to see him when the master showed up and gave him a salary for his work. Then they started talking, and the master said that his student had killed an older orc. Povalit gave him a small gift for his good work and asked him to work in the same spirit. The goblin thanked him for the gift and said that he had to go to the machine and realized that he wanted to get to the book as soon as possible. Then the master thought that he should help Liam with the preparations and how everything was set up in the northern forest. Something frightened the mentor. Something began to confound all the laws of the world. He saw some blue-purple outpost and screamed about what was happening in this world because he could not understand anything. He looked at the maps and saw that there were dozens of events happening and their number was constantly increasing. The great magician thought about it because the one who has the ability to shake the laws of the world must be at least as good as a magical king or even a god. But he thought that it was not God's business to do something like that, so he thought he should go back to the tower. The student was surprised when he went out into the yard and watched what was happening because he had never heard of such magic. He saw the teacher in front of him, who said that he already knew what was happening. He was not happy that the student had come out for this, but if that was the case, he asked him what he thought about it. But Ilya didn't know what to say because he had never seen anything like this before, so he asked to know what was going on. He explained that the laws of the world had been set in motion, and although it looked like a simple earthquake, it was far from that. A frightened and at the same time angry Emily ran to them and shouted that they had a problem. But the master distilled it, saying that he already knew about it and they were just discussing it, and the boy asked if the shop was okay. The girl calmed down a bit and said that he was not hurt, and that the teacher had just come to tell him about it. The master was tense. He did not understand what could invade their world to set the laws in motion. My sister quietly asked my brother what the laws of the world were, but he could not explain it because his teacher told him so. A teacher approached them and asked them to check the tower, so that Ilya checked the first and second floors and the girl checked the production room. While the disciples went to fulfill his request, he needed time to think about it. He understood why this could happen quite often when civilization had been changing for 1,000 years. The mentor thought that it could be someone's plot, which resulted in the disappearance of alpha dragons and magic kings, but it made no sense if all the kings were gone. Since people could not have done it logically, he thought that it could have been the work of God. But he could not believe that it could be God, so he began to think of another reason. Someone asked him why he was talking to himself, but the neighborhood was annoyed because they were confused and wanted to try to figure it all out. Then he paid attention to the voice because it was very familiar to him when you started to make fun of him again a little bit, just talking about gods and other stuff. She advised him to think about changing his profession as he still spends his life researching magic. A girl was sitting on the couch and was not happy that he had never visited her. The mentor was not very happy to see this girl here and asked what she was doing here. She looked quite cheeky and greeted him by calling him a sleepyhead. He tried not to show any sign of it and asked why she was here on her own out of all the possibilities. She laughed softly and said that she didn't know how it happened because she accidentally fell asleep and woke up here. He was skeptical of her stories because he did not believe that she could have accidentally woken up here as she was a magical king at the top of the world of magic. She thought about his words but said that everything happens and how this world is full of amazing secrets. The magical king said that it was he who created that dream for her, and the boy agreed to explain that to some extent it was. He came closer to her and asked her if she knew where the other kings had gone and what was happening to the laws, because he wanted to know everything she knew about it. She asked him not to speak so rudely to her and to call her by her name and how he knew it. He calmed down a bit and said that now was not the time for games and reminded me what happens when he does that. She remembered how good they had been in the past and that in the dream world they would have been even better off. The master tried not to look at her. He did not want anything else, and it did not matter what happened, so he asked again to answer his question. The Magic King jumped on his back saying that she missed him, which disturbed him quite a bit. Then she asked him if he remembered what her request to call him by name meant. The girl was playing with him and asked if he would mind if she released her power here and now, which scared Ryan a little. He was very worried because if she unleashed her power in his tower, all his efforts and work would be ashes. He admitted his defeat and called her Layla, which made her very happy. Every time she asked me to repeat her name again, and she liked it very much. He wheezed a little to make his voice sound more serious and wanted to introduce them by pointing to two of his students. The students politely introduced themselves and were surprised to have guests, and a woman at that. He was not happy about this, but introduced Layla to the children and said that from now on she would live with them and that she was a magical king and amazingly strong. The brother and sister were amazed that the woman was a magical king, which seemed very cool to them. She insensitively said that she was also pleased to meet them, but did not understand what was wrong. The guy blushed sharply when a woman approached him and told him he was cute. She started hugging him hard and rejoicing because he sounded so sweet, and the boy tried to call the teacher for help. The master felt a certain jealousy, but in any case, he wanted to study this issue more deeply. Layla asked to call Ilya her big sister again, holding his chin, and the boy kept asking the teacher to save him. The master stood staring at his screens because he wanted to check once again the areas affected by the world's laws. But to his surprise, everything was completely out of the ordinary. For him, it was strange because Layla had appeared in this world, and a lot of things didn't add up for him. He believed that if a magical king appeared, dragons and elves had to appear as well. He was anxious, but decided to leave it for later because it wasn't going anywhere. But he felt that he had to raise the level of the tower, even though it was still early. The master realized that he could not spend his time solving minor issues in this regard. When Ryan came inside, he was furious and didn't understand why there was another outsider. Layla asked how it went, but the guy standing next to her didn't understand the name of the plant. He was annoyed and asked what that guy was doing here and why she didn't go back to where she came from because she was giving him a headache. The girl was a little sad and said she didn't want to leave because what was hers, what was his was hers, and so she wouldn't leave. The master became more serious, saying that it was her duty to protect this place if she did not understand what it was. She explained that security was a purely voluntary occupation and that she had a good life. The mentor understood her words, but the girl did not want to explain anything else. She pointed to the guy, calling him Aiden, who agreed with her. Ryan was staring at the guy, and he was really annoyed. Aiden was a subordinate of Layla. He was a guard who was able to resist an opponent of a class below the magical king. He was disturbed because as soon as Layla hinted at her love for him, the guy immediately began to hate him. He decided to leave because he realized that what he hadn't said was useless. The master looked crushed and said that he had to find out everything as she was not aware of what was happening. Emily said hello to the teacher, and you asked why she came out of the kitchen. She cooked some treats for their neighbors and said they were delicious. The boyfriend was worried because he did not believe that she was serious about preparing something for them. Then he decided to ask where Ilya was, and his sister said he was still training. At first, he was happy that his student was serious about training because he thought he had become smarter. But when he looked over to Layla and Aiden, he realized that he was just avoiding meeting the Magic King. She didn't like the way he treated her and asked if something was wrong with her face. He said everything was fine and told her to eat her treats and enjoy her unemployment. The master realized that he needed to conduct a huge search. To do this, he needed to expand the tower's capabilities, and for this, he needed money. In addition, he needs to come up with something to distribute and control the flow of mana, because he has already reached the top of the capabilities for all 3 levels of the tower. He was extremely dissatisfied because if he had 13 levels of tower as it was in the past, he could have avoided many problems. Reflecting on all this and the current state of affairs, he needed a lot of money. The master began to examine the tower's layout, which looked completely satisfactory to him. The only problem was the systematization of the 3 levels. He began to think about the issue of money, and for this, he needed to find a suitable place. The district concentrated entirely on the tower, and as a result, the second phase had to provide him with money, since he was not going to forge swords and armor from wood. At first, he was a little scared and could not believe it when he touched his screens. But he suddenly became more serious and thought that it could all be recreated with the help of handmade tools, and if he succeeded, he could start the second stage of production. The master was pleased with his idea, but he was interrupted by Layla, who crept up behind him. He was disturbed and reminded me that he had asked not to break in, but the girl didn't care because she wanted to see. She said that he had done this to her and that he was responsible for it, but he just yelled at her not to talk about such things so easily. The master realized that he was to blame for her interest in him, and the only problem was that it was too much. She looked at the plan of the tower and liked the fact that he used the world tree for it. He explained that this tree is able to withstand explosions during some experiments because its previous old tower was destroyed 1,000 years ago. Layla asked him if there was anything he was missing, and he confirmed her guesses because he still needed to collect materials. Then she slyly asked him if he wanted her to lend him a hand. He calmed down and said he could handle it himself, and the girl felt a little sorry for him. The Magic King explained that Aiden would do it if she asked him to think again about her proposal. But the master refused. And perhaps because it was her, because her tricks don't work on him, and besides, people live their lives in the hope of fulfilling their dreams and desires. She agreed with him and said that he had always been special in this regard. He was disturbed when she called him a drawing at the first meeting because he thought he was a good magician. The girl covered her ears and said that he was weak even by human standards, but people grow up quickly. The magician was surprised because Layla showed him her other side, which he had never seen before, as she had never paid attention to such things. When he decided to ask Layla what she meant by that, he was interrupted. The mentor asked Emily what happened, and she asked him to go down to the first level. She said that a messenger from the castle had come to them and said that the matter was very important, and he wanted to talk to him urgently. The master was very surprised that a messenger from the castle came and said that he was on his way to see him. He didn't understand why she sounded like she was at home, but the girl explained that everything he had would be hers. He was irritated and thought that everything was a cruel joke of karma, and the girl asked him to bring something tasty on the way back. He was shocked because he thought what he saw was a tower, which was impossible for him. The Count realized that it was no joke and that he was a really great master, and his guards began to say that this was the first time they had ever seen such a huge tree. Ryan quickly appeared next to the guy with the security guards and asked what they were talking about, saying that they were surprised to see him there. A young man greeted him and introduced himself as Jeremy Shalian from the Shalian family. The master looked stern, and I realized that he was a relative of Liam's and asked him what brought him here. He explained that he had come with a message because the owner of the land was very busy with other matters. The master noticed that he had already passed the stage of transformation into an elf, but it was too early to compare him to Liam. He realized that he was more than his messenger, because he was actually an elf, because he felt that he was at a low level of an aura expert. The guy asked to check it out and was surprised by the seal and wondered what exactly was in the message. The mentor was a little annoyed because he didn't understand if he couldn't convey everything in words and asked if there were any problems in the castle, but the boy didn't know what the message was. He carefully opened it and began to read it carefully and realized that the problem was not with the castle but with the territories. He felt sorry that he was not even aware of what was happening. Then he asked the boy to tell Liam what he said, and he agreed to do so. He got inside the tree and realized that the tree began to come to life, but he didn't know whether it was because of the laws of the world or because of Liam's action. He was a little unhappy that he had to add this to his workload because he already had a lot of work to do, and he saw the guy in front of him and said hello. With a smile on his face, he asked how his dreams were when the Count came closer to him. But the guy explained that now was not the time to discuss it, and the master realized that it must be very urgent and asked what happened. Liam suggested that he go inside, as they shouldn't discuss it outside. The master asked if there had been any changes recently, but the guy hadn't seen anything like that, but asked what specific changes he was talking about. But the master did not tell him about it, and when they came to the door, the Count asked them to leave the guards alone. The mentor was surprised that he even chased away the guards and asked what was going on, but first the Count wanted him to familiarize himself with it. He brought him something to wrap, and the master told him that he had heard about the problems that were happening on his land. Ryan began to look at the papers he had given him, and one of them was Victor Bayard, Gerarda's subordinate. Liam explained that at the moment he has set up an armed blockade on the border of the game that blocks the export of his goods. He said that he had tried to negotiate, but they failed because of their unreasonable demands. He looked carefully and understood the urgency of the case, and it seemed that the guy had come up with other countermeasures. The young man had other ways of exporting in mind, but now things are not so simple. He began to say loudly that even if they passed the blockade, the number of their troops was growing every day, which meant declaring war on the Shalians. The master was tense and understood what the boy wanted to say, so he asked what powers they had. He said that he had 20 fifth-generation Titans in his lifeguard and 5,000 foot soldiers, but only 2,000 of them were recruits. Ryan realized that this would not be enough, so he asked who was in the ranks of their opponents. He was surprised by the size of the enemy, as he had 5th and 4th generation golems, as well as the son of Geralta. The Marquis possessed a 7th generation Titan of Dark Blades and was in reserve, with an estimated number of 20,000 foot soldiers. The master realized the tragedy and understood that it was not a battle that could be won, but the boy said that they did not obey Victor. He was interested because it turned out that the guy was a real genius and asked if they all belonged to Geralta. And since they do not obey him, they will not carry out his orders, which will be the cause of their death. The master began to laugh out loud because he thought Girot was not so stupid. But the guy did not understand why he was laughing because he could not predict what would happen next and how it was not his strength. The man did not stop laughing and was surprised that he did not understand it and said that he was even dumber. The guy didn't like being addressed in this way, but asked what it all meant. When he calmed down, I asked him what he wanted him to do, so that instead of asking for help, he would say it directly. Liam decided not to beat around the bush and said straight out that he needed him. He looked very serious and said that he wanted to use him in this war and asked if he agreed with it. He was interested and asked if he really needed military support. But the boy believed that it would be better if he personally took part in this war, but the Lord was not eager to do so. Then the master reproached him and asked if he really wanted to use his trump card or if this was his plan. This surprised him because he did not think that he would have such an opportunity to make himself known to the whole continent. Then the master said that if the problem was only in the enemy infantry, he would take care of it and that the guy should not worry about it. Liam did not understand what he could do with so many enemy troops. He said that he could increase his troops to confront them, but it was only a one-time trick. The guy still couldn't get over the shock. He didn't understand how he would do it because there were more than 20,000 of them. The Count explained that thanks to the development of magic, there was no need for cavalry. The master already had some ideas on how to counter the first troops and had already gone to do it. What he came up with was enough to replace their cavalry, but he needed something else to win. The guy smiled and said that it was his duty to pay in equal proportions according to the contract. The master said that he had high hopes for him and that in this war he would be able to write his name down in history. And he assured him that he would send troops to help him and that he could not worry about it anymore. And now it was time to discuss other issues. The guy thought they would talk about business, and he almost guessed right. The master said that they were already guaranteed victory in this war. And so now we need to think about the consequences of this, so it needs to expand its territories. He was going to set up production and sell those products because he could gain the most in price and production. But the young man was a little misunderstood because he was already doing it, to the point where he thought that the northern forest would provide him with enough resources. The master had a lot of resources, but it was not enough for him. Liam was surprised because he was already making a lot of money, but he was curious what else came to mind. The mentor became more serious and asked him to answer what their problem was today. The guy lowered his head a little and said that they had problems with the production of the second stage and also a problem with the collection of metals. The guy alone did not understand how this situation was related to the one before, although he could already guess what the master was thinking. Use the example of milk to explain how it doesn't need any further processing because it is a ready-made product. He explained his opinion that they would produce ready-to-use medicines. The Count was surprised because he also grows medicinal herbs in the northern forest, but in order to produce them, he would have to organize their processing. He was a bit apprehensive about whether he wanted to build a factory. Liam couldn't understand the master. I told him to just think of it as an extension of dairy production, but he mentioned the impossibility of using it without processing. At the time, he suggested that it might be possible if he took into account the magic of healing, but he did not know whether it would be more effective. The great magician explained that the answer would be in the price. He carefully explained that healing magic works wonders as it cures colds and other diseases, but has a very high price of application. The guy was a little scared when he realized that the magician decided to slowly get rid of the traditional use of medicinal herbs by creating something of his own. Master wanted to be the first to create a pharmaceutical company on the mainland that would sell both herbal medicines and medicines. He said that with this kind of business here, he would skyrocket, which surprised the guy. He walked along the path near the World Tree and realized that he had received permission from Liam. He thought that the World Tree would become the basis for all manufactured products, so you don't have to be afraid of side effects, but you have to think about what they will produce. He also realized that he needed working staff and considered leaving this decision to the Shalians. The idea was to help them save money, so I'll leave the details of the plan to Liam for now. The master looked at the tree, and it was time to take care of the rest. He formed a magic sphere in his hand and let out that various magic circles appeared around him. A large black ball fell in front of him, crushing the ground a little. The master stood in the center of the pentagram, which glowed with intense energy, and he realized that too much time had been wasted in creating it. He was sad because he had lost a lot of money and thought he should have told Liam about it. He then began to use his magic and ordered the production of an earthen golem. The mentor stood calmly while the earth shook and rose up around him. He looked at one of them and thought that he could create more. With a stern expression on his face, he decided to stay for 1,000 pieces. Since he has increased their strength, they will be able to fully utilize their powers against the Titan and act like knights. He ordered his golems to go and become Liam's hands in defense of Shalian. He was skeptical about the war and wanted to see the Geralta again. He thought he would get rid of it after the war if he didn't think it could be of any use to him. In one of the tent camps, there was a change of guard, and one of the guards asked the next one to stand well and be ready. Ryan arrived near Bayard's positions and was a little surprised that they were so close to the suburbs of Shalian. He wondered where the Titans were because he hadn't seen them in that place, and according to Liam's information, there were about 20 warriors there. So he decided to find out where they were hidden, so he opened his screen. He realized that the Titans were hidden in the very rear, as both sides had not yet started an open clash, and as soon as it started, they would bring them to the front line. He became a little more serious because there was some kind of magical reaction not far from here, and someone hid a large amount of magic. Suddenly, Layla looked over at him and asked who could have unleashed such a large amount of magical energy. He started asking why she was here, and the girl explained that she was always where he was. She explained that the war was about to start here and she wanted to come to see it. He explained that she was only interested in him and that if she knew other magical circles, it would be very ugly. She slyly told him to take care of them, and I realized that this would become another problem for him. The girl gave him a big hug and said it didn't matter how many problems he would have and suggested that he should go on a date. But the master didn't like it much because she said dangerous things. Layla asked him what he was doing here if the war hadn't started yet, because he was always leaving her alone. He explained that he could not ignore those who wanted to invade the territory where his sword was located, and he thought it was unfair to start a war like that. The master smiled because since they started first, he would repay them, but using his own methods. He wanted to get rid of all these distractions, and he could have fun and promised that she would see it all, so to speak, live. A small red ball formed in his hand, and after looking at it, he decided to proceed, and Layla asked him what he was going to do. That little black ball was a fragment of a nightmare. It was getting bigger and bigger, and was a small gift for the enemy in honor of their acquaintance. When the nightmare shattered, a dark energy came out of him, and his mentor told him to go forward. Layla, somehow disappointed because there was no disruption and no noise. Ryan smiled and explained that he was not a part of this war, so he just had to stand and watch. He looked at her and told her to go back because it was a cold night wind, and the girl asked him kindly to let her enjoy her dreams later. In the city, troops were gathered near the tree. Thousands of soldiers were standing and waiting for someone. Later, one of the elders gave the command to stand at attention, and all the soldiers stood in a line. The count came out to them and started talking to them, saying that their idea was not successful. In addition, the enemy increased its forces by 10,000 soldiers, but they also managed to raise the number of their troops at the expense of the militia. The guy didn't know what to do, but I hope it won't turn the tide of the battle in their favor. But he tried to convince himself that they would win anyway, since Raim had given him his word. They were to win this war because of the stone he created. Then one of his subordinates came up to him and said that all the preparations were over, and he said that they would be moving out now. The count asked the guard how close the troops were to the yard, and he said that they were near the border. The master was sitting in his lab researching something, and he realized that his help to Liam had greatly reduced his production. He exhaled heavily. Fortunately, he managed to finish everything on time. He looked in the other direction and realized that he still had a lot of his other developments to finish. His thoughts were interrupted by a student who said that they had a problem. Ilya was very agitated and nervous and did not understand why he was always like that. He started shouting that they had started a war there, but the teacher did not react to it. Ilya said that Liam made an appeal and said that Bayard came with 30,000 troops. The master was very surprised because he checked them at night and did not understand how something could happen in such a short time. He was unhappy about this because he had increased his troops by 1.5 times in just one night, but he believed that Liam would be able to handle it, even though the gap in numbers had widened. His student continued to scream, but the master asked him to calm down. They quieted down and began to listen attentively to the master, who asked them not to forget that they were students of the great magician. He asked them not to worry and said that he and Liam were already aware of the situation. Although he was a little worried, he said that their troops were taken care of without any effort and that they had nothing to worry about, but asked them to try to get home as soon as possible. They said they would return as soon as everything was finished there. Ryan still couldn't understand how the enemy managed to increase his army, but he thought that the Count had a plan for this if he did not tell him anything about it. Then he thought it could be because he was stirring and decided to check it out. He believed that the fragment of the nightmare he sent them could have an impact. But since he hasn't checked it yet, I hope to find something else. Somewhere there were two men talking to each other, and one of them said that he had heard that the Marquis had sent 10,000 soldiers to help the army. One thought that with such rumors he would not have enough nerves, and the man told him that perhaps he was afraid of his future, and therefore begged everyone to give him more soldiers. The man did not understand what he was saying, which meant that the two counts had arrived together. He looked at his friend with disbelief, or by these two he meant Jagaron and Jaraga, and his friend fully confirmed his words and said that they had a chance to change sides. The master was surprised by this because it turned out that the problem was not even with those 10,000 soldiers. After analyzing the whole situation, he realized that Chaperan's country itself was changing. Count Jagaron himself controls the military administration and also maintains his own military academy. Another Count, Yuga, had a great deal of wealth in his hands and was insanely rich. And the last of the towers was the Marquis, who helped the current king become what he is today, and that trio is at the helm of power. The master looked angry. He did not think that a fragment of him could cause such changes. Ryan studied everything carefully and realized that these two were not enough, and wondered if he should look at a second guide. He began to look at his screen carefully, remembering that the two had mentioned Counts Jaragan and Jaraga. The master was delighted when he saw that both of them appeared on the screen. They behaved like little children saying who should start first. Jura said that he had heard rumors that the Marquis' victory in this war would be very dangerous. The Count agreed with him and decided not to contradict him, since their cooperation had begun long ago. But Jaragan was worried that after such a small agreement, they would lose to the Marquis. Jurag understood this aristocracy, and if this happens, they will simply become puppets. He added that when this happens, he will lose his military power. But the Count said that he had lost his wealth then, but they didn't have time to wear Victor out. But the man thought differently. He added that if Count Chalian managed to win, it would be the beginning of the Marquis' path of destruction. Grav was a little confused, because he didn't understand how they could help Chalian if the soldiers were already there. His biggest surprise was when his comrade said that they shouldn't help him with soldiers, because that's what Victor Biard wanted, and he would take care of the Marquis. Yuha was a little annoyed with his friend and how he could not understand his thoughts. The master liked the idea of them switching to the Viscount because there would be a war there too. So he decided to see what the protagonist was doing, and it was clear from his expression that he was not aware of what was happening. The mentor said he didn't want to be part of this war, but he couldn't resist this chance to have fun. He looked at his friend and realized that all his actions would be very important. So he decided to keep an eye on him and told him not to expect an easy victory. Liam studied the map carefully and realized that although they had more soldiers, their positions were not in their favor, so he decided to gain a foothold in the gorge. And I think they will be able to pull part of the enemy's forces there to take away their advantage in numbers. The guy realized that they had no other choice and they had to do a good job. He looked at the map again and decided to move his troops outside the compaction while the vanguard would draw all their forces. He began to think about the strategy. He had 6,000 militia in total, but in fact only 5,000 soldiers. He wanted to send 3,000 to the vanguard, using recruits, dividing them in two to confuse the enemy. Liam anticipated that the enemy would throw all his forces at them and that this moment would be decisive in the battle. He has become more formidable because then the fight of the Titans will be able to determine the winner. But if they cannot defeat them, then all plans will be useless. The Count became more serious and decided that since he was the ruler of these lands, he would deal with the enemy Titans. He looked at his hand, which looked like a blue stone with which he wanted to do it. A voice came from the balloon and said that they would soon go to the teacher, and the elf ended their conversation. Then he asked to notify all the commanders about the gathering as they had to meet to plan the operation. He took his knight's mask and put it on and headed for the exit. He realized that it may look stupid, but he had no other choice as the fate of his country rested on his shoulders and he had to lead his people to victory. His men were already standing near the teacher where he was planning his operation. The meeting began, and the Count said that they would discuss the tasks of the vanguard and briefly explained that the enemy outnumbered them. He was extremely serious and said that there were 3 key points in this battle. The first was the task of the vanguard. The second was to lure the enemy into the gorge. Clenching my fist for the third moment, it was an attack on Jigrat with his dark blade. The other knights were a little scared because no one had ever done this before, and then the player asked them what they thought about it. Lieb decided to ask the Count a question about his plan, and he agreed to listen to him. He was a bit nervous and started by repeating the leader's words that when the battle begins, they will have to face the entire enemy force. Then he pointed to the map and said that after that, they should switch to the Titans and block their attack, but he didn't understand how it could be done with 3,000 soldiers. The Count said that they would use these 3,000 to confront the enemy at the very beginning of the battle. The knight was furious because he thought it was reckless, because it was impossible to hold back 30,000 with only so many. Lem lowered his head and agreed with the warrior that it would be very difficult and almost impossible. Then he asked if that was why they wanted to leave him, which surprised the knights. He began to shout at them that if they had already followed him and believed in his nickname of the Master of Battle, then they should continue to believe in him to the end. He said that in order to protect the Shalians, they would win no matter how, but they would do it. All the knights began to shout louder and louder that they would follow him to the very end. He said that he would not let them down and that they should believe in the cause and follow his orders. Then the Count ordered everyone to disperse except for the second and third group captains. He turned to Hlib and Lewis, and you immediately turned around and looked at him. The battle master looked very serious and said that they were staying with him in the vanguard, and now he would explain everything to them about the details of their battle and its tactics. The guys were a little confused and asked if by tactics he meant a plan of victory. He confirmed their words and said that if they managed to pull it off, the victory will be theirs. My lord began to show the key point of their operation on the map. Rai was a little surprised that the guy came up with something amazing while watching him. The master had high hopes for him, although I understand that it will not be easy, but if he succeeds, his name will be heard throughout the continent. He was smiling and happy for Liam, thinking that he was really amazing, but his friend didn't understand why he was smiling there. He looked at her slightly and said that the war was about to begin. Layla was a little unhappy because he had already said that, and now he was saying that it hadn't started yet. He asked her with a smile if she was not amused by what was happening in the human world and offered her to see it. She looked at him with a displeased face and agreed to look at it. All the troops were still near the gorge, and the Master of War was ordering his units to go where they should go. He yelled at them that there was little time left because everything was about to start and that they should move faster. Layla spotted the elf and wondered if it was the work of his friend Zasoni. All the troops had already gotten up from the drag of their state and were ready to start the offensive. And Liam went forward confidently with his army, thinking that they would win this battle. The enemy troops came out to meet him and stood right in front of him. The Count thanked Lord Digrad for coming to this war. He wondered if he was Gyaradom's nightmare because he really knows how to hide his aura. Because he not only owned a 7th-generation Titan, but he was also Gerald's son and felt that he had the aura of a master. The Lord started laughing out loud as a sign of their meeting and asked to drop all those formalities. The Count agreed with him because he believed that polite conversation had no place in war. He was surprised because he thought Liam was not stupid at all, but he said he was just overestimating him. Then the Lord bent down to him and asked him how much pleasure his humiliation would bring him. The guy said an incomprehensible saying, but the point was that he thought so too and wanted to take his life. And before he could say anything and wish him success, the Lord was angry with him because of what he had said. He looked at him intently and angrily considered him an insolent fool. The guy looked him straight in the eye with intensity, because now the battle had begun. Behind him were knights, and when their leader began to put on his helmet, they realized that this was his sign. Then he ordered everyone to go to their places, and all the knights of the friendly set about fulfilling his order. The guy was furious and started waving his sword, threatening that he would die first. The knight did not react to his threats and did not even look back. The Lord was shocked to see that his sword had hit something stone. A big golem of a left hand appeared in front of him, and I don't know where it came from. Then Liam turned and looked at the boy and said that the Shillians would be the ones who would win this war. Ryan couldn't believe that the guy had actually done it, watching him through the screen. He wasn't entirely sure that he had thought of everything, so he was happy if he had to intervene soon. Layla knew something, but she didn't say anything to the magician and asked if he was going to show up and tear everyone apart. He was a little scared when he heard her and explained that it wasn't quite true, but she didn't believe him. The Lord was furious, and there were bloody footprints behind him, and when the Count lifted his mask and saw a crimson aura, he began to strike the giant's arm so that everyone could see what the Aura Master was capable of. The warrior laughed evilly at the hopeful man's attempt to stop him with this piece of rock. Liam said with a reproach that he shouldn't be so confident if he didn't know who created the golem. The master felt that someone was talking about him because his ears began to burn and he realized that he had to leave. The leader explained to his troops that Jigrat had been quickly disposed of, so it would be easier for them to break through their defenses, but that his death was not yet confirmed. One of the warriors agreed that the center remained free and that everything was going according to his plan. Then the player ordered to send knights to break through their center, which surprised the warrior. He wanted to secure their victory until they knew whether the Lord was alive or not. Then he shouted and ordered all his titans to prepare to support the knights, and everyone agreed to do so. Magical portals appeared above them, from which beasts came out and climbed on them and drove forward. His attention was drawn to a red barrel of energy in the distance that came out of nowhere. And I realized it was a buggy beam, but I didn't know what was starting to happen here. He was a little scared because of the thunderous light, and a monster dark blade appeared out of it. And next to him was Jigrat, who was smiling slyly and asking if he really hoped to kill him with this pile of garbage. Then the warrior asked if he really thought he would die so easily, but the Count did not believe that he had failed. The guy was a little angry with him and laughed because he didn't think he was that cunning. Then the knights noticed him and started shouting that Jigrat was here and alive. He continued to mock the Count for sending those people to kill him. Then he looked at him with an evil look and said that he would die by his hand. And the dark monster started waving his crimson blades, ready for a serious battle. He began to fight with the Knights of Shalian, who tried to defend themselves against his attacks. The guy was a little scared because they started to push him out of his position, which was not according to the plan. Then the Count ordered the sacred roots to bind his enemy, and they began to swoop upward, capturing the dark blade in their arms. The master watched the boys and was glad that Liam was acting like a military leader and that a great story was being written here. He noticed that the battle was already in full swing and realized that while he was fighting Jigrat, his soldiers were in danger because they were fighting their own battle with the enemy troops, trying to hold on to the last. The master understood that he had the qualities of a good leader, but not enough to be a legendary hero because his lack of strategy was that he had to become a hero. Then he turned his attention to the golems, who were left without his commands and stopped while he was fighting Jigrat. First, he had to destroy the camps with knights and golems before luring them into the gorge. But the master decided to help him with this because he believed that this war had to be won. Everyone saw that the golems began to move, but did not understand why so suddenly. Then, one of the soldiers began to encourage the people that my lord would soon defeat Jigrat, so they should try to break through the center. The master looked down and was pleased that people were inspired. He looked at one tent in the camp, and now he had to finish his work. Victor could not find a place for himself and did not understand how he had allowed such a thing to happen to Jigrat, and as a result, he lost the initiative over the battle. He was desperate because at this rate he was going to lose to the Count, and what was even worse for him was that the capital's rats had changed their minds. He realizes that if things continue like this and he loses the war, all power will pass into the hands of Count Jurag and Jagaron. A warrior ran to him and told him that the location of the forces had changed on the battlefield, and now they could not let them break through. This pleased the man very much, and he did not say to go back to their original plan of using magic artillery to destroy them. Then he ordered the warrior to make sure that the order had reached all the commanders and that their forces were divided into two. Then Victor became more confident and wanted to end it without relying on Jigrat. Another messenger ran to him and said he had a new message, which surprised everyone. He was pleasantly surprised to find out that the guy was alive, so he decided to leave the battlefield to him, and he started preparing the artillery. Victor joined in and said with a happy face that they should finish it all together, not seeing that Ryan had appeared next to him. He folded his arms and said that this did not suit him, which puzzled the man a bit. He turned around and saw the master next to him and began to ask him who he was and how he came to be there. The mentor introduced himself as Ryan Miller and said that he was a great magician. He was a little surprised that it was the same magician who lived there because he thought it was just a rumor. So Victor started to fuss and ordered his men to get rid of him quickly, not to stand there and watch. The master was a little annoyed because he introduced himself as a great magician and thought that these people would be able to stop him. He snapped his fingers, and the knights were very frightened, and bloody spots appeared on their heads. Victor was also scared. He could not believe his eyes what he was seeing. He did not get the picture because the master said that he was a great magician, but he beat his people with the help of aura, and this should not be the case. Ryan laughed at him because there was nothing to be surprised at, and saw that people's skills had deteriorated over the last 1,000 years. Victor didn't understand why he was there, as he shouldn't have any business in this war. The mentor was already getting annoyed with the fact that he asked a lot of questions because he didn't have to answer every one of them. Then he suggested that he go directly to the lower world and say that he was from the King of Dreams, and then I would take very good care of him. And in a moment, the man was lying with his head in the table, and the master was leaving the place. The golems continued to fight the titans and the foot soldiers among themselves. The master looked at his creatures and realized that they were filled with his magic and would be stronger than any local titan. He was a little worried when he looked at his screen and wondered if Liam knew that the guy was coming toward him because his aura master level was up to the standards of his time. And given all this, he was not as strong as Jigrat. Although he had made progress, he should have already felt some changes in his body. Liam could feel the direction and movement of the enemy's sword because his senses screamed about it, and it was all the unusual abilities of the elven body. Therefore, thanks to this feeling, he could avoid them and block them. Law did not understand what was happening because he could not believe that his opponent was stronger than him, and he could not explain how his titan could push his dark blade away. He was serious and was sure that this would be the last blow. He put on a mask and said that the world tree would live forever. And with great force, he plunged his sword filled with energy into the ground. Jigrat was a little nervous and did not believe that the Count would be able to defeat him. An energy ball began to grow around Liam and hit the enemy directly with its light beams. Then he looked at it and ordered it to explode in the name of Shalian, because that would be the end of the war. The warrior began to shout loudly and threaten, because he was not going to die like that. He resisted loudly because he could never lose to someone like him. But after these words, there was a strong explosion and the blast wave traveled a long way, and a lot of smoke was formed at that place. The knights were trying to stay away from the strong blast wave, but they were worried about their leader, that he would be okay. Their lord appeared out of the smoke with the head of a dark blade in his hand, and everyone began to greet him. Liam returned to his castle and was very angry and unhappy. His subordinates had heard about the victory, but did not expect such a quick return, but the Count did not want to talk now when they asked what had happened. The boy asked if there was a great magician, which surprised the men a bit because they were not sure what their lord was talking about. His words were confirmed, and then Liam asked him not to follow him. No one understood what was happening and why my lord was in such a state. He was angry with the master because he was sure that he had interfered, and then he could not talk about this victory. The Count entered the door as he expected to see a great magician. Ryan stood up and asked if the war was over, because he thought they would be celebrating soon. Liam was annoyed by his behavior, that he was acting as if nothing had happened. He asked what happened with a smile, and the guy aggressively answered him. He said that Victor's pieces were lying in a tent near 2 soldiers with holes in their heads. I also mentioned to him about the golems that went on the attack without his order and told him that he had interfered too much. He was furious because this war affected Shalian's honor and he did not want such a victory. But the master interrupted him, asking if such actions were right, and apologized if he had given him something to eat. Then Liam began to shout at the magician that he was insulting those who had died for this land, but the master only smiled. Then he became serious and asked if he was ready to achieve victory at the cost of his life. But the guy didn't understand him because he was convinced that he had defeated Jigrat fairly. But the master began to laugh, and it would be interesting to see how he would have done without the elf's powers. He was shocked to hear that he was not Jigrat's equal, even though he considers himself a master of aura. The guy turned pale because he felt his senses intensified, but he didn't know that it was a force that connected him and the tree, and it magnified them in the moment of danger. The master warned that these forces did not belong to him and that he was not a hero, and added that his plan was to minimize losses, which happened. He looked at him slyly because from the very beginning of the war the forces were not equal. The guy was puzzled when the master asked him if he was ready to lose all his employees. The magician said that Bayard wanted to use magical artillery and destroy everyone, and Liam did not know about it. Then the master equated him to a child who cannot see human greed. The Count was furious because he thought he was being insinuated that he had become an even bigger coward when he first got scared when they met face to face. The master was disappointed that the boy did not understand him at all, because I wanted to convey that he could do everything right and Liam already knew what was important to him. His mentor knew that he wanted to become a hero who won the war and defended Shalian, so he told him not to delay it. The boy looked at the master angrily and asked if his greed had gotten the better of him. He explained that this was very familiar to him, so he had to tell him. The Count looked at him and assured him that he was not as weak as he had been before and hoped that the master would believe in him. The magician respected his choice, but hoped that he would be able to become a true aura master. He asked the boy not to grow his ego by doing the wrong thing, but Liam was not pleased to hear him say that. The master asked him not to make a mistake, because this elven power is the power of the World Tree. But Liam stubbornly continued to disobey, because this power now belongs to him. He asked him to recognize that they are now almost on the same level, as long as he has such power. The mentor was already irritated by this. He did not understand why he needed this recognition and whether he did not care at all what he had achieved on his own. The guy looked serious, and he couldn't leave things as they were, and since he is an aura master, he wants to make sure that he is on the same level as him. It made the master laugh a lot, even though he didn't understand what was so funny. He realizes that because he does not recognize him, he talks to him like that. Then the master offered him a friendly sparring match as he stood on his recognized. He got excited about the idea because he thought it was his chance, and I asked him not to hate me if he lost. The master agreed to this and even provoked him by saying that he would not even hit him with his sword. The guy started shouting at him and asked why you didn't start them right now, and he even insisted on it. And the master told him to take him to the tournament hall because they wouldn't do anything good here. The guy turned around and asked me to follow him, and it was clear that the master was nervous. He even felt uncomfortable because he could have forgiven this prank instead of provoking it. Liam turned slightly to Ryan to see if he was leaving, and he was about to follow him and show him what happens to those whose power does not belong to him. They came to the tournament hall, and there were 2 other witnesses to the events with them. The magician was ready for it, and he hadn't fought with knights for a long time. The guy was furious that the master was taking him on because he didn't even have a weapon. He explained that he was more comfortable with his bare hands and that he didn't want the boy to worry about it. But Liam was surprised that he would use martial arts because it turns out that he is not only a magician. Ryan wanted to finish quickly, and since the Count had already realized everything, he ordered him to attack. The guy was very serious and did not think to let him get away with anything. He was already waiting for him to attack because he wanted to teach him something and give him a lesson for life. The Count began to construct himself and take all his energy and release his aura. The boy's fighting spirit was really impressive, and the teacher even thought that Emily and Ilya could learn something useful from him. The guy had already prepared himself and shouted that he was about to start and rushed to attack with his sword. He walked confidently, waving his sword as if to set a trap for the master, but he stood there and did not even look in his direction. When he opened his eyes, he was curious because it turned out to be an aura cage made by a guy. And with a single wave of his hand, he was able to break the cage with powerful energy, which was not difficult for him at all. Liam was surprised that he broke through his aura and was angry about it. Then the master quickly and easily moved behind the boy. The guy decided to release his aura into an explosive form and pointed his sword at the enemy. He was a little scared when he saw the master in front of him who said he was too slow. The guy was in shock because he was behind him and did not understand how he was able to move so quickly. He felt so much pressure that he couldn't even raise his sword and realized that he needed to break the distance. The guy was terrified because he couldn't even move and didn't know if the master was anticipating his actions. The teacher asked him why he was like that, because he hadn't done anything yet, and asked what had happened to his mood. The Count could not understand anything. He felt that there was too much difference, but at the same time they were almost equal. Eventually he managed to move away from the master and avoid his pressure. He was looking at him from under his forehead and wanted to end it all with just one attack. The master laughed at him because he managed to break the distance and predicted that he was already preparing for the last attack. The boy looked confident and asked the master not to act as if he knew everything because he would defeat him anyway. Then he gathered his courage and ran straight at the enemy with his sword because he was confident in his attack. But the master didn't even move and only blocked his blow with an energy field. Even though his sword passed through the barrier, his mentor was able to hold it with his fingers. Liam was very surprised by this move as his sword flew out of his hands and into the air. As he stood in shock in front of Ryan, his sword flew across the room and plunged into the floor behind him. Liam was getting angrier and angrier at the magician and thought it was impossible that this had happened. And while he was thinking about it, the wizard summoned magic in his hands and called the boy. He was serious and explained that he wanted to teach him how to get rid of inadequate self-esteem. And he released that energy into a jet and directed it at the guy who could not withstand it and did not resist. The boy was sitting against the wall, exhausted after such a powerful blow, and the teacher decided to end it there because he had to leave. When Liam regained some consciousness and the dust settled, he decided to call the master. Ryan stopped and heard the boy thank him for what he had done. When the teacher returned, the children were amazed that he wanted to expand the tower again. He was confident and said that they would start either this month or a little later. The brother and sister were still under the impression that this was an unexpected event for them and they did not know how to deal with money. He thought about it, and it wasn't such a problem because Liam was going to fund it and he had some savings and awards from the war. The magician was a little annoyed because he had to spend a lot of magic stones on golems instead of a tower, because he had to put a lot of effort and time into creating those magic stones. He explained to the children that it was not a magic machine, but was made by hand, and they felt a little funny and ashamed. And Ryan thought about taking double the amount of compensation for those used stones. He started laughing out loud, and the children were a little surprised at what kind of teacher they had. Emily held a small bag in her hands and looked forward as if hypnotized. She couldn't believe that everything had happened so quickly, the way it had turned out. She stood in the middle of the city and did not understand what to do next because she had never been in this position before. Because it all started an hour earlier in the magician's tower, from which the voices were coming. The girl was in a good mood and seemed to be preparing something using magic. Emily used her magic while she constantly repeated the same word, Latora Vene. Her brother had already woken up and came downstairs asking what they were having for breakfast. He was very happy to smell the fish. You wouldn't know it from the looks of it, but Ilya was a master of aura, and according to his teacher, he could stand up to Liam. The girl was preparing breakfast in an upscale style, and the mackerel looked very appetizing then. His sister told him to wash his face and then he would eat, so he quickly went to do it. The teacher also woke up and came downstairs. He was in a good mood and could smell that we were having fish fry today too. He walked closer to the table and saw a newspaper with an article that still alarmed him. The master began to read it and was furious, not understanding how it all happened because it was unthinkable to him. Emily cautiously asked the teacher what had happened, and he began by saying that he had just started making a skin potion. And then there was a product that could surpass it, created by a large corporation, the Devil's Factory. Ilya joined them and asked what had happened to them in the morning. The master handed him a newspaper article and asked him to read it, which scared the boy, and he did not understand how it happened. The boy explained that this factory was very famous, but he did not know that they were engaged in such activities, and the mentor noticed that theft was a common thing for such corporations. It was very disturbing for the master. He was furious that someone thought they could create a better product than his, since he created it with his own hands. The students cautiously asked the teacher if he was angry that they could create a better product than him. The mentor was angry about this, and this could certainly be the reason why the children were not surprised by the teacher they had. The girl smiled lightly until the men saw her, especially her mentor, who was furious. Emily had already set the table, and her brother complimented her that it was all perfect. She laughed and wished everyone a good meal and asked us to start because it was still a quiet and uneventful day for her. The teacher and his student looked at each other to see if they were starting now, and the boy said yes, throwing it to him. The teacher turned to the girl and said that he and Ilya were looking after the store today and she had the day off. The girl was so surprised that her spoon of rice fell off and she did not expect this turn of events. The master explained that she was already training a lot and that she should not allow herself to stay in the past. Her brother also agreed with the teacher that she was ready to go out and could have a good rest, which would help her relax. She felt that they were up to something and asked if they really thought so, why they smiled. The master suggested that I start resting 2 days a week from that moment on. As far as money was concerned, their shop brought them a good profit. In addition, they receive a steady income from Shalian, and at this rate, the master will be able to recover his capital in just 5 years. And while he was eating, he added that he was going to hire someone else, because then she could start training for the next level as a mage instead of doing manual labor. The girl was very surprised by the teacher's words when he told her to move to another level of magic. He looked at her and explained that it would be another step, maybe 3 or maybe even 4. The girl was a little doubtful about what the teacher was saying, but he explained that her aura had increased greatly. But he decided to discuss the details later, and for now he suggested that she go and enjoy the day. The girl was very happy about it and agreed to it, which also made her brother and teacher happy. The master saw that the girl had already finished eating and decided to give her something in a small bag. He told her to get ready to have fun, and small drops of energy appeared around his finger. The girl was worried and asked me to let her wash the dishes, and she was planning to clean up before she left. The master created a small portal, and when she started to get sucked in, he told her to leave everything on them and have fun. The girl was transported to the city and returned to how it all began. She fell to the ground and was disappointed because her employers did not know that she was 100% homebody. The girl was upset because even though the teacher said to have fun, she didn't know how to do it. They brought her a picture of her in a cage because she spent most of her life in slavery. Then her teacher saved her and taught her magic, because thanks to him she became a magician. She has often thought about her work in the shop and the time she spent with her brother and her teacher, because that's when she really realized she was truly happy. So she decided that she shouldn't take her vacation lightly and had to give it her all. She decided to look in the bag to see how much money the teacher had given her. She was shocked because there was about 1,000 gold pieces, and this money could have been enough to buy a house and still be left over. The girl was still a little shocked and did not know whether the teacher would have a sense of proportion even with money. So she decided to use the money wisely. She decided to go first to the money changer and then to the store. The girl was walking around the city and all the boys were looking at her and saying that she was very cute. It was obvious that the girl was very nervous when she saw that everyone was staring at her like that. There were boys nearby who were surprised by her beauty and did not know if all the Meow tribe were so cute. For some, she was a treat for the eyes. She felt very anxious. I had all eyes on her, and she began to convince herself that it was just a workout. She remembered her teacher's words that she needed to overcome her fear of people and began to walk more confidently and smile because the experience in the store gave her confidence. She came to the door and did not know what to do next, but she heard that most people went to the cafeteria. They studied there and even worked there. She looked at the sign and didn't know if she could do it, but she wanted to try. Emily lightly peeked behind the door and was surprised to see a large and spacious room. She was surprised that this is what the cafe looked like, but she liked it. Then she went to the food counter and the waiter asked her what she had chosen. She was a little confused at first, but quickly found the menu and asked for a special milk in a large glass. She sat down at a table and the waiter brought her her order of specialty milk. She was pleasantly surprised and liked the way it looked. Then she decided to smell it, and it tasted delicious. It was condensed milk in whipped cream and honey. Emily was surprised because she had never tasted milk like this before. And then she decided to try it, and she drank a little bit of it and liked it very much. She was happy because it tasted so sweet and tender, with the feeling of fresh milk and a hint of caramel, that she wanted to make it for her teacher and her brother. There was a book next to her, and she decided to start studying, but she didn't know if that was part of the fun. It was as if the mentor was watching her because he realized that she did not know what fun was, because he expected something else from her. Half an hour later, she had already eaten something and was reading about how to become a mage and that he must be able to combine 3 different types of magic. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I read especially about the connection of fire to the wind, which creates a fire wind if you combine the 4th type. But she didn't have time to finish reading because she was still drinking her milk and was surprised to see that it was over. She was a little confused because she didn't know what to do next, or if it was possible to order another one. She looked out the window and saw something, so she decided to leave the cafe. She was a little sad standing at the door because she didn't know what to do next, because this was all new to her. Then she looked up at the sun and wondered if maybe she would have been better off walking in the park because the weather was favorable. Emily sat down on a bench and began to think about him, as he was so unusual today. She felt that she had experienced something new today, because she had never felt this way on days dedicated to magic and when she spent time with her friends as a child. She couldn't believe that she had really forgotten how to have fun with all the different personalities and manners. but they are all laughing and enjoying it because they like it, and I looked at the people who were walking around. She was upset and did not understand why she felt uneasy in her heart instead of happy. She decided to return and thought that the teacher wanted to help her find what she had lost many years ago. She heard some screams and someone shouting for help, and she didn't understand what was happening. Emily saw the man being aggressive towards the child and saying that it was better to listen to him, while the subject was crying in tears and asking him to let him go. The girl was scared and thought the man was a slave trader. He held his hand while the child begged him to let go, but the man did not listen. The man ordered him to stop crying and asked him if he thought he would be eaten or what. The boy said they would pay the debt, but only if he let him go. Then he turned to his accomplices and ordered them to shield the guy in the slave car. The girl was shocked to hear the whole conversation and that she wanted to drag the guy into a slave car. Emily didn't know what to do and watched as two men took the boy and started dragging him away while he screamed and cried. She was shocked to see that there were many more children in that cart, crying and screaming. One of the men asked the other to close the children so that they would not cry anymore and asked if they had finished for the day. The red-haired man said that today was enough and it was time for them to go back or their boss would be angry. Then another man threatened the children that if they did not shut up, he would cut off someone's hand and reminded them that he had already broken someone's jaw. And the second one confirmed and added to her that he was sporting a bossy girl and decided that they had to move. Then they started talking to each other and wanted to have a drink after they were done. And they really liked the idea. The girl was a little bit scared and afraid. She realized that they would all be sold as slaves and forced to go through an impossible pain. Images appeared before her eyes, and she realized that no matter how humiliated they would have to face, there would be no one to protect them. Because she was lucky to have her brother by her side, but all the same, everything they had to go through would leave a mark in their souls forever. For the rest of their lives, she hasn't been able to let go of the time she spent there. Although she was very nervous and scared, Emily could not leave it alone and felt that she had to help the children. She believed in the power that her teacher had taught her, so she went to the robbers and called out to them. They were hostile and asked what she wanted because they work here. One of them seemed to be in love that he didn't say a word, and the other noticed that she was a very nice young lady. The red-haired man started offering the girl candy and said that he had a lot of different things to make her happy, but his partner could not understand what was wrong with him. She showed her husband the bag and asked them to let those people go. After these words, they seemed to come to their senses, and he told them to leave her because they would be late and the post would be angry with them. Then he leaned over and looked at her and thought that he could get paid well for this girl. He was very angry when the girl asked him to take his hands off her. She was getting annoyed by all this and began to open the gates of magic. She clung to him hungrily and let out a fire from her, and he was thrown back. He was surprised by this, but before he could say anything, he flew away into the woods. The girl tried to calm herself down a bit, even though her eyelashes still had magic. The men who were nearby were shocked that she was a combat mage and that she used magic at all. It was very strange for them. She was serious as it was her first fight, as well as choose if she would follow everything because her teacher told her to, then she would succeed. The robbers started ordering each other to grab her, but no one dared to approach her that much. She began to concentrate, she had to coordinate her attack before they could reach her, and she began by combining 3 magics into one. She began to order her to obey her wishes, and they were blinded by a dazzling light. A split in the ground appeared between them, which scared those guys quite a bit. They looked with fear at the girl who began to conjure, and red arrows appeared around her. At first they could not believe that such a girl could be a magician, until he said that she was a student of the great Mage who had taken out the Blacktooth Assassins Guild, and then they remembered that he had students from the Meow tribe. Then they tried to calmly negotiate with her and discuss everything because they did not want to fight. The girl looked at them angrily and told them to let everyone go. The man started explaining that they were their debtors, and if they couldn't pay that way, they would work off the time, hoping the girl would understand. She realized that she could not give any slack and asked the teacher to give her the strength to insist on her own. She showed them a pentagram that was filled with energy and shouted that she did not agree with it and that she would not leave it to them. She shouted her magic forward and directed all her power into them. On their side, there was a big explosion everywhere because of the fire, and the man started threatening her that she would regret contacting them. She was a little surprised by this and saw them running away from there very quickly. Emily opened the door to the trolley and saw a lot of children there and asked them to get out. They were all very surprised when they saw that girl and said she was a magician. Then they asked if she had come to rescue them, to which she replied that she had, and asked if they wanted to be taken into slavery. She recalled that the teacher had told them many times about responsibility, and that those with power should intervene. Emily didn't know if they could take responsibility for those they helped, or if they could afford to save anyone. She looked at the children and thought that the teacher would probably punish her for what she had done. But she did not want to leave these people and said that she would help them all. She said that she would not dissuade anyone or explain anything, and said that everyone has their own reasons and that they have the right to choose. The children were shocked. They did not understand what we were talking about and what they would have to choose. They started discussions because they didn't know what to do. Some said they would be picked up again, and some wanted to listen to her. The guy did not know what to do. Everyone had different opinions, but he knew that he wanted to go home and be protected. Then Emily took one of them by the hand and told them to follow her, which scared the boy a little. The only thing she wanted to do was to save these people and said that it would soon be night, so she had to go. They were walking through the dark streets of the city, not realizing that usury was unfortunately allowed in their country. She looked at the guy and realized that if they really had a debt, it was over, because they would come back. She began to think about what to do next, since a magician must always be ready for anything. Then a guy approached her and thought it was too late to eat, but he thanked her for what she had done. She felt that she needed to help them, but realized that it was not easy to do without a plan. When they approached the house, a great magician appeared in front of them. He was a little sleepy and told the girl that it was very dangerous to walk so late at night, even though he said to have fun. And just when he wanted to continue his thought, he opened his eyes wide and saw many children and was very much shocked by it. He was angry because he didn't understand what was happening in this world, and this scared the girl a little bit. Emily didn't know what to say to the teacher and looked very sad, as if she had done something wrong. He calmed down a bit and asked if she had saved the women and children she had captured from those slave traders. The girl was seriously surprised that her mentor said everything to the point and asked if he was spying on her. But he just smiled at me and said that he didn't need to look to understand everything. He explained that this is the capital of Shalian and its center, so he can draw a conclusion based on some details in similar cases. Then the master asked her what she planned to do next, and she explained that she had brought them here and was responsible for them. He smiled a little at her decision to take responsibility for these people. The mentor began to explain to her that even though she would become a magician, she was too young for such things now. But since he had nothing more to add, he ordered her to send them back. But the girl cautiously replied that she would not do so. She began to cry loudly and shout that he was wrong and that she would be responsible for them. She didn't like that her teacher laughed at her because she was really serious. Emily didn't understand what there was to laugh about because she wanted to help them, no matter how. She yelled at the master for not being able to leave them in case something bad happened to them. She lowered her head and explained that she had been in their shoes, and that's when she lost her sight. Then he patted her head and said that she had grown up and that he had always respected her opinion. So he reminded her of what he had taught her, that choice always comes with responsibility. The master wanted her to choose the right path because she would have to take responsibility for her decision. Then the girl wiped her tears and they agreed with the teacher. He said that today he would take care of these people, but tomorrow she would have to figure out what she had agreed to. Emily was very happy and promised that she would do everything no matter what. The sister moved to her brother and they stood on the roof of the house and talked. Then he asked if the teacher had really given her a month, and she confirmed his words. He was a little worried because he didn't think it would take a month and asked if she had really decided everything. She was serious about her beliefs and said that she wanted to help them while the teacher could help her. My sister explained that my mentor told me the best way to do it, and that in order to stop the criminal organization, it was necessary to completely destroy it. Ilya suggested that they should seek help from the legal authorities and thought that Liam could help if asked. She laughed at the fact that she had already done it, and as a result, the guy asked her to help and gave his permission. The boys were very interested in this because they could have fun without consequences, and the girl suggested that they should kill everyone. She stopped laughing because she saw the same people coming from below and pointed to them. The man walked away very angry. He did not understand what was happening, and it made him very angry. Emily and her brother were watching him, and the girl had already opened her screen and was typing something. She found out that the man's name was Brian, and he was a militant of the group. The guy noticed that he had enchanted armor, but analyzed that he was an aura user, so he was a bit of a dud. First of all, the girl wanted to disable the commanders of the militant group. Then she looked at Brian and said he would be the first of them. The man was tense. He had a terrible feeling and remembered what his subordinates had said about this place. Then they were unwound by a magician, but he was not like a normal magician. And then the men added that the women who escaped went with him. He was very serious, because if the magicians were really involved, then his subordinates were not lying, but he did not understand why their boss did nothing about it. The man stepped into some kind of pentagram, and it began to glow brightly, which scared him a little more. There was a big explosion, and everything was filled with a lot of smoke, and Ilya was amazed when his sister managed to prepare the spell. She was happy with her work, and explained that her teacher always said that a magician should be ready for anything. Emily smiled and told them to move on to the next target. The man was already lying on the ground and said that he had already been told everything about them and he could finally see them in person. Emily explained to her brother that Dave was the head of sales at Bloody Knives. She started screaming at him that he was doing wrong if he was making people into usurers, and what was even worse was that he was selling them. Then the man asked her what he was doing wrong if he was just lending them money. She was very angry and said that he had already said everything, and a circle of magic appeared around him. My brother was very worried and nervous because of the way his sister was behaving. Emily came up to Ilya and she was very happy and cheerful and invited him to continue. He watched his sister and now understood why his teacher always talked about magic. Emily was very happy and reported that they had eliminated all the commanders and that they should come and arrest them. She calmed down a little and looked at her screen and said that they had eliminated all the commanders so we could finish with it for now. Then she turned to her brother and told him to go to the boss. He was very worried because he did not understand how his little sister, who could not even kill a bug, had changed so much. Then he decided to ask his sister if she was okay while she was drinking the mana drink. He felt a little ashamed and realized that he needed to put more effort into his magic training. They came to a bloody knife shelter that looked very solid. His subordinate came to the boss and asked if he already knew the news, but he was only interested in how those men were stroking their guilt. When he asked where they were, the goblin explained that they were all locked upstairs. He was furious when he found out that it was all done by the great magician from the shop. The goblin explained that the slave carriage was in a pack and there were traces of magic around it, but the boss did not leave on one option and thought for other groupings. He explained that everyone is silent about everything because they are most likely waiting for them to be taken out. The man was very angry at such words, but his subordinate assured him that it was definitely connected with the great magician. He was very angry because he didn't want to miss such a great opportunity and reminded us what happened to the largest group, the Black Hand. A warrior came to see him, and the boss didn't like it so much that he didn't even knock. He started shouting that they were in big trouble because all the commanders had been eliminated. Everyone was surprised that the magicians really took on this task, and the guy added that they were magicians from Meow. Everyone was a little confused, but the man ordered everyone to get ready. They realized that she could be killed because the great magician's disciples were from Meow, and they didn't want you to go up against them. The brother and sister were following the developments when they said that all the groups had lost to them, so they had to speed up. Ilya was very interested when she said that she would not let them leave so easily. Then the guy decided to ask what his sister's final plan was, because this time there were probably a lot of them. She started laughing because her teacher had given her a magic stone for such an occasion, and now it was time to use it. She realized that she would not be able to cope on her own as a teacher, so she wanted to do it her way. The girl calmed down and began to use her magic. The guy was surprised because he did not know that his sister could do this. She didn't react to anything and concentrated on the spell as a lot of smoke rose around her. When the girl finished, she said that she had to wait a bit, and her brother realized how cool his sister had become. Smoke poured out of all the windows and filled the room completely. The men who were there started coughing and did not understand what was happening and where the smoke came from. At first, the man thought something had caught fire and started screaming, but then he began to analyze it. Due to the lack of air, they began to fall, and then he realized that it was magic smoke. The warrior who was with the boss at the time saw smoke approaching them, but I don't know where it came from. The boss started shouting loudly and ordered no one to breathe because he realized it was sleeping smoke. He was furious because now everything came into place for him, and he realized that it was all the work of the great magician's disciples. He didn't want to go back to the stage again, and he was not satisfied with it at all. Outside, the brother asked his sister if that was all there was to it, and she answered in the affirmative and thanked him. The guy just doesn't understand why she asked to break the gate, but she explained that she wanted to use fire magic at first, but there were some prohibitions on its use here. He felt that someone had a desire to kill, but did not understand how. She began to shout happily that the main man was their main problem and that she would punish him. At first, the boyfriend wanted to stop her, but his sister would not listen to him. He stood in front of it and caught a piece of shrapnel with his hand and became alert. He was angry and started asking who threw it and started shouting, "My sister didn't think anyone else was there because everyone was supposed to be asleep." Their boss appeared out of the smoke and praised the boy because he did not expect him to catch his gift. The girl immediately looked at him and asked if he was Jacob of the bloody knives. He confirmed her words and began to yell at them, asking what they had done to treat them like that. I asked them if their teachers knew what they were doing and demanded an answer. Emily was calm and said that the teacher would not interfere because she could handle them herself. The man was happy about this and asked if the magicians were lying, because if he really did not interfere, he would quickly eliminate these two. The brother turned to his sister and started whispering something about the man, which surprised her. Ilya seems to have come up with a plan and asked if his sister would agree to it. The man was very angry that they were whispering because he was going to kill them. Before he could say what he thought, he saw a guy in front of him and asked him who he got his speed from. The guy was confident and asked if he was really an intermediate-level aura expert because he could tell by his knife. The boss did not understand how he knew everything about him and who had him in the first place. Ilya didn't stop surprising him and told him that with the help of the amplification on this armor, he had reached the level of a high-level aura expert. And so his sister will be at a disadvantage if they fight with their fists. So the guy hit him right in the chest and he flew into the wall. The brother started shouting to his sister and asking if she was ready to act. The girl said a spell and a large layer of energy appeared on that head. She was very angry and ordered the marble layer of destruction to destroy everything there. So when she sent him into the building, he took it down with ease. They watched everything being destroyed there and felt a little bit ashamed of what they had done. The boy turned to his sister. He did not know what it was, but he liked it very much. Tears appeared on the girl's face. She could not believe that she had really done it, created this. Emily started to cry because if she had had that power in the past, nothing would have happened and she wouldn't even be here. She was crying and even scared because then she would not have met the teacher. Ilya began to calm his sister down, praising her for doing a very good job. They looked again at the marble layer and my brother suggested that they go back because they had to go home. The girl realized that now they would have to tell the teacher how everything went and explain to people that they were no longer in danger. So her brother suggested that she tell the master everything in person, and she agreed. The master was watching them all the time, and when the children wanted to go home, your father was satisfied with their work. He saw that they were really his students, because even though they didn't have enough experience, he wanted them to do well. The boss thought he wouldn't interfere, but he was tied up next to him, and the master explained that he didn't understand it because it was not good to trample on the dreams of his students. The man was angry with him and was hostile, even though he could have been dead. The mentor just laughed at him but said he wouldn't kill him so he could relax. Then he leaned over to him and said that he would not see a happy life and asked if he had ever heard of karma. The man began to worry a lot about what the master was telling him. He said that everything he was doing would make his nightmare come true, and that it would take 20 years to complete. A dark beast appeared near them, and the mentor explained that once he saw everything, he would understand everything. Then the mentor wished him to enjoy his dreams, and the monster began to drag him away. He thought that all of this could be considered over, and that his dear students had done very well. The teacher was happy that his students could finally think for themselves, and now he could finish his work. He returned to the magician's tower and began to do something that made a bright glow come out of the windows. The master was angry that he could not use his hands because they added to his difficulties. He looked tired, even though he had succeeded and had many different layers around him. But the process itself was terrible for him. Rain was not happy that he had to stay in his workshop for a month, and now he looked like a zombie. But he had no time to complain and had to get ready. That's why he took all his black layers outside the house, and they gradually fell to the ground. He realized that he would now have to place the stones, but it would require much more preparation than before. And while he was thinking, he saw a joyful Layla flying towards him. The master was surprised that she was still awake, but the girl did not listen to him and asked what he was up to. He explained that he was just expanding his tower, but the girl didn't fully believe him. She surprised him by telling him that he was a preliminary again because the previous tower was no longer enough for him. He tried to remain calm and said that if she knew something, he would be happy if she shared it. I advised him that if he didn't know anything, he should do what he always did, and vice versa. He looked a little depressed and said that the girl was very cruel to him. Elena began to try to calm the guy down, saying that it was his job because she was not sure about everything and wanted him to try to understand her. Then the master gained confidence and said he would start, but I was always happy to watch what he was doing. The mentor became more serious and said that this spectacle would be impressive and that everyone should get ready, and raised his hand up and ordered the stones to disperse. Then his blue energy began to spray out of that place like a fountain and fall down. The master was very serious when he began to concentrate on what he had to do and corrected with stones. A blue outpost appeared above the tower, absorbing other energy and growing larger. The girl liked how spectacular it all was, and the guy told her that everything would be over soon. He was contacted by his student, who said that all the preparations were completed and he wanted to know how much it turned out to be. Ilya said that it was about 10,000 and all of it had already been paid for. The beasts were already on the alert and said that they saw how the magic field was set up, but they were told to wait until they were given the command. The mentor asked them not to be afraid, no matter what happened, and Ilya said not to worry, so he continued on. Layla was a little surprised that there were thousands of victims at once, but the master corrected her that there were many more. She began to worry a little because he had already gone abroad and did not know that it would harm him, and asked what would happen next after his karma act. She was referring to his students, as they would not be able to escape the tower's influence. The master was a little surprised and asked if she was really worried about Emily and Ilya. She immediately started laughing and said it was only because they were his students and also because they were good kids. He assured her not to worry, because as long as he lived, they would be in a terrible situation. Then he asked her to get off him, calling him greedy. He continued to recite the incantation, naming different properties as soul power. The last element that he called is the calming power of the soul. With a new sense of power began to occur, a fountain of energy. The guy was surprised. He had no idea that such magic would be needed to expand the tower. He was a little confused, even though he knew that those animals would be victims, and he noticed his sister behind him. She explained that I had left it at the other shop and saw that it had already started. He told her that it was unusual magic, and she confirmed it because she felt that it was halfway there. They watched all of this and could not even realize how brilliant their teacher had been in the past. Layla felt that it was not an easy expansion of the tower because she saw his specific dream energy. He explained to the girl that he needed this extension in order to do experiments and that we could not wait for some changes. At first, she apologized for not being able to help him, but she was a little worried that he might find out about it. He was pleased that he was now starting the last stage of expansion and ordered the world tree to be revived. And under this dome, other roots began to grow alongside the main one. It grew very quickly, and windows from the rooms in the dungeon could be seen on it. The students were amazed because it was very different from the last time, because it was growing like crazy. A teacher appeared nearby, and they were a little surprised by this and looked at him. The master came up to them and asked what they were doing, but the student did not know what to say or how to describe it, and the girl liked it very much. When the guy thought it over, he said that it looked like a castle and most likely a real magic tower intended for magicians. The tower really looked very big, but the master was not going to stop there. He wanted to build a real tall tower. Layla could see that he was getting very close to it and that he would soon learn the truth and reveal it. She realized that when this happened, she decided not to say anything and to go to sleep. And now, with the expansion of the tower, he needed to collect more dream fragments and test its capabilities. Cautiously, he looked at his screen and thought it must be an alarm because it seemed someone had invaded his tower. He saw that it was the Dark King's Dekar tribe and did not understand how they dared to be near his tower. The master began to count how many of them there were and counted 7. He carefully analyzed them and saw that one was completely different. He was surprised by what he saw because he had previously offered him to become his apprentice. But then he refused and disappeared. But now he has reappeared with this tribe. Those monsters were mocking her because they saw that she had survived without Luisa's support, but now he would consume her. Although she was a little scared, she tried not to show it to her opponent. Then the master appeared behind her and told them not to make him laugh and asked where they thought they were. The girl was surprised when she saw the Lord of Dreams near her. He turned to her and asked her if she was here because she had finally decided to become his disciple, because if so, he would save her. If not, he would leave. The Dean's tribe thought he was a stupid person and told them not to make him laugh, not believing in his words. The girl began to accuse him that all this was happening because of him, but the master could not understand what she was talking about. The chief of them asked if he wanted to humiliate them so badly that he became a little more serious. His friend began to say that he was only human and that I could still grind him into powder by kneading my hands. Then he began to use his dark magic, but the master was already tired of watching and listening to it. The monster began to mock him when he saw a lot of smoke, saying that he would not be able to escape and humiliate them. He began to analyze because they were in the middle world and their strength had not decreased, and he thought that it was probably because of the changes. He was annoyed and caught one of their beams and said that they had no power anyway and dared to attack the great magician on his territory. Therefore, they would not leave here alive, and the master looked at them with an evil look and ordered them to die. They began to wonder and could not understand why the great magician needed it and why he was so strong. Finally, the master added that they should tell the Dark King not to come here if you want to live. But he forgot that all the kings were gone, and those people were shocked. I don't know how he found out. The mentor corrected himself and told them to pass this on to their elders so that they would not mess with him unless they wanted him to destroy them. Then, one of their tribesmen realized that he was the king of nightmares, and the master asked if he had heard of him. He told me about rumors that said he disappeared 1,000 years ago. The master smiled at him and told him that he was back now and did not say that he had stitched out of his eyes. The monster growled and disappeared into a portal, and you could see a piece of that space. When the Dream Lord finished, he asked Aaron what he was going to do next, but he interrupted him and asked what he was doing. I realized that she really didn't know anything and asked her if she really didn't like the freedom he had given her so much. She started yelling at him that he didn't understand what a tribe of night witches were, because after he had consumed their king. But she did not want to continue and did not want to waste her precious time on him. The master stopped her and told her that they would discuss everything later, and now he suggested that she get some rest. He put his hand to her head, and after that, the night witch fell asleep. He began to think about the magical world because he had never even thought about it before, and did not give it any importance. So he wondered what the Dark Hands were doing there and that he needed to contact them. The girl slept peacefully while Ryan analyzed everything, not even thinking that she was one of the few surviving night witches. He realized that you all have always been there, but so far she was the only one. The master looked at Aaron, who was the only one who could be taken into account now. He recalled that there was a struggle for power over the magical world at that time and that magic has not weakened in the middle world. It became more serious because all these unknown changes were only a consequence of the disappearance of the gap between the two worlds. He was thinking about the fact that he needed to go there, even though he wouldn't be able to do so in the near future, and wondered if it would not oblige him in any way. He decided to oblige someone instead of his dark hands and opened his magic portal, from which a magic bird flew out. The master decided to oblige Luigi's men and ordered them to gather detailed information about the magical world and find some necessary items. The night witch began to wake up. She did not understand when she had fallen asleep and asked where she was now. The master approached her and congratulated her on her awakening and asked what her dreams were. She started shouting loudly that it was him, and then the master asked her not to call him just you. Ryan tried to calm her down because she hadn't fully recovered yet, but she continued to blame him. She was upset that a tribe without a king was a mockery and explained that she had just found a place to hide. Then he asked her if she was really that attached to them, but she flatly refused to say so. The master was puzzled because why would she blame him for everything and come to his tower? She was a little scared because the master said that she was looking for him and she did not know what to say. Aaron blushed and said that the master was responsible because it was his fault at the beginning of the end, and he had to take responsibility for what happened. She was somehow ashamed to admit it, but the master started shouting at her and calling her not to come back. He said that he had already offered her to become his student, but she refused. She realized that tears came to her eyes when she thought about becoming his student, because she thought he would treat her like a slave, and when he didn't need her, he would throw her away. The night witch explained that she didn't want to be thrown away like that because she was tired of being alone. The mentor finally realized that the night witches are almost all extinct, and now she does not want to live the rest of her days alone. He turned to her and said that if she really wanted to become his disciple, he would help her become stronger. The master asked her to think about what she wanted to do, whether to achieve her goals or to follow in his footsteps. She was amazed by this, and the master asked her again if she wanted to become his disciple and extended his hand. In the palm of her hand were her glasses, which could seal her powers, but she could easily release them when she took them off. And he said that he would not wait any longer when he saw that she reached for this thing. The Night Witch looked him straight in the eye and said she would be his student, calling him a teacher. He ordered her to live a normal and happy life from now on, but he wants her to put a lot of effort into achieving her goals. She was amazed that she could live a normal and happy life. She looked very happy and said that she believed his words and asked him to take care of her because she would do her best. At the entrance to the store, there was a notice that a full-time worker was needed. The master was puzzled. He did not know who he was and why he was here at all. Emily explained that he was the owner of the store and was now conducting an interview, which surprised the mentor. There were a couple of resumes on the table in front of him, and he had to look at them. He became curious since Aaron disappeared after she gave him her answer. He looked at one of the profiles and wondered who it was because it looked like she had just changed her hair color slightly. I asked to come inside, and the girl opened the door. The teacher was a little surprised to see Aaron in front of him. She didn't put on any pretense and said that she came for an interview, that she was really happy to be here. Ryan looked a little upset. He was looking somewhere and thinking that these people were from the dark side, and he ordered that all historical archives be sent to him only because they were on the way to war. He sighed heavily because he did not understand how they thought he would be able to read it all. Something was burning in his hand. It was the magic of Graz, which turns people's dreams into reality, because people's dreams had no borders. He wanted to collect as many types of mushrooms as possible and was happy with that. The master praised himself and said that only he as a snowshoer could do this. He clenched them in his fists and held them close to him, because these particles would become power, and this was a necessary thing to do, so he had to do it. The master wanted to enter the dreams of the world tree, and only with the grid of graces could he find out what happened in the past. The Lord took one step and realized that this was the center of the world tree. But something was changed. He knew that there could be only one person here, so he saw the guy and asked if he was sleeping here. Liam was walking and sleeping, and when the master saw him, he smiled. Then he looked in the distance and felt that there was light energy, but he did not understand what was happening to this place and asked if something was bothering him. The boy was surprised to see the Lord of Dreams next to him. The Count began to wonder how he ended up here, and the master explained to him that he was moving through dreams, so he was now in this place. At first, the guy seemed to understand and was surprised if it was really a dream. The master looked worried because he felt that the place was very dark and asked if something was bothering him. Liam said that he was here on behalf of the territorial leadership and wanted to ask something about the essence of the tree. Ryan started to laugh a little because he realized that the guy didn't even understand what he was talking about. The guy started laughing and wondered what it was if it wasn't reality, because in fact, it was just a dream, and he was only realizing his thoughts. He said that the Marquis's residents insisted on it, but Ryan was tired of hearing the name. The master began to wonder if it was Liam from his dreams, but suspicion fell on the fact that he never talked so much. He began to analyze because, to summarize, first of all, he synchronized with the world tree. Secondly, he realized that the guy still could not rehabilitate after the last training session. And thirdly, that the Marquis was still blocking trade routes. The master turned to the boy and told him that he had not overworked himself and that he should go to rest. The master was glad that his work here was over because he was able to take a piece of it and he had other things to do. The guy looked depressed and asked him to stay longer with him. Then the teacher promised to come to him in the morning, and the boy said he would be waiting for him. He was concerned that there was always work to be done and it never ended. The master began to think about taking a break after the murder of Giralta. He was even more sad because it would have made things more difficult for Liam. His mood instantly improved when he thought of another way to get it as soon as he had a chance. When he saw the guy enter the hall, he told him that he needed to clarify something with him. Liam came closer and greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but his mentor just smiled at him. Then the master asked what he meant and how they had seen each other last night. This surprised the guy a lot. He didn't understand what we were talking about. The mentor said it was normal that he didn't remember because everyone who wakes up always forgets. The Count was surprised that the dream was unusual because he remembered some fragments of it. This left a bit of a challenge for the master because it would be easier to explain everything to him. Then they went to the map table and the guy started showing him some problems. The mentor had something in mind and said that the forest would be a good cover, even though Geralt would resist. But the Count needed to make a way for quick transportation. The guy explained that he had thought about it, but it was just 140 kilometers from Dogran and it would be very difficult to do it in the northern forest. Liam said they have the means, but there are other issues that need attention. Ryan said that all he needed was money, and he had it, which was great. He yawned a little and agreed to this, because he realized that even great magicians hesitate before money. It made no sense for the master to waste time looking for money, so he decided that while he was here, he could ask for help. He explained that as soon as they returned to the beginning, he needed human resources to build the structure, and the Count said that there were engineering companies there. The mentor was serious and decided to give it to them because he had something important to tell them. But the guy didn't understand what was so important, because it's not just building a road. The master surprised the guy, and he had a lot of questions when he said that it would be a road for only one person. I asked him to list Ryan as a contractor, but only him no matter how. And Liam realized that he was planning to ambush the Marquis. He added that he would provide the funding, but under his own name. The guy was very happy about this, because then his opponent would not be able to interfere in this trade, and it was a one-way debate, and they won. Liam was very surprised that the master would create this for him and is trying very hard to meet his expectations. So he began to thank him very much and said that his family and country would never forget what he had done for them. The master asked me not to worry about it as he is his protector. The guy even froze for a minute when he said that they always help each other anyway. He was very happy and smiled broadly at his mentor, even though he was unpredictable. But he could trust him with such work. Golems were already working in the northern forest, cutting down trees, and so other workers were turned on to quickly mix the equipment there. The construction was very loud and fast. Everyone was doing what they had to do. The senior called the containment team to move faster. The master smiled and explained that as long as Galema was processing the trees, they shouldn't worry about anything, especially the construction of the site. And when he was about to make a short preview of it, he was interrupted by a player who wanted to tell him that he had heard some news about this project. They began to look at the plan on the screen, and the foreman said that it would be called a highway, which interested the boys quite a bit, since he was not familiar with it. The mentor began to show me that they would lay these roads a little differently than usual because they would have 8 lines of traffic, which would make traffic jams and congestion impossible. The guy was looking at the project with interest because he had never seen anything like it before and believed that it would be unsurpassed when completed. But it was not just one unusual thing. It was the fact that the trip to Doggerland would take only 1 day. Liam stood in a stupor. He could not believe it because it seemed impossible. But the master turned around and asked him to follow him to see something else. They came to the split, and what they saw was really unusual, and the mentor said that they would all be able to see it because they would have a road. A golem stood in front of them and held something in his hand, so Ryan ordered him to put it down. There was a large block in front of them, and the mentor asked them to guess what it was, even though the boy already thought it was a tree. The craftsman looked at the boys and said that it was a lamppost that would improve people's lives, and it would even scare away animals. He was very happy, and these things really fascinated him, and he asked if it was all thanks to the energy of the world that we could really solve many problems. The magician said that it would be so because they had stable and clean manna nearby, and in response, he saw the boy's sincere smile. He thought a bit because he realized that if there were elves, he could have been killed by now. But he started laughing because everything would be fine, because now there were no elves here except for that guy. Mage became more serious and said that when it was finished, the Titans would be able to use it too, and that the construction would go well as long as there were many helpers. The guy happily said that when he gave him 2,000 workers, he planned to finish it all in a month. He was a little surprised and thought that the guy was not serious, but in that case, he would wait for the next month, and Liam shared his feelings. And now he could leave all the work to the Count and go fulfill his dream. The master returned to his tower, and finally this day came for him, so everything went according to the plan he had come up with. He had a lot of stones on his table because he had finally collected enough of these magic stones. In his other hand, he was holding a brightly shining dream stone that he had also managed to clean. He was very happy that he had goosebumps because he could not penetrate the dream of the world's energy and take away absolutely everything there. While he was excited about his plan and what could happen outside, he heard a rustling noise. The girl did not look happy because he made her wake up and said that he looked like a pervert because of his dream. Ryan turned to her and smiled lightly to greet her and asked her if today was a good day. She was annoyed and said it was too late to try to be cool and said he was trying to create a problem again. He started to get a little nervous and didn't understand what problem she was talking about. But then he struck back, asking if she had outgrown the couch. Layla said she couldn't do anything about it because she didn't want to get up, so the guy just told her to lie down and not look out. The master looked at her and said that he still had things to do, so they would talk a little later. But she didn't like it and started shouting at him where he was going. The girl guessed what he was up to and wanted to follow him, but she was too lazy. But in any case, she only wanted to hear the result, but did not believe it would be so easy. The master moved and began to experience something, so he prepared himself just in case, and this time it was really important. He was a little worried to see a dream that was equal in power to the world's energy. It was something very heavy. He was serious, and as a reassurance if it behaved aggressively and attacked him, he would prepare a force field. Because when he activates it, he will definitely achieve his goal. And now that the machine is working, he can start. He began to concentrate, and a large magic circle began to appear in his hands. The master began to pour into him to make him sleep. After that, a pentagram appeared in front of him, and it began to spin strongly and quickly and open some kind of gate. He stood in front of the force field and was about to start what he had planned. The master began to recite the spell he had prepared the day before, and did not say that he would address the energetic parts of the world at his command as a dream master. And something began to appear under his feet and grow at a high speed, blocking the energy barrier. Then they appeared and formed a kind of cocoon from which something began to crawl out. A strange mark appeared in the slot, and the master gently put his hand there. He was serious because finally, after all these years, he had gotten to the world energy that sustained the world. He began to shout loudly to him, calling his name and asking him to use his dream to show him the truth about this world. Something banged, and in a moment, everything became very quiet and the master looked pleased. He thought about it and got quieter and didn't understand what this strange reaction was. But hopefully, he let it get to him. He was happy because he thought that now he could finally come in and even had to. So the master came closer to the barrier and touched it easily. First, he wanted to see the historical memories collected over 1,000 years and asked the dreams to show him everything. And after his words, the barrier began to glow brightly, radiating its energy to the world. The master looked overjoyed when he saw that it had begun to open and that he would soon be able to see all the memories of the millennia. He shouted that he had been waiting for this and looked into the split and was a little surprised. The master even sweated a little because he heard this voice and was sure that it was completely different from his expectations. The mentor was annoyed that the world tree did not hold any trace of the memories of the millennium. He mentioned someone's name and asked if that was the reason why the only world tree remained. Someone began to say that he was the Lord of the Night Witches and the Lord of Nightmares and the Lord of Dreams, and that he was expected to look like him, which surprised the magician. At first, he was very scared and started screaming when green energy appeared around him and seemed to be mounted on him. There were some barriers, and each time they grew bigger and bigger, and the master was thrown further away. The Dream Lord tried to resist this and said that it was his space. He jumped up and started shouting at him that he called himself God, but he could only sneak up on him. He was furious and suggested that they continue the battle. Although the master kept shouting, no one answered, and he thought that no one was here and that he had not yet come down. He began to use spells on his eyes to make the dream become reality, and the reality a dream, and asked to see everything. He thought about opening doors to the dream space that are still connected to other spaces. He heard a voice again, and this someone called himself the king of this world, the only one left, and that with his power he must do what he must. But the master didn't fully understand what he meant, and saw that green energy began to spin in front of him. Ryan was a little scared when the creature approached him and tried to brush it off. But the master realized that he was weaker than he thought, and he was curious about what had happened, and it was a good chance. Energy appeared in his hands, and he said that it was a dream, and asked the creature how he dared to look down on him and how he was the keeper of dreams. He began to connect the 4 seals in each hand and combined them into a power that could cause heat, even to God. He became resolute and said that if Granolin wants it, it will be his way, and they will fight. So the master rushed towards him without any expectations with his dual ability. The mentor tried to strike and a loud explosion was heard. The Dream Lord felt that the tree was starting to wake up and was angry about it, because if it was about to quit, he would probably quit too. He was angry that the creature avoided him because holding dreams in this way was too much for him. A portal descended to him and stopped right in front of him, and this frightened the magician. He was angry that no matter what, the attacks would not stop, and this time his plan failed. The master looked at his hand, which was trembling, because he had not felt this pain for a long time, and now he had a chance to fight with God one-on-one. But his suspicion fell on that guy because he understood what he wanted to do, and he was reminded of it one day. In the afternoon, When the passage to other dimensions was blocked and he felt a strong, vital energy, he did not understand who Granolin really was. People were standing on the square and looking at the sky, which was changing colors. They did not understand what was happening and thought that the world was disappearing. Someone started shouting that this was not true and that the world tree was being revived and there was world energy everywhere. Liam also stood and looked up at the sky, realizing how this could have happened. His students were also watching and were amazed at how amazing it was. Ilya switched and said that he could not stand any longer and decided to inform the master about it. But Emily stopped him and told him that he shouldn't do that and continued to watch. She pointed to the sky and said that the master was already here, which surprised the boys that he was here so quickly. The teacher looked very angry, and it was clear that he was a little tired. Layla continued to lie in bed and said that the sun was only a small piece of truth. She watched the magician on the screen and added that she, too, was only a part of him. The girl looked pleased because she realized that the picture was just beginning to take shape and she couldn't wait for the next time. Many green flowers appeared from their buds began to open, something filled with energy. The master felt the unsurpassed vital energy and looked at where it came from. A small boy who looked like an elf began to crawl out of the flower and was very surprised. Ryan was glad to get out of there, as if he could feel it and finally see it. He was a little angry and focused because it was one of the experiments he worked on 1,000 years ago and he didn't understand how it was possible. But now it doesn't matter with the elf. For him, the method of elf birth and the knowledge necessary for this was important, and this was possessed by the god Granolin. He looked at the world tree and its energy and realized that the man was saying something about it. The master finally understood what the creature meant, and now he could not let it go because this was his chance. The Lord rushed forward with great enthusiasm, for it was a chance to learn the secrets of God. His mentor looked like he was crazy and wanted him to become the object of his research. But he stopped him with a bright light that blinded him and confused the magician. He saw a beautiful elf girl walking with her arms open. Ryan was furious when he noticed her and couldn't understand why she was there. She didn't say anything, just stood there calmly with her eyes down. It was the highest elf, Amalia, and the master was worried because he thought she was interfering again and did not understand how the faithful servant had come to be here. The overlord ordered the girl to leave and threatened that he might start a war with their weakened species. Amalia spoke without emotion and said that she could not allow this to happen and that his dream could not be fulfilled. He was annoyed because she couldn't even know what his dream was, but it didn't matter to her, so she didn't want to know. The High Elf explained that the World Tree was holding an important ceremony, and she could not let him interfere with it. She wanted the master to understand the importance of this ceremony, but he was irritated and did not care. He wanted to know and thought he had to, and he started threatening her again that if she didn't stop him, she wouldn't regret it later. The master was serious and began to call the boundary between reality and dream to make it half dream and half reality. He has made a lot of effort to make sure that the full power of sleep and reality is now available. And in the sky, there was a big ball connecting the sky and the earth, and energy was spinning around it like an orbit. As a result, a man with blonde hair and grey skin appeared. It was Ryan, addressing the servant who had been caught giving her dreams to God and asking if she would continue to block his path or if she hoped for help. She said that he was too excited and that what he had done a millennium ago was coming back. And this confused him. He did not understand what she was saying and thought it was nonsense. Then the master asked her if she wanted to correct all his actions, and she confirmed it. He was amazed that his experiments, which he had worked on 1,000 years ago, were the cause of all this, and that is why they were waiting for him. The Overlord could not calm down and assumed that he knew everything before he tried to connect with the World Tree, and therefore waited for him. The Higher Elf said that since it was him, he would definitely contact this tree while they were away. She started preparing because it was the beginning and everything would return to normal afterwards. But after the ceremony, she would resist him even at the cost of her life. It wasn't hard for him to kill her, but what the elf said hurt him deeply. And after thinking about his actions, he decided not to interfere, but instead asked Amelia to tell the whole truth. Because the master knew that elves could not lie, because they, like dolls, did not have such a function. He was depressed that people were now complaining about him because he did whatever he wanted with the World Tree. Amalia drank her tea and said that she no longer wanted to make decisions about children who were already created, but she would not take it anymore. His mood lifted a bit, and he asked if there was an artificially created life, which meant that these were his words that she said. The master was very surprised when he saw his students and the Magic King and asked what was going on. The students wanted the master to explain everything to them, and Layla greeted the high elf, who was amazed to see her. The elf looked at him and said that he hadn't changed at all since 1,000 years ago, and the master confirmed it with his word because he could not feel otherwise. He became more serious, more angry, and leaned over her and asked if she could tell him more about the events of 1,000 years ago. They began to look at each other without showing any emotion, not unlike the master. So she began by saying that his experiment, which he started 1,000 years ago, ruined the sleep of the world tree. Amalia did not know how it all happened, but something happened that should not have happened. She added that in order to survive, they sealed themselves, and this alerted the magician because they had no dreams. He couldn't understand what the elves' dreams were about and how they were able to seal themselves. She asked me to think about her words because they were true. He began to think about it because it was definitely said about a dream. And then the experiment is to find a way to live forever, either in spring or in reality. But according to her, then the dream was lost. The master did not understand a little because there was not so much energy in that experiment, and if it had been so, it should not have even existed. The overlord was almost certain that no other options could exist. But then he thought. He recalled that he had not been seriously injured by the creature's attacks, and I remembered how it looked because its final shape was different from the previous one. And thinking about it, I felt like something was missing. Then he saw a picture of himself lying on the ground and thought that he had jumped 1,000 years forward again. The master knocked on the table and said that it was impossible for it to absorb all the world's dreams. Amalia said without any effort that it was true and asked if he did not believe his words. He said that the explosion that happened many years ago was very powerful, but he began to shout that he could not influence or have any effect on the world's dreams because how else to explain the people who survived? And when he asked about the coming end of the world, Amalia did not know what to say about what would happen then, because he needed to know. The great wizard was depressed when she said that the education of the spring was being destroyed, and it was true. And although he was the keeper of dreams, he could not control the world's dreams, because even God cannot do that. The master stood up and asked whether it was because of him that all this happened, when he was not even God. Amalia drank her tea and said that not only he, but also the king of demons and the dragon all have an influence on the world's sleep. He was angry that she didn't tell him what happened to the people and demons who remained, but spoke of those who could have provided security. But they ran away. She repeated that he would need to know all this because the black hole in the dream world was definitely his doing, because Grenelin said so. He thought about his words and thought that he might be hiding something, but he would not lie. He was disappointed that he was not in his right mind because of that trip and did not find out anything properly, but decided to prepare fully next time. The master decided to close this topic and asked if there was any other information. Amalia said that she was not allowed to reveal any other information and warned that he did not bring her closer to other dreams of the future. The dream guardian was a little disappointed when he heard this and called her greedy. She wanted him to understand what great changes had taken place in the world because of his mistake. But the master did not seem to take her seriously, saying that she was too strict. Then the teacher decided to ask them what they would do with this problem, and they thought they would sit their pants down. She told us that the main thing about this territory is their sweat, and they don't use it to find a place to live. He was a little surprised when she said they were planning to rebuild this world. She explained that this world is polluted, and as she is, she has to fix it, and soon there will be a complete purification of the world. The master began to wave his hand to show that he was not interested, but she did not believe him. He looked at her and asked her to just stay out of his way in his business. She looked at him emotionlessly and said that these were her words and called him a dream keeper. Then Amalia got up and asked him to leave, and he wished her a good journey. When the master calmed down a bit, he decided to ask Layla what she thought about it. Without getting out of bed, she lazily asked him what he wanted to hear about. He looked at her because he realized that she knew everything but hadn't said anything to him, that it was possible. The girl said that her house was also destroyed, but the truth was that the changes were beginning to be visible. And she added that she could not say what was true and what was false. So the guy asked her to tell him her opinion. Then the teacher turned to his students and asked if they had heard everything, but they could not understand what he meant. He raised his hand and said that if the problem was in his experiment, then he had to check it all. The students agreed with their mentor and began to smile broadly and asked him to come back soon. He moved to the palace and saw many elves carrying something. The last of them had swept the man out of sight and was surprised to see him. The master was a little worried because he realized that this was not an easy task and that Liam was struggling. Then one of the guards noticed him and asked if he was the great mage Ryan, and when he confirmed it, he asked if the count was in the meeting room. He stopped the guard and said that he had a lot to do and that he would find the room himself. The master realized that it had already begun when he heard the voice of a young man who did not understand how it was possible. Ryan started to make fun of him a little bit when he saw him arguing with Amalia, and it seemed that he was having a hard time here. When the boy saw the master, he immediately ran up to him and asked for help, and the master asked if it was difficult to negotiate with puppets. But the higher elf did not understand what the master was talking about and asked if he was his teacher. The mentor put his hand on his shoulder, which confused the boy a little more, and explained that they had signed a contract and he was his protector and was teaching him for free. Then the girl realized that because of his contract as a defender, he could not become one of them. The master laughed a little at this and told him that he drank some of his blood and absorbed his sleep so he would not become a puppet like them. Then she realized why the fight with him had occurred and asked if he could take responsibility for this elf who was completely unique. He was very serious and asked me if I understood that she would have to pay for their actions and strictly told her to mind her own business because it was not for her to talk about it. Liam didn't understand what it all meant, and the master explained to him that elves are emotionless parts of Granlane, so to speak, puppets. Then the mentor smiled at him and told him not to worry because he would be protected by his own strength and he would just help him with it. He started to think that it was his fault, but the master switched to himself. The master turned to Amalia before he began his conversation with the boy and wanted to hear her thoughts. She wanted to show the world the truth and order, their purpose, and that is why they gave birth to children on this earth. The boy and the master were very surprised by this recognition because they did not expect to hear it. They were very angry and did not understand what the child meant, so she asked why the Dream Guardian was reacting like that. He looked completely serious and asked her who she wanted to make a baby with because elves appeared with the help of the world's granoline source. Amalia raised her head a little and said that they wanted to start a love relationship with people. This shocked the count and the master so much that the boy started asking if he had heard everything correctly. The plan was to pay great attention to the half-elves and let them go so that they would survive, because in this way the world would be fed and they would learn humanity. The master asked with disbelief whether they were thinking of abandoning elven principles because they hated cities. The boys were very nervous when they heard any information from the higher elf, and she said that the land was big. And since the world's source belongs to them, they have the right not to go to the forest, but to stay here and protect it. Rain felt that it was a problem, but he had no reason to stop it, but asked if everyone would stay. The girl said that only half of the population will stay and live together with the people. He was furious with their eldest because he understood that he was going to create a religious organization. She threw her arms out to the side and said that they had chosen Liam Shalian and asked if they understood everything. After that, the master quickly came down with the boy and told him to come here to him. When they moved away a bit, they started asking more questions, and Amalia had a question about it. The mentor told him to give them the entire northern part of the forest, but the boy still did not understand anything and was in shock. The master advised to visit the entire territory except for the area where the tower is located. The guy did not know if there were any reasons to do so. He explained that if they don't do this, they will start killing people in this area. The guy was very shocked by what he heard from the master and could not believe it. And he added that there is an opinion that if the elves are near their world source, even the dragon will leave that area. The boy almost didn't understand what he meant by paying for what he would give them, and then the master wanted him to ask her for a supply of souls. When the girl heard the whole conversation, she stopped them and said that what he was planning was against their interests. But the master didn't like it and started yelling at her to stop talking nonsense. The Dream Guardian turned to the boy again and told him to stay as far away as possible, and that they had the same thoughts. He felt that Grainliv would interfere with him a lot, and that was a big problem for him. He moved into some dark space and was very depressed because he thought it was a failure and did not know if it was really his mistake. The master was breathing heavily, and according to Amalia's words, long-lost dragons and fairies were supposed to appear. It also meant that the demon kings had to return, which he did not like. Then he looked at his screen and realized that not only where I was supposed to appear, but also those who were between the transitions and in 4 other worlds. It was a little hard for him to realize all this because now these 5 portals have been opened and he doesn't know how to think about it. He began to shout loudly that there was not so much force in that experiment and wanted to know what really happened and what went wrong. The master was confused and realized that he had already reached the 3rd floor and had to find out everything about it, so he had to go up to the 4th floor. But he had some doubts when he looked in front of where everything was destroyed. The master began to wonder if something had happened to Dave because everything was completely destroyed. He began to list some names and wanted to know where they were all located by looking at the map. Ryan started to get a little nervous because a strange sound caught his attention and he looked at the screen intently. He noticed that there were different races of demons and that not only Rustia was there, but he did not know what the situation was because he heard that the Dark Hand had been attacked. He could not believe his eyes that this was all shown by the map and realized that the loss of the source of information did not lead to anything good. The mentor was transported to another place where the magical creatures were fighting. The boy and the girl stopped because they saw someone watching them and wondered who it was. The great wizard liked what he saw because it was a bloody race. Then he quickly rushed at the boy with his fist, and the girl was shocked when she realized that it was the Lord of Dreams. The guy was lying on the ground and was angry that someone dared to interfere with their race and started asking who he was. The master was kneading his fists and was annoyed with the way he was being treated, and said that if he wanted anything, he could come up and tell him his grievances directly to his face. The vampire stood up and was furious and started yelling at him, calling him an inferior magician. Once he stopped talking and began to analyze what had happened, he was overturned by the first blow and began to go through the options of who was standing in front of him. The Dream Lord looked at him with a stern look and asked why he was looking at him like that. Then the boy quickly bowed and introduced himself as Myson of the Blood Race and greeted the Dream Guardian. It was good that the vampire recognized him, and then the master asked what his goal was, because he had never heard of such a thing before. Then Mason asked if the name Schwartz meant anything to him, since he was his father. The master was reluctant to mention this name and asked if he meant a man who was a superior vampire. He asked if the boy was his first descendant, which confused him. The boy started to cover his face with his hand when the older man asked why he was so weak, and he had reasons for that. The master hoped that the Dark Hand created by the Rustia family would continue to exist and told him to tell everyone who would attack them would become his enemies. He looked self-confident and said that those who let his words pass their ears would be eaten by dreams. The guy started to worry a little after the words of the Dream Lord. The master thought that they must have had a reason for fighting, and so he should probably be a little nicer to them. He decided to use the name in memory of his father and to give him something. So Rayan lightly cut his finger so that blood would come out and threw it to him. He managed to catch it, but did not understand what the Dream Lord had given him. When he opened his palm, he saw blood, which was very precious to the Guardian of Dreams. So he quickly took the blood and licked it off and said that it was a great honor for him. When he finished, he felt some changes in his body and mind. The master was pleased with this, thinking that the boy would be at least a little useful to him, and asked if Schwartz was still alive. Mason closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, saying that he was still alive. But unfortunately, something bad had happened. Then the magician asked me to tell him that he wanted to meet him and to say that he was also waiting for the return of a debt from the past. The guy agreed to pass everything on and bowed to him. Then the mentor allowed him to leave. After that, he turned and looked at the girl and said it was time for her to answer questions. Although the girl was very afraid, she listened to him carefully, and the master asked where their leader was. She was a little shocked and did not know what to say to the master. He wanted her to call him Elder Rustia James. There was complete silence while the mentor searched for something on his screen, and a lot of people had already gathered behind the girl. He said that he had taken care of all the demon kings in the area and began to watch according to her words. He thought about the fact that she had said that James was missing, which was strange to him. He was worried about how many problems he had and wondered where he had gone. The girl told him that Sam, the elder of the Barris tribe, had fled with him in the middle of the fight. But the master did not understand why it was this tribe, because they surpassed other peoples in magic and metalworking and were not easy to deal with, which annoyed the girl. But it was not the right time for him, and he asked if they knew that the elves had been reborn. The girl was a little surprised, but she also asked if he meant Shaliona's castle by the fact that the elves had been reborn. The master sighed heavily as the situation was getting stranger and stranger to him, and so the girl asked him what they should do next, but he wondered why she was asking him. He couldn't leave it all alone, so he first wanted to protect Rustia and, if something happened, to get her to contact him. She knelt down and bowed to him, thanking him on behalf of her people and the elder to the guardian of dreams. Then he seriously approached her and asked if they had a demon king who loved to fight because they would soon be reborn. He asked her to memorize this and start preparing for it, and the girl understood him. His mood improved, and he was ready to get back to his work, so he asked who was the oldest among them. The girl said that she was the oldest of all the people left because the others were elsewhere, and asked what happened. The master looked at her a little suspiciously because she looked young, and she introduced herself as Arya Tamai, and she was 432 years old. They said that to be considered an adult, you have to be about 1,000 years old. But since it was important, he wanted to check something, and the girl was in a stupor. He turned to her and said that she would go with him because he had left the task to James a long time ago. The girl was glad to hear that if it was true, she was all for going with the Dream Guardian. Then he ordered the others to stay in the castle and defend the guild and do everything as if James were alive and well. He was ready to set up a magic barrier for them, not for free, but for 10 hearts. He told me that demon kings have 2 hearts and that they regenerate quickly, and the girl was a little tense, but she understood him. Then Arya turned to her people and asked if they had heard everything and were going to prepare them. There were some magical drawings that began to glow brightly inside them. Light circles appeared, and the whole thing buzzed loudly. When he finished, he told her not to worry because he was strong enough and now they could go, and the girl was happy about it. They moved back to the wizard's tower and were all very frightened when he appeared all about his business. Emily noticed the girl and had questions for the teacher, and Liam didn't understand why the master had returned only now. The master introduced the boy to the girl and also asked him what brought him here. They were looking at each other intensely, like they were seeing each other for the first time, and the guys wondered who she was because she was strong. This behavior of Liam and Arya made the mentor very nervous, and he asked what they were doing. Then he shouted at them to stop doing it, and the girl and the boy turned to him and apologized. Emily asked the teacher who this girl was, and the master explained that she was the Demon King Arya. Then the mentor looked at the student and asked if there was a free room. They would stay here for a few days, and he would tell her the rest later. The girl was very happy to hear this and smiled sincerely and said that she understood him. The master said that she needed to rest first, so he left her with Emily, and the girl kindly asked to follow her. Ryan had been busy lately, but asked the guy what he needed this time. The Count looked very scared because it was connected with the army of elves, and he did not know what he should do with them, so he came to him to find out the answer. The master was already tired of hearing this. He even smiled a little at this, and the guy did not understand what was happening. Then the master turned to him and asked him if he hadn't come into contact with the universal source. He knew that he was supposed to see the elves' memories, but the guy explained that they were different from the ones he had before, and he was sorry for that. He asked for help from the master because they had already begun to actively participate in people's lives and had to explain that it was all because the divine message had been delivered. But the Count explained that they were not ready for this. It was too unexpected for them, even though they had already drafted them into the army. But his mentor interrupted him and asked him who he thought he was, pointing a finger at him. The guy was in a stupor because I didn't understand what he meant, because he imagines himself as a military commander and ruler of the country. When the master said that he was a ruler, it was an obvious fact for Liam, but he still did not understand the master. Then Ryan explained that 1,000 years ago, this could be considered a normal thing, but now it is not normal. And so it was something he had to worry about, and the guy felt a little bit strange that he even clenched his teeth. The master began to talk seriously about being one of the rulers of human society, and he must know a lot about elves. The guy realized that it didn't look like something he had to worry about, and it kind of crushed him. After all these explanations, the master asked what the problem was, because I realized that this was not the only problem, and the guy first coughed a little to start the conversation. The master gave him a sly look and smiled, asking if any of the elves had asked him to marry them. The guy was surprised and screamed. He did not understand how the master knew about it. He started to make fun of him a little bit because he was going to marry an elf, and it was big news. Then the master apologized because he forgot a little bit, and the guy explained that she was not in a hurry to get married. He started to cry a little and did not know what to do because that girl wanted to have a baby with him. Then the master said that it was all because elves do not have such a term as a wedding, and the guys were surprised that they call it a contractual relationship. He got angry and started shouting at his mentor for suggesting that he agree to it. When Liam calmed down a bit, he blushed and wondered if it was even possible. This angered the master because he shouldn't have to worry about his wedding, because he was single too. And his mentor asked him to remember that elves do not feel any emotions, so at first it will be difficult to get used to such indifference. But the guy started shouting back that he had already realized this and emphasized that he was a human being. The master was a bit puzzled by this because although he hadn't been an elf for long, he asked if he wanted to remain human. But I also assumed that the boy had already realized that he was more human than elf, and those words hurt him a little. And he realized that it was not so bad from any side, and he considered himself a ruler. The master began to think about what to do with the boy and decided to give him some advice. He got a little sad and started by saying that if Liam was in doubt, it was better to refuse to say anything. And the Count wanted to know the master's advice on the problem of employment and began to listen to him attentively. The mentor suggested building a fabric factory because there is a thread called midium. I explained that this thread is also used in his clothes and that only elves can do it, even though the boy had never even heard of it. He took it because it was 10 times the price of gold and it was very good, so he uses it all the time. The guy was shocked that it was so many times higher than the cost of gold, which was news to him. He added that if they want to learn about human society, he should tell them that they should be mutually beneficial when they return. Then the master patted him on the shoulder and asked him to take it easy. And when everything was agreed upon, the Count bowed to the master and apologized for disturbing him. Ryan felt like a wish-granting machine, even though it's not easy for him now, but he's doing his best. The expression on Amalia's face when the elves appeared told him something. He looked at the piece of paper and got angry because it said, "Do whatever you want." The master looked at the map and assessed the trade routes, and they seemed to be suitable for transportation. It was important for him to have money coming to him easily and without obstacles so that he could build a 4th floor. He took hold of his head because it started to hurt because he remembered the 4th floor he had to build. And the Lord was glad that Liam hadn't returned since the last time, and it seems that he either did well or was very busy. While he was thinking about all this, a girl appeared behind him and called out to him. When the mentor returned, he smiled when he saw Arya and apologized for keeping her waiting. The girl was in the middle of a dream and had some strange mystical feeling, but she said it was nothing. The Dream Lord began to review all her memories that had been collected over 400 years. All the screens were brightly lit and he looked at each one, but it seemed that there was nothing worthwhile there. Although the master really wanted to learn more about everything, he decided that this was enough for now. He smiled a little and allowed the girl to take it off and asked if she felt uncomfortable. When the girl lifted the mask from her eyes, she said that she was completely fine and asked if the master was able to get what he wanted. He praised her for her diligence and allowed her to go back and asked her to tell Jace if he came back that he wanted to see him. Then he waved his hand and the girl started to get up to leave. The master realized that 400 years was not enough time, but it would be good if he could find something there. Therefore, the mentor began to think that it would be good to look into the distant past and perhaps catch another demon lord. He needed an older demon, but he knew that there would be a big battle, so he hoped that he would wait for Jace to return. The master rushed back to his screens and decided to save everything first and then start going through it again. He was carefully going through all of Arya's memories, concentrating on every detail, and he had a book next to him. Ryan looked disappointed and thought about what he had seen because he thought it was a curse. He realized that over the past 400 years, any mention of the human race had been erased. He turned the page and saw only a greatly weakened magical power and a broken connection over the past millennium. He read to replace this whole process, began to develop magical developments a little more surprised him. At the same time, each of the world's portals remained open. Reading further, he saw that among them were several newly closed ones. He was transferred to another screen, and as he expected, the world of the gods was opened, and at that time, a transitional world with the world of demons was opened. It seemed to him that people used demonic developments as a reason to attack them, and he saw that there was a great battle with the demons, the Night Kings, when their leaders were absent. As a result, the war went into a state of calm. Now they have a system of coexistence with the leader of the Demon Kings. But this was not what the master was interested in after he had built a chain of events, and why Granlove said that all this happened because of his experiment. The mentor began to think logically, summarizing what he saw in Arya's memory and what Granlove had told him. The result is that a great power or the leader of Demon Kings can influence God, and people who know the basics and the state of machines created by dwarves and dwarves. The girl seemed to him that even Demon Kings had found a home in the transitional world. And then, if the elves ask again why, he can tell them that it's because their existence is connected to grain life. He continued to reflect on the appearance of Slorius and the elves and the rebirth of Granolia. Because even though his experiment failed, he can say with certainty that the consequences of the failure have disappeared. And the master thought about the fact that the experiment he conducted 1,000 years ago showed something different. He took a closer look at the dream tunnel over which he had been doing all this could have given him a completely different result. And he decided to run it again because maybe then he could find the right variable. And he thought that the 4th floor might explode again if he built it. And after analyzing this, he realized that he needed a tower that would distribute the load that goes to the main tower. And the master was again sad about finances because he was not sure in his current state whether it was enough. Layla appeared and said that not only this was something to worry about because the leaders of the demon kings had awakened. It also meant that God had also awakened, and with him, the supreme powers of other creatures. The golden dragon opened his eyes wide and asked if Henry was already here and was watching closely. But his body was still having a hard time because it lacked enough strength, so it took longer. The demon woke up and felt that their time was approaching and was waiting for it. He sighed heavily because they could have already woken up, and then the tunnel with the demon world would suddenly have borders. And the further the master went, the more disappointed he became and realized how dangerous it was. He suddenly grabbed his head and started screaming, not believing that it was all because of him. When the Lord calmed down a bit, he thought it would be more fun. Then he began to remember his students and thought that Ilya was strong enough for this. And Emily had the power of an average mage, so they could help him with the experiment. And he could not forget about his last student, Aaron, but he doubted what would happen if something went wrong. Amalia came into the hall and scared Liam a little with her unexpected arrival and exclamation. He didn't know what to tell her about where he was going and where he was headed, because he was tired of this control. Then the guy said that he was going to the capital and was leaving the castle to her, because the Supreme King was calling all the rulers. The master was in a good mood because he had other people to think about, but he became a little more serious because he had to do it more carefully. Because they are among those who existed 1,000 years ago, and he is only a person who can encounter them. He covered his smile, for through their awakening, the world he had always desired had appeared. He started laughing at this because it was exciting for him and started shouting for a new era to come.